Let's make the music run. Let's make the music. We're gonna have to put some music in the background. We're gonna do a little bit of numerology here today. Wow, look at all the people that are here. There must be millions. Do you know what? You know what's fun about zero is that if there's 8 billion people in the world and you're at zero, you can't go any lower. I mean, zero is such a fantastic number, right? You can't go any lower. But you know what the thing is about like this? I have this thing on my car, right? I have this thing on my car. It's like this, and it ends up like this. So what's the difference between here and here, and here and here? And what can you say about this? And if I said 8 versus 6 and I showed you this, would it be the 8 that makes it go faster or slower? So you can say this is my windshield wiper and it's snowing outside today again. You can also say, you know what this is? This is part of E and F. This thing bothered me for a great part of my life, the E and the F. Do we have any gas left in the car to make it? The empty and the full. That's what I'm talking about, right? The empty and the full. Is that fool the troll, or are we being fooled by the troll? I do numerology, but we can have trolls in numerology also, right? Can't we? Misunderstanding numbers, words, people, ourselves. Anyways, I didn't come on here really to speak numbers at the moment. I was just on a show that got shut down, so I wanted to enlighten this moment with part of that show. So if anybody wants to come up, because I do not want to be the only speaker. So I am doing this today, going a little different. Maybe I'll be the troll.
Hello there.
Good afternoon, morning, evening, and tomorrow.
That was a good one.
I'm not sure. Listen, I'm never sure where we are, never sure what I'm going to say. Sometimes I'm just like, I just like can't find anything in my head. And so I like let everybody talk and I write things down.
So you let the emptiness talk.
Yeah, I sometimes when I have nothing to say, I rather open the floor, let everybody know what my subject is, what I chose, why I opened the page. Right now, I just opened the page. I think you were with me on the last.
Yes.
Yes, so that's why I opened it for that, and that I can not mind my own business and interrupt people, and get back to the numbers or etymology about words or phrases, or because what happens is you might get into a conversation with somebody. As long as we're on my subject, I don't talk religion, don't talk politics. I don't really want to talk anything other than something that's going to might lead to an algorithm, or a question is, why is this happening, or why is this happening? And I might come up with an analogy through numbers, why this, where this analytic can be found in numbers, and to a little bit more of a depth. If we say a number, irrelevant whether we say digits 1 through 9 or we say numbers, which is an association of numbers, and an association of numbers, an occupied area space, which means when you write down a number, using, if I'm going to create, I only create with this grid line, because I know I have to create for the grid. I know I created for the network, for the planet. So I know that the planet has been put onto this network of grid lines, because everything I do works out with understanding the grid lines. The mathematics work out. That's the crazy thing, is the only reason I'm so hyped up about this is because the math works. And you don't
Okay,
have,
so
and
about math, can you tell me this? I have one half cup of water, and I have another 1/2 cup of water. That is 2 half cups of water, right? But if you put them together, it's 1 cup of water.
yes. But the average, what was in each cup before is still a half, equaling to what is now in one cup is one whole of something. But what does it mean, half? And what size were each cups? Were each cup the same size? I'm thinking obviously yes. Is that correct?
Yes, yes.
I have 12 zodiac signs. Do they all work in conjunction with each other? Are they individuals? Are they associated? Which way are they associated together? So it's like one big machine. I'm a human being. Well, I can't be a heart. Well, I have a heart. Well, the heart is working. Well, how can the heart be working when I didn't ask it to
Yes,
work?
you have a beautiful art.
Thank you. So you have a mind. Your mind is thinking. We're talking together, and all of a sudden, a bird flies by. So you see the bird. How can we be concentrating together 100% and you still see that bird? So this is a conjunctional system that we think we're all alone and we're not. It's just too far off to even fathom that I can do 10 things right now just by talking to you, hearing a sound from beyond. You start to speak, I have to stop speaking, or we're not even two bulls, right? But if you interrupt me at any time, the minute somebody interrupts me while I'm explaining, that's what it feels like. So if you interrupt me, I interrupt you. Or even if somebody's right now, okay, with us on this page, but is not up here right now on the panel, somebody has something to say and they really want to say it and they really want to ask a question, it's burning them up to stay here. So I say right now, write it out, put it up on the screen, copy it, okay, send it 2 3 times so I see it. I have to pay attention. If we are on this panel, if we are talking amongst the panelists, remember, if we are the panelists, it's not about us. I don't think it should be about us. It should be more about what I'm presenting than anything else. Or am I just the orchestrator of what I brought here? I mean, we all showed up here for a reason. So if we all talk about all over these things and I'm orchestrating, I'm actually just standing here and keeping the peace at that instance. But anyways, go ahead. Hi, Forbidden. How you doing?
Right, I had my mic muted. I was trying to get it done. I was doing I heard you say that thing about skull. So I ran to the Jamachi or calculator that you showed me, and I did skull brain together, and that came up with some really neat numbers.
What were the numbers in the skull ring?
Skull brain was hold on, let me grab it real quick. It was shoot, I'm doing heart and brain right now. Shoot, I'm having a hard time doing this right now. Sorry. I've learned how to drag things over into into the window.
Well, 20. Listen, ULL, right, is 21, 12, 12. So you have 24, 34, 44, 45, right?
Yes, sir.
And you have K, 56, and then the 19,
Um,
66, 75. The skull goes directly with the moon, plug in the sockets.
it does because heart goes with 52, brain comes up to 44, and the word and is 19. So if you put those together, you get ordinal, the 115, the reduction is 61, the reverse is 236. The other reduction or the reverse reduction is 83, and Chaldean is 38. So it's kind of
38
pretty.
is the gold of the three heavens. But I'm trying to figure out, can I use, because it goes to 38, you said 38 in Chaldean?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so sometimes I ask myself this question, and many people can say this. Well, somebody might say, well, what if there's only five in the group and we have 360 degrees? I says, well, you can move the five anywhere you want in the 360 degrees. Well, what if we're 20 or 26 like the alphabet? What do I do with the alphabet? And we have 36 degrees to go all the way around. How can I see the alphabet in 36 degrees? Because there are others out there who are showing some sort of algorithm or something to do with music with the alphabet. I say, well, just do it simple because I have to do everything in utopian ways where it means you need a ruler, a piece of paper, a pen, a calculator, a dice cube, and games, and that's it. You don't need to go to school for this. So for this answer, it's going to be A is no longer going to be number one. A is now going to, when you look at A, you're going to say six. If you see triple A, you're going to go 666 because that's what it is. Your communication is BC, which is 3 times 2, 2 times 3, 2 to the power of 3, 3 to the power of 289, your high heavens below the seventh gate, born into the house as 6, the one extra point in the divided house, point 5, born into the E world. The guest has gone offline.
That's interesting.
So what I'm saying with this is A equals 2, 1 as value, but it gets repositioned into the 6th position. The A moves into the 6th position. When the A moves into the 6th position, sorry, let me start all over. I am going to take the entire alphabet and move it over to the 6th position. And then, right?
Yes.
You know that instrument they use? I'm going to stretch out the alphabet all the way till the 26 positions are in their place. And now A will be 6, B will be 7. So now if you go in the spirit of 76, you're talking about the Father, 7 and 6. Now when you move all the way over, like where's the rest of the alphabet going to go? Where was M? M will now be 18. 18 is high, 18 is luck. It's an association of 12 and 6 wrapping its wings around Rubik's Cube. For those who are here for the first time, let me check on who's here. Let me see if I can back this up. I think Graybeard AFF from Florida is here. Welcome, Eddie. Welcome, Aloha. Welcome, Lisa. Welcome, Kate. I know Kate's been here before for sure. I know Aloha's been here for sure. I'm stretching myself onto the edge to say I remember, but I have seen the name Eddie with an O at the end. That's a big O over there, right? You know, when you have a big O, you have lots of water. So I know more women have lots of big O's than men because they have had more water. Yes, and we're all born into the water world, right? Because isn't that what the pregnancy is all about, right? Your water broke. I don't know how the water broke, you know? And the boat, when you go into the water, the boat breaks the weight. But when you're having a child, when the water breaks, right? But the water can't break. How does the water break? What happens when a water breaks? You're splitting a molecule. So the water breaks, the child just comes on out. I make it look easy, eh?
They do call
That
the
easy. What's
like like
that?
like when the water hits like the side of a boat or a buoy, they do call that the water break.
Okay, that's good. I hate what I just did. I hate what I just did. I ripped out another page, didn't even write on the back of it. I have a bad habit of a terrible. I'll use it for something else. At least that's what I'll tell you before I throw it out.
I do the same thing. I can't do that.
I can't stand it. You know, this paper, if anybody wants it, this paper is like gold. You know what I'm saying?
Literally.
So I'm just going to go back to. They said on the last one, he's coming back with ancient, right? I had in 2009. I don't know who knows about this, but a story was written and sent over to me. I think I read it. Did you ever hear that story?
No, sir.
Okay, maybe I'll read it. I'm a little sort of. Oh my God, I have no more whiteout. Please don't tell me no more whiteout. Oh my God. Oh, will I get banned for that?
No.
Thank God. Imagine if I change my channel. Oh my God, I can't find the black. Where's the black to take everything away from? Like, why don't they make all the paper black? Why did it come out to white? Why is it a whitewash? Why did we need white? Is there any reason or no?
I can't think of. Well, I think that's just what they called paint back in the day. Instead of white paint, they just called it whitewash.
Yeah, but why do we have to have white paper?
Well,
Why do we need white anything? Why couldn't we make it a world where when it's dark outside, that's when it's the best for our eyes? Like, why did we need the light? Why?
question.
So we have, hold on, let me go dark over light. I mean, why shouldn't we make it easier to see things at night? I mean, we do see things at night. There are things that go at night, right, that are easy to see when they're bright. Like when one of those light flies go by, you can
Oh
see it
yeah.
in the dark, and it looks better in the dark than it does in the light. In
Really
fact, a
does.
lot of things look more better in the dark than it is in the light. You know, imagine you go, and it's cheaper too. I mean, who has to wear too much color in the dark? But maybe
Mm,
that's when you see color. Maybe that's when colors are more vibrant when it's dark out.
that's an interesting concept.
Prove me wrong. That maybe I mean that hasn't been going on, right? You ever see all these channels going on the internet? Prove me wrong. Come here for an argument. I'm here just for that.
That's
Don't you see
crazy.
my beautiful smile?
I do.
So we have one nose. How can I split that nose in half? I can't. But that's a button nose. Is that a button nose?
I would like to think that would be.
So we're going to look at the eyes of coal. We have a button nose. I mean, this is the end. Oh, is it a button nose or was it a carrot? Because this is the end of the season for the winter up in Canada, and I feel like crying right now. I saw a snowman melted, going to the ground. It wasn't
That's
fun.
that's not
I
good.
mean, what do you think the snowman's thinking right now? I mean, you put him up there. You had problems. You went outside. You talked to the snowman. Now he's like sitting on your grass. Poor guy. And you know what? Um, my snowman when it melted, like I'm really sorry I called it a snowman all winter because I noticed when the snowman completely melted, it wasn't a man at all.
That's great. This is funny. Did his water did hurt did the snowman's water break?
Oh God. Oh my God. I have to put a little bit of music in the background.
These two.
I got to put some music back here. I put my old computer on the floor. I got the screen to come up onto the other screen. Although it's like working with the tortoise. Lisa joined. Yes, Lisa's here. So where are we going to take this? We're down to less people than who we are. Yeah. So they put the eye or the coal because I'm still looking for some information. Sometimes I'll talk about different numbers. Right. I'm going to go warm up my tea in a second. Like 1776 for those who are here the first time. I really like to know what others like to know. That's when you get a lot of people talking about history and different holidays. A holiday. I'm just going to mark holiday. And somebody mentioned yesterday, and I found it really interesting. And this is what I love about RAM. You know, bringing back the memory is when a whole lot of people can stick to a subject and just bring out the certain bullet points in which I'm not good at. I just like the colors, you know. And they brought out where the Y and the I came together for some reason. I forget why. In another one, there was another video where they brought out the J and the I. And obviously, there must be many in here. I'm going to go on a 1 minute break, play this music, right? And go on a 1 minute break. I'm duplicating this tab. And I want everybody to think about Y, I, and JI. What are their associations? I know there's more than just Y2K. You know, I know Y is also a singular letter that is a word within its own. So that's also something I want to bring out. Also, in the last video, we were talking the word Roman and Roman numbers. And I thought that was brilliant of whoever did it, right? I think it was Yi, Y, U, I was something like that. Yeah, yeah. I can't say it.
Yahweh.
What's that?
Yahweh.
No, the person from the site I just came from, because the
Oh.
site shut down. The gentleman, for some reason, had to leave. He had important things to do that day. He didn't think of the 24 of us that were just sitting and begging that he stay and just forget about himself and just think of us. But he had to go, so we honored him because he told us he's coming back again. So we were all jumping up and down. And so I forget. Yeah, so he mentioned Roman numerals. What's that?
I was thinking somebody for the gifts. I wasn't going to say anything, but
Yeah, so
I did put Skull Brain the
okay,
numbers.
right. I'm going to put down the skull also. I want to talk about also the skull and the bones, and then Chris is going to be up on a radio show sometime at 4 o'clock this afternoon, and I let him go on that thing that New York. I'd like to talk about the word New York and why possibly it is its word, or where it leads to other things that connect to the word New York, other words that connect, and the possibility of relationships between the word Roman, New York, and Bugs Bunny. Try and
But
figure out that one, eh?
there's something that's always stuck out with history with me with that area too about New York is the 5 Points area.
And so then you're going to have to go back if you want to connect your New York. We have to go back and try and figure out DOJ, DOE, DOJ, where they pass monies to different colleges, where they haven't passed money to major accidents that happened prior to 1920. Uh, Also, sports teams, when they came in, the inauguration, the creation of that sport. Remember, um, remember the point of I'll give you a penny for your thoughts, or 2 cents for a dime or a nickel. These expressions, right? This is the beginning where things take change. When I say things take change, you have change in your pocket. Well, therefore, I can make a difference of 1%, 5%, 10%, 25%. I have a 50-cent coin. We're dividing things up equally. You take this sector, I take that sector. You keep 3/4 for the three oceans. I'll keep 1/4 for the communication. The 1 cent or the 1 degree difference could mean an autoroute, a highway. One might mean counting by 20s, counting by fives. Um, the other thing might be if you plug in the battery, where the battery goes has nothing to do with what's being operated. The battery is an extension from a little filament or wire that goes onto a distance. Like for everything existing in New York right now might not have anything to do with New York at all, but just an operating center for something that's at a greater distance, something that can never be interconnected or ever thought. I mean, for me as a person who lives in Quebec, every time you tell me about a machine, all I can think about is going to China. Because here in Quebec, and being French, machine also means home of China. The mother soul, okay, of the father lives in China. It's like all NPCs the things that are going on in the system are highly accepted because of those who live in this area. China is also noted in Quebec to be said as the word machine. Machine means my China. That's all it is. Because they actually go, it's not that said like that, say shin. It's just called shin. You know what I'm saying? Mashin, or am, like in the AM, or 1 through 13, equals to the numeric value of 91, or 9 and 1, which is 42 and 34 in the spirit of 76. Machine. It's the AM, not the AME, not the AME in game, not the AME in name, not the AME in blame. What is the AME? If you say it gently from French, you would say âme. Âme is soul. And then when you start speaking French, if you speak Hebrew, it doesn't matter what language you speak. If I can pick up on the harmonic, right, on the wording or the translation between the words that make no sense to me, I pick up on other words that are created. Does it have anything to do with me? Well, if I bump into a conversation that has their own dynamic, sitting on my own park bench, eating my own sandwich, and then all of a sudden they bring on a vibration in which falls in tune to my thought, irrelevant whether I know the language or not, it's going to send me down my own road. Just looking at it that way.
Here's a history from New York. Right now, this is the one that always interested me. It's called the Dead Rabbits versus the Bowery Boys in 1857. Was one of the biggest gang riot. It's called the Dead Rabbits Riot. It was between the Irish immigrants and the Bowery Boys, which considered themselves national activists, because the Irish were actually like not very treated very well, and it happened July 4th and through July 5th, and that's what our motorcycle club is named after.
So that's very funny because I'm always trying to understand, did 4-5 go on the outside of 3-6, or is 4-5 still living inside 3 and 6? Just to note that the thing about 4 and 5, it lives, um, we know where the 4-5-6 goes across. The 4-5-6 is part of the Federation. Okay.
What-
You're running a 4-5 Federation, Sun Federation. It's funny. Harley Davidson has a place that's number 81. I forget where it was. And 81, and because they named their whole group something, I don't remember what it was. And just last week they asked me to they accepted, I wanted to be friends with them 2 years ago. I just wanted to be
Wow.
friends just because I said something to them. Only last week did they accept me to be their friend. I completely forgot about it. So now they ask me if I am a fan, right? Or am I a supporter?
That makes sense. I see how that works because in the MC world, that's there's a big difference. There's a big difference.
What does it
Um,
mean, MC? Because that's really good. You have MC squared, right?
yeah,
Why'd you say that?
that's a motorcycle club.
Oh, is that what MC is?
Yes,
Okay. So now
that's
we have to bring in relativity. Please talk about
that,
MC squared. Anything to do with Einstein. I
that's
want to know why Einstein was so smart.
because he believed that imagination was more important than knowledge because it gave proof to the I can hold on. Let me type it out. Or got it.
Number
So
one, go slow. There's no rush.
I know.
There's
You know me.
0, 0, 0 rush. I'm putting on music loud enough that we don't hear you anyways.
Thank you. Mm. That's like our club. Our club. We call our club's name is Dead Rabbits MC, and the D and the R is what we usually go by, which gives us which in like most MC world, that's your club number. Like
No,
our club number is 418, so that's 13.
that's pretty cool. Do you know why? Because if you just use the RD or DR or something, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, now I'm really unhappy of something I can't find on my computer. So yeah, so think about it. You said the dead rabbit something or other.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so now put that dead rabbit with the RD or the DR. If you're doing R&D, you're doing research, right?
Yeah.
So you
Wow.
said R&D, didn't you?
D and R. Yes.
Oh,
D
D and
D
R.
for.
I thought it was R&D. I'm sorry. I'm
No, you're
sorry.
fine.
So,
I
so,
mean, you can do it
so,
in
but,
reverse.
and if somebody gets hurt, you call the DNR.
Yes, sir.
So you call the DNR for your R&D for the dead rabbit of the MC squared. So you have
Yes.
two houses, okay? Two houses. They both have MCs on them. Two motorcycle clubs, not against each other, but by the formation that was put upon them in order to run their order of their cycle, to run the rest of the cycles in order to control or abstract the people from into chaos from the perfection,
Oh my gosh.
because this is what's happening in my work, right? In my work, I had learned this story. I created a story in my work that's not true, so I'm just telling a story where everybody since 1776, where it was free for all, they created this association. It was called the 1776 MC Squared Association. Okay. They brought in the narcs, they brought in the arcs through President Lincoln and through George Washington Bridge, Passover into New York. Though Passover is coming up soon, they passed over into New York where they had the underground tunnels. But irrelevant to the fact, for those who are in New York controlling part of the moon cycle system, and I'm talking in parables, of course, and I'm probably going to lose myself, is Abraham Lincoln, Lincoln Tunnel, George Washington Bridge are both also names of electrical equipment.
And you just put all that together like perfectly because that's what our club did. Because we ride under the Outcast Motorcycle Club and we're a support club for them, and they're an all black motorcycle club. Um, and the city was actually kind of like on edge, like the blacks and the whites were not getting along. But when we came into the mix, we united our whole city. Like our whole city of all the motorcycle clubs now get along. We all hang out with each other. We Like none of the 1% clubs actually fight. I mean, we don't get along with the LE clubs too much, but like we all get along really well. And when you said doctor and uniting things, I was like, wait a minute, that made sense. And then I went and did the numbers because the 4th of July celebrates 1776. So they got into that battle in 1857 on the 4th of July, and that's exactly 81 years from 1776.
Wow, that's that motorcycle Harley Davidson 81 Group MC, and that they also had a MAR. I don't know what it was. I have to go back and find it. MAR something. Anyways, whatever they did, it was all star planetary connections, and you have no choice. You guys will always choose within this realm. Do you know why?
No,
Because you're all connected to the same system as the. I'm going to say it in a rude way. Have you ever heard of the IDK?
the I don't care.
Well, no, if you move into the state of Israel, and I'll say it just outright because it comes off of Google. If once you're born in Israel, you have to join the army.
Oh, okay.
It's automatic. You live in Israel, you whatever, you have to join the army. That's number one. That's what it says on Google. Number two, I'm just coming out and saying it right away. The other thing is those who run everything, those who run our system to help the people out and manage a system, clean the snow, and help out those who have nothing and turn everything else upside down. You know those people?
Yes, sir.
Well, those who do the dirty work drive two wheels, and they have no choice.
No, we do because we've actually had the police officers come to us when they tried to do
What I mean is, you guys are above. Really and truthfully, you're all above the law.
yeah, that's what we do. That's kind of how we operate. But we don't do nothing like real bad. Like we're
No,
just like
you don't know. I'm just, and I'm not asking to like. I'm just the reason I interrupted you is because I'm not going really in that direction. What I'm trying to say is, the cyclers are part of the original, the bad ones that broke apart from the cycle group. Now they all joined the ties, right? Those who are on the cycles are telling the truth. That's how they know them so well. That's how they can get in and out of places. They have to show a strong arm. Everybody knows what's going on. Okay. Everybody knows, right? There's a strong arm wearing suits and there's a strong arm wearing the bikes. The ones on the bikes are in semi control of a lot of things, but in reality, without the bikers, right, our government would probably shut down tomorrow. Without the armies, the governments would all shut down tomorrow. If everybody would leave the army, the government's gone.
yes, and that's what we have and a lot of our members are veterans. They all come from the armed forces because they miss that type of brotherhood and they knows what goes on inside of that. So they all come into this world because, I mean, we all and we what we do is we go in what we call we create our things, what we have our own laws that we have, and we don't necessarily agree with what goes on out there in the world because like it's corrupt, it's weird, and it's not fair like you have in the game. Yes, sir. So we try to keep everything fair. You know what I mean? And that's why a lot of people label us as gangs if they want to. But it's one of those situations of like, if you disrespect us, we don't just unfriend you on Facebook. We're gonna unfriend you the old-fashioned way.
And you know what? Bugs Bunny shows us that.
He does. He really does. And Bugs Bunny's like, yeah.
I mean, I've never seen, like, the first time I ever saw two people in bed was on Bugs Bunny.
True, true. Oh my goodness, that's so good. That you just brought back a memory that I didn't know I had. Oh my goodness, it's so funny.
Morning,
Or
guys.
when he would, or when he would cross dress to full Elmer Fudd, like a lady or something. Yeah, first time I ever seen something like that as well. That was wild.
So we're gonna just give me a minute for a minute. Hello, Papa Love. How you doing? And we're gonna give you the floor to speak your piece. You have 900 minutes. Please don't stop.
Morning, how are y'all? Real
Being
quick,
welcome.
are you I'm sorry, are you doing a live like from your shed or your barn or something? Because it seems pretty cold where you're at.
My teacher lives in Canada, brother. That place is cold right
You
now.
know. Okay.
Well, I know, but I mean, he's got a down jacket on, and I'm thinking, that dude's got to be cold doing this live. You know what I mean?
You know what? I can go outside stark naked for 5 minutes. I'm fine. Because I shut off I went, I was gone with the dogs. And for some reason this month, I just want to see why they overcharged me for my heat last month. And I mean, I got charged $189 for heat in 60 days. And I'm saying, wait a second. I said, that's $3 a day. I says, what did I do for I mean, it doesn't seem like a lot, right? Even for
Well,
those
yeah.
who get a rent increase of $20, if you're 20 years old, a rent increase of $20 a year for 20 years is 400. By 12 months is 4,000. Over 20 years is 88,000. So you tell me if that $20 was a lot.
Yeah, it's a
Mine,
lot. When you look at the big scheme of it, it's a lot.
mine was 222 for 30 days.
Wow, and I'm okay. Wait, you're warmer than me. My electricity is probably, I don't know what you pay a kilo. I think we're paying 14 cents a kilo.
I have no idea, to be honest with you. I'd have to look at my bill.
Do you know in Florida? Somebody's
We
here
talk,
from Florida. I want to hear from them what they're paying for their electricity.
but like right now, the I've had my electricity. I've had my heat off for about a month now. After that, and that way I can try to bring the bill down. But it's been like 73 degrees for the past 4 days now.
Okay, well, first of all, you can't bring the bill down. It's all done. It's all over with.
Yeah,
Okay,
that part.
because you
You're
you
right.
know Bill is done. Hillary's gone, so we don't want to bring the bill down. That's an old thing.
Oh, geez.
Well, they
Yeah.
did rename did rename the Oval Office to the Oral Office after Bill Clinton.
Right. Yeah. So yeah, that was like, and every time, I mean, everything's a joke. You know that, eh? I process everything as a big joke. No, but also Donald Duck. He reminds me of a black swan. Who? No, Donald Duck. Like the only reason I'm talking about this is it comes up in my numbers, and if I don't talk about it, if I have to be scared about talking about it, because I was scared to say a lot of stuff back when I started in 2005, and I didn't even know what was going on with the world at that time. So, so
Well, and
that's
like you were saying a while ago about the Bugs Bunny deal and all that and everything, Mickey Mouse is the first erection I've ever seen. And I was like, wait a minute, that ain't supposed to look like that. You know what I mean? But anyway, so yeah, back on what I was saying, when you was on Professor's Live the other day, day for yesterday, you were talking about all these numbers. My dad was a mathematician, and he done crazy stuff with numbers, crazy stuff. And he showed me this thing that I could do, and I won money with it. I won drinks with it. It's fun to do at work and stuff like that. But what it is, it's he'll call out a line of numbers. I'll call out a line of numbers. Then he'll call a line out, and the whole time he's covering them up, right? Well, then at the end of it, he'll tell me, he said, I bet you I can add this up in 5 seconds. I'm like, there ain't no way, and this and that. And sure enough, when he says go, he boom. And I take my calculator out, and I do it, and sure enough, it's dead on the money. I'm thinking, how in the world? And he finally showed me how, And what he was doing was he was taking the second and third line and the fourth and fifth line, adding them up to 9, and all he was doing was taking the top line and bringing it down, adding a 2 to the front of it, subtracting 2 from the end of it, and it would come out right every time.
Can you do it now?
Yeah, I could do it now.
Do you want to do it?
Yeah, we could do it.
I put you. You tell me when you're ready.
Okay.
I'll see if I know it at all. This one.
Okay. So let me get me a pen and paper, and I'm going to show you real quick.
This is awesome. So do we give him
Instructions, codes, games.
Yeah. So, and the thing about it is, it really wasn't no hard thing to it. It just, the fact that he done it so effortlessly, and I'm thinking, wait a minute, do that again, So
That's awesome.
And then once he showed me, I'm thinking, how does that work out? And I don't care if you do it with 3 numbers, 5 numbers, 7 numbers. As long as you do it in an odd amount of numbers, it'll work out every time. I don't care how big the number or how small the number.
So it has to be like 1, 3, 7.
So here, let me turn my camera on so we can see what's going on here. This way.
Yeah, no smoking on this channel, no drinking, no talking.
I'm not smoking. I'm not smoking.
No drinking, no talking, no gum.
No gum.
Right.
Get gum in your hair.
I mean, look at my picture in the background. Doesn't that look like we should all have gummy pictures like that? Look at that. I mean,
Okay.
I like that.
So now here's the thing. Now see if you can watch me here.
okay, I'm turning my
Keep
camera
up.
to the.
Yeah, see if you can keep up, and then you'll like what I'm talking about. Okay.
We can't
So
see.
now-
Can't see your picture.
What? Oh, can you see it now?
No.
Nope.
You have to hit save. There it is.
Oh, sorry about that. Okay. So here's the thing. All right. So we're going to start it like this. Wrong pen. Sorry. Let me get the right pen. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to start with, let's say, 8, 6, 4, 7, 4. Okay. All right. Now we see them numbers, correct? Okay. Now here's the thing. I'm going to cover them numbers. Now what I'd like you to do, sir, is I'd like you to call out 5 numbers between 9 and 2 for me.
7,
7,
5,
5,
6,
6,
6,
6,
3.
3. Okay. So now, them are the numbers you called out. Okay. I'm going to cover them. And then I'm going to call out numbers. I'm just going to say 2. I'm going to say 4, 3, 3, 6. Okay. Them are the numbers I called out. And every time I'm covering up, that way y'all don't think I'm adding as we're going, okay? So call out 5 more numbers for me.
3,
3. Here, I'm going to see if I can do it. Okay,
2,
3, 2,
5,
5. Okay.
2,
2. Okay.
5.
5. Okay. All right. So now you called out them numbers right there. I'm trying to keep them covered as I go.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to call out some numbers. I'm just going to say 6, 7, 4, 7, 4. How about that? Okay. Now, these are the numbers I called out underneath your number. You see that?
6, 7, 4, 7, 4.
Correct. Okay. Now, what's going to happen is, now, as you know, as we've been going, I've been covering them up, so there's no way for me to add this, correct?
Correct.
Okay. When you tell me to go, I'm going to add this up in under 5 seconds. Probably about 3, maybe.
Wow.
So whenever you tell me to go, I'm going to go as fast as I can and add this up and see if I'm correct.
Okay. Did you pull your trailer brakes?
Did I pull my trailer? Yeah, I'm not in a truck, but yeah. Okay. I'm
Go.
parked.
Go.
Done.
Wow.
Look. Now I want you to add that up and see if that's correct, sir.
Wow. That's, I don't know how you did it. 9, 13, 16, 22, 5, 11, 18, 20, 27, 2, 6, 11, 21, 24, 2, 11, 7, 18, 19, 26, 2, 4, 11, 19, 28, 28, 6, 47, 2. Yeah, you're correct. I got the same one.
Correct. Yeah.
Now that was done in 3 seconds?
I think 4.3 seconds. I have to ask my cat.
Okay. Well, that's okay. So here's the thing. What would you say if I told you I didn't even add any of this up?
Okay, so, okay, just let me look. Oh my God, that's crazy. You took, don't tell me you took the first 2 on line 3. You took the number 8 on line 1. You
No,
took the number 6 on line, what?
Nope. This is what I did. Watch this. Remember I called this line out?
Yeah,
Y'all called this one out?
yeah.
I called this one. Y'all called this one. I called this one.
Right.
The reason why I called out number 3 and number 5 is because 6 and 3 is 9, 6 and 3 is 9, 6 and 3 is 9, 5 and 4 is 9, 7 and 2 is 9. 6 and 3 is 9, 7 and 2 is 9, 5 and 4 is 9, 7 and 2 is 9, 5 and 4 is 9. As long as your second and third lines add up to 9, and your fourth and fifth line add up to 9, you minus 2 from that number 4, which is 2. You bring down your 7, bring down your 4, bring down your 6, bring down your 8, and add a 2 to this side every time.
Okay, because when I called,
right, no matter what you do,
when I called out the number, you're gonna have to tell me that again because I was thinking at the same time. I wanted to interrupt you. I kept my mouth closed so I didn't hear everything you said. But I will tell you that on purpose, when I was reading out my numbers, I on purpose went like when you said 8 and 6, I says, okay, I'm going to say 7 in between, in between, in between. And then I noticed, I says, oh my God, is he using the 9 system?
Well, yeah, but the top number does not matter until you're ready to add it all up. What matters is your second and third, your fourth and fifth. You see that?
So hold on, did you say that number on purpose?
Which one?
Let's say you didn't have any number to start with yourself. Where did these 7 and 5? Who was the originator of 7 and 5?
Okay, so watch this. Y'all called that out. I didn't. Y'all did. Now let me explain something else to you. This is really going to blow your mind. I'm only going to do it with 3 numbers. Okay, watch this. Let's go 6, 4, 8. Okay, let's go with 3, 5, 1. Yep.
Okay, and stop right there. Wait a second. Stop right there. Stop. Okay. Stop. Do you know that what you just wrote down is actually the divided sum of the dodecahedron?
Really?
Yeah.
No, I didn't know that.
6480 and 351. 351 is the alphabet. 1 through 26 added is the alphabet. Okay.
Oh wow! Yeah. Now that you just said that, that is.
So area 51, area for Earth 51, holder of our vibration 234. Between 3 and 5 in association. I'm not sure exactly how it goes, but there's an intricacy going on between the oceans, the moon, and the sun. And that's where 3, 4, and 5 come in on one side, to where on the other side it's 1, 2, 3, 4. And remember, when you connect any one of these, the 5 is automatically connected to every single number. The average of every single number when added up together, 1 through 9 equals to 45. The average is 5. So 7 times 5 is the 35. And the moon gate is number 3.5. The cubic gate, the dice cube.
Right. So
so this is just a good, you just pick 2 numbers like that, and they are what make up our planet. So
that's crazy. So what we're going to do is, now that them 2 are summed up, what we'll do is we'll take and we'll go 7, 6, 2. Okay. Then we'll go 2, 3, 7. You see what I mean? Now, here's the kicker. What I want this number down here to be, I want it to be, say, 4, 2, 4. Okay? You see that?
Right.
Okay? So, with that being said like that, well, actually, this is not going to be 4. This is going to be a 6. Sorry.
Not a 9?
Be a 6. And let me tell you why I say that. That's going to be a 6, okay? This is going to be the answer to this. See how I wrote the answer down? But wait a minute. I only got 4 lines. I ain't got my 5th line yet.
Okay. So it has to be a 6.
Well, it don't have to be. The reason why I'm wanting it.
Well, you have 18. You need 26. You need a 6. You need 8. You need an 8. The next one has to finish with an 8.
Well, no. What I'm saying, well, I did that kind of wrong. I could have did a 4 too, but what I'm going to do is, now watch this. This is what's going to blow your mind. I'm going to go 8, 2, 4. Watch this. Do you see this number down here?
Yes.
2426?
Yes.
If you add up all these numbers, this is your answer. Now, how did I do that?
Yes, because the other ones are 90, 90, 99, 999.
Exactly. Yes.
And you know what's funny is there's a story. There's a TV show that got canceled that was telling us this. The thing was Reboot.
Really?
Okay, it came out in the 90s. Okay, I was born into it because my son was born in the 90s and he watched it all the time, and I was very intrigued with everything.
Right.
And then in 2005, when I fell into this, the revelations, I started to have the dreams, the visions. I still do what I mean. People tell me I do a lot of connecting. Like sometimes I'll be reading off some numbers and I'll go down a street being dragged down there by the truth of exactly what you did. Like you're going to now, because you know this on your level, you're going to take this somewhere else. You already know that. Now that you know this, okay, oh, you're the perfect one. Wow. You're one of the perfect rare gems. Okay, glad to meet you. Because now you're going to get this next one. Wow.
Okay.
You're a purebred. Check it out. Give me the answer. Give me the answer.
Oh, okay. Okay.
You just did it. What's the answer?
I just did it.
You just showed all of us. Continue your magic.
Yeah.
Eight.
Yeah, but I'm trying to see what's in your left hand, though. I don't know what that. I'm trying to make that out.
Calculator and a dice cube.
Oh, it's a dice cube.
Yeah, it's just bigger than this.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see it. Oh, okay, I see what you mean.
It's just bigger. And you know what? If I wanted to take it apart, it would be like this.
Oh, yeah. Is that a miniature Rubik's cube?
Yeah.
Check that out. That's wild. That is wild.
So you know the universal, not the universal joint on the shaft, which shows two shafts leading out from the pole position, while the star turns around the shaft into the transmission, from the transmission into the differential, right? Differential transmission, the D and the T. So remember the letters D and T. I work about the alphabet. I need to know where my letters go and what they're doing in different words that we speak in order to break down the purity, how life was supposed to be before they became words. I want to know the alphabet. Teach me about the alphabet. So we have to do reversal word alphabet to understand a little bit more about the word. And even if the word's a lie, doesn't matter.
Right.
They made it into a lie by putting the D instead of the T. That's why no one went to Chicago. They all went to Detroit.
Right. So, another thing my dad told me about that's saying that the numbers that make the word but, he said you don't ever want to use but in a sentence because it's an untrue statement before the word or after the word.
Yes, you're canceling something else out.
Yeah, that's what he said. The numbers cancel out whatever you're doing before it or after it.
Right. So you should be using something else other and also as well, right? And that's where you can see the word A for and also to know that in my work, and it's funny that it works out this way, is because the A, as an A, because in artwork, I can divide the A letter. I can create it, okay, on many dimensions. I can create a right angle, I can create a left angle, and then I can create the one in the center. So it shows me. What's that?
I see what you mean.
So it's telling me a few things. One, it's showing me off into the distance.
Oh,
it's coming from here and it's closing in on the distance. Here, it's closing in on the distance. Here, it's bringing everything to a point.
Yeah.
This is where they get into the argument between flat Earth and round Earth, right? Or the globe.
Right.
Everybody keeps also forgetting that it's a system, because as far as I know, a baby is a round up little thing inside the stomach of a mother. Okay. That's where the baby is being born. It's a baby and it becomes a baby. When do the names change? Like from I'm pregnant to I'm this to I'm not sure, I haven't checked, to I missed my date. So all these things along these lines, even though they're just words, oh, it's just a this that goes on in nature. No, it's a continuous of the indoctrination. I want to use the word indoctrination of as you grow up, what we hear. And I say indoctrination because they chose to use that word for what's going on. Why didn't they use a different word for why the belly is swelling? I want to say it that way, right?
I see
And
what you mean, right.
the word I am goes forward towards the word as impregnate. Is it impregnate or impregnate?
Hmm.
Because if it's impregnate, also the God is of the God of I am. Is it the God of I'm?
Did you know that's called a cross bearing
Cross bearing? Which one's a cross bearing? I'm listening.
on the drive shaft? The thing, part of the where you were talking about that goes into the yoke.
Okay,
Yeah, U joint.
okay.
It's
He's
called a
talking about
cross
the U
bearing.
joint.
Well, the name of it is a cross bearing.
Right, correct. Correct. But I'm saying everybody knows it as U joint, but yes, the correct name for it,
Yeah.
technical,
Well,
for its cross
technically,
bearing.
if you look up universal joint, it's gonna there. It'll pull up something different. But if you actually look up cross bearing, it'll pull up the right part.
You know, I also like that. We can never forget the Flintstones or the Jetsons. That's what I like about my project so much. Is it just keeps me to my best side. You can't be really straight doing any of this work. I mean, you can't be. I mean, you can't just use logical thinking towards
Right.
the illogics of the cartoons that are played before us because there's an in-depth reality that's going on with the Bam Bam. You know what I'm saying? It's not the
Right.
Bam Bam, thank you, ma'am. It's the child, and he's got the little club. So if you ever think of a three clover club, you ever think, you think of a club in the deck of cards and it's got clovers on it. And then we start to understand or start to get indoctrinated with the four clover. And then all of a sudden it's joined the motor club. Wait a second, Bam Bam had a club himself. But the club actually looks like the exclamation point. So is it the club that brings things together that breaks them apart?
Right.
Do you follow where I'm going? What happens with this? See, at first I had a regular club, but at the same time I also have some artwork that shows me, and Cynthia's working on this. I was giving her this information, right? She's really good. She's really up to date on this. Is that I'm going to keep it simple. I'll keep it down to 3 letters, right? So I'm going to keep it down to the simplest. I'm going to keep it down to this. So from this, I'm just trying to see which way I can do this. So from that main one, I was able to do this one, and this one. So then from that, I'm just trying to see how far I should stretch out. Did I stretch out 1? I stretched out 2. I stretched out 2. I stretched out 2. I stretched out 2. From that one, I'll do this. I'll do this. Whoa, look at that. This one happened to go here. And then this one happened to go here. I think I got them like this. So now I'm up like this. Because this is my main one over here. So did you see what's happening now? How the tree of life doesn't only join only the tree of life, but when you start to begin to connect the tree of life, you're going to come up with different geometric shapes. In this one over here, I only started off with 3. So this is what happens to 3.
So sir, do you know who Strand is?
Strand?
Shand?
Sand?
Shand.
Chand. No.
Shand, he's a good guy. He's on here. You might want to take and he's into that, like what different words mean, and when you break them down and take the word that's in the word, where it originated from. And y'all two need to really get together because he's into all that. And he's very knowledgeable. It's crazy what he knows.
Oh yeah, you go back in time. It's as far back as you can go, and along the time I feel. I mean, because I don't know this, I learn a lot of stuff from people who mention other like you just said about Chan. So what I do is I'm going to say,
inviting.
okay, they talk about the letter C inside Chan. Can you tell me anything about the letter C? Well, it's the third letter. If I went to the 360-degree alphabet, it would become the eighth letter. You follow
Okay.
where I'm going with this?
Yes, yes.
And the reason why it's the eighth letter is the entire alphabet shifts 5. I shift the whole alphabet 5. Instead of it being the 1, it goes to the opposite side and it starts on the 6. And everything starts from 6 and beyond. Either
Oh.
you're reducing it or you're increasing it. The thing
Right.
about 6, you do know this. 1 plus 2 plus 3 equals 2. 1 plus 2 plus 3 equals 2. It equals to 6. I did not mention D and E, so it encompasses D and E. So ABC 6 encompasses D and E. Now, since I have 6, my next one after that is D when I'm counting up. And D4 plus 6 equals to 10. 1 plus 0 equals to 1. The alphabet or the numbers inverts, right? The number
Right.
inverts on this. And you have 4 sides on this cube. Have you ever seen that before?
Uh,
You do know that a dice cube comes with 6 sides, right?
yeah.
So that's good. So you do know that a dice cube, okay, has different amounts of dots on each side, right?
Correct.
Now you did show me like a minute ago.
So, like my dad said, the dice cube, the way the dice are designed, whatever the number adds up on one side, the opposite side adds up the same numbers.
So
Is what he
So-
was saying.
if I take this dice cube, the 1 and the 6 is opposite of the,
Oh, I see. Be 7. Okay.
it's 2 is opposite the,
Yeah.
what?
It's going to be the 5. Oh, wow.
So the 4 is opposite the,
Well, that would be the 3.
tick,
Right.
tick, 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 tick. The thing about this is how many sides on the cube?
Yeah, the 6.
How many sides when I hold it this way that go around?
Only 4.
And then I have 2 to the pole.
Oh, yeah.
So if I only have 2 to the
Interesting.
pole, what's up here and down here? Do you know? What's up here and down here?
Okay, so that would be the way you're holding it now. That's going to be
What's up there and down there?
2 and 3.
No, hold on a second. I'm turning this. You see nothing. I just want a logical answer. Now, I'm going to say something and I'm not going to say something. I want you to answer me what I don't say. What's up here and what's down here?
Flat surface, top and bottom.
Okay, good. It's a start, but what's the value?
Well, the value would be 1 top and bottom.
No, I'm not talking what would be the total value of dots?
Oh, the total value of dot it'd be 5.
7.
It'd be 7. Do you have the 4? Oh, you have the 4. Okay, I thought
It doesn't
3.
matter. It doesn't
3 and
matter.
4.
It's always 7.
It's always it is. That's crazy. Now that I think about it like that. Oh wow. No matter what 2 you hold, it's always going to be 7.
Yes, it doesn't matter.
That's insane. That's crazy.
Well, it's just the truth.
Right,
So
correct.
there was, I just want to know if there's somebody else that said they want to come up, did they want to come up or not? I saw they clicked it. I think it was, I can't see it right now. It might have been a mistake. Last time it was, I wasn't sure. So, so if I show you 5, no matter what, I'm holding my finger here are touching 2 different sides. The total of the 2 sides will equal to 7, no matter what I do.
Right.
So since these 2, now what about now? It's 7 and 7.
It's still 7, yeah, because it's 3 and 4, yeah.
So this one is 7. This one is 7. So that means it's 14 around, and it's 7 up and down.
So it's 21 regardless, all the way around.
21 regardless. Blackjack, go collect your money. 1.5 times the wager, which has been reduced.
Oh, that is insane. Oh, I never heard it like that.
No, 1.5 times the wager in blackjack, right?
Right, but what I'm saying is nobody's ever showed me that on the dice, though.
And here's the other reason for 1.5 is because you see the 6 sides?
Yeah.
Well, I'm plugging it in. You don't see one of the sides now.
Oh, yeah.
In hockey, you need the goaltender to play in the back of the net, and then the rest of the players, all the 5 come out.
Oh, man.
Or I put on my tefillin. Well, I'll give you one thing your father would probably like. You probably already knew it. Is he still around us?
No, I'm sorry. He's gone.
Oh, I'm sorry. He's still around.
Okay.
You can't ever say that.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's true.
They're just not living us. But let me tell you one thing. I mean, it's what I've found out for myself that I can go back at any period of time because I can speak the word. And so can you. The word is million, billion, trillion. Wherever you want to go in a question, you can go. There's always going to be some sort of answer or part of history that has been written, okay? Whether it's the truth or the lie, right? You're always going to understand what has been written. Usually I go to history, and history is good because if they continue to say the same lie, we'll understand what the reality and delusion is because of the choice of their words. They kept going back to saying. So whatever they didn't tell us, we had to know there was more to that story. And even if they told us everything, we're always going to find the more to the story by understanding the choice of the words they have chosen. That's going into the alphabet. Even when you go into words as love, what a big word, love, river, crucifix, huge words, huge. There's Jesus, energy, matter. There's huge, huge, huge words. But this is what we're going to do. We're going to play this little game. You already told me, we read some numbers out, did we not? Did we not read some numbers out? You gave me like some numbers here. You started giving me, whoop, hold on a second. Where's my, knock my block off, right? We'll do it this way. Oh my God. I'm like, listen, I'll tell you one thing. My mother said, oh my God, another clumsy one. She blamed it on my father. Okay, so we line them up, right? Here's your numbers.
Well, we did line them up.
Don't we? What? What? They don't even know. I knew they didn't know. I knew they didn't know. Okay, I knew it was a mistake. I heard the background. Okay, so you see the numbers, right? Let me see. I move it this way, move it that way. I don't know, my book's in the way.
2425 is what I'm seeing right now.
Okay, no, you're not.
Huh?
You are seeing 7574.
7574.
Yes.
That's what I'm seeing right now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I see what you mean. I see, okay. Yes. Yes,
Okay.
I see exactly what you mean.
So at the same time, you are seeing 4647.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
4647. On one side, starting from here to here, 4647. Can you read them out?
Yes.
Four and what?
4647.
4 plus what is what?
4 plus 2 is 6.
No, 4 plus what is, no, think about what your dad taught you.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
No,
4 plus 6 is 10.
no, 7 plus 7 plus
7 plus 3. That'd be to get 64. Okay. Are we going? Let's see. It's the 5.
7 plus
7 plus 2.
ding, 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 ding. Bob Barker's
To the
coming
9.
down. Troll 101, win the prize. It's a poppy seed of love. Bring the helicopters down. Ding, 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 ding. Okay, yes, you're right. 7 and 2. Now we're going to go to 4 and.
4 and 6.
Now we're going to go. Wait, I think I turned the numbers. Do I have the
Oh,
numbers
4 and
right here?
5. I see it. 4 and 5. Okay. So you rotated them around. I see what you mean now. Okay.
So
Yes.
5
I
and
see what you mean.
5
Yeah, 5 and 4 is 9. Yes.
and 3 and
6 and 3 is 9.
and
Yeah. Yeah. 4 and 5 is 9. Yeah, I see.
so 7
see,
and
there's-
2 is 9.
got
Okay, the
some writing
numbers,
on the
I think the
screen. I
numbers
can't
are
see the
wrong
lights.
now for some reason.
You spun it 90 degrees.
Okay, so let me spin it back around.
Yes.
Okay, I want you to look at this. Okay, so
Okay.
7 and 2 is 9.
Now that adds up right. Okay, now I see what you're saying.
7 and 2 is 9. 5 and 4 is 9. 7 and 2 is 9. 4 and 5 is 9.
Yes.
Now we go this way.
Same thing.
2 and 7 is 9. 5 and 4 is 9. 3 and 6 is 9.
Yep.
And 4 and
Four
well,
and
how's
five.
that? I did what? I don't know. I think I messed up. Something's wrong. I messed up. My numbers are wrong on this side. I think I turned one.
You spun that one around. That
This
was the
one?
number 2. I think
Nope.
it was the other one.
This one?
The back 3, where the 3 is.
The white one.
Okay, hold on a
White
second.
one.
Let me look what it says. 4647 should be 5352. I should have 5352.
Yeah, the white one. Yeah, there you go.
3 5 2. Okay.
Right.
Okay, so this is, let me see, 72547254.
Now, on the back side of that, we have 5242.
Whoop.
You say it's been see?
5 and 4, 3 and 6, 4 and 5, 7 and 2. Perfect. So now I have 7777. But I also have something else. This with what? Do you remember what we just did? You see they're all 9s?
Yes.
Now we're going to play a different game. Changing the game. You've been upgraded. Boop, boop. Upgrade coming in. Okay, I'm just trying to see if I have already something pre-written. Because I'll blow your mind with the alphabet, the ABCs. You know, we're born in the double negative black sun area of space. When Eve gives a rib, when Adam gave a rib to Eve, do you know what happened? He moved away.
What? He moved away?
He moved away in order to liberate a rib.
Okay, so
Here's the
Yeah,
ribs.
real quick, that you're talking about that. My dad always said that that's not the way we got the word woman.
Well, the woman is, I mean, I don't know the way they got it. Okay. I mean, they say we got it from the womb. They say we got.
Yeah. Well, let me tell you what he meant. What he meant was, you got to take in perspective that the Creator, God, out of all the beautiful things that He's created, if you would think about Him creating a female, and when He created Eve, for a fact that she probably didn't have a blemish one or nothing nowhere. And my dad always said that when God made Eve and she stood up, Adam looked at her and said, "Woo, man." So it was kind of
Oh, but that's funny. Did you just say who man?
Yeah, woo, man.
Oh, but it does say like woman. Well, instead of putting the H, Okay, now listen to this. You have to understand this, okay? Instead of putting WHO for who, taking away the H, also noted that within the word EIGHT, which is the woman is the holder of the womb of the eight of the one child to be born, only to become that child upon the breath of the spirit of the creator. So that's what the woman holds. Also to note that in the deck of cards, the queen has 8 eyes, the jack has 6. Okay, the jack is that birth coming in through the woman. Okay, to be come into this world airborne, taking on the breath of the Father, like each and every one of us. The WO without the H, and like the 8, which is the H in the alphabet, it comes along with the T ending its word. So when you say 18, you bring in EEN instead of TEEN. And when you say seventh, adding on TH, that with 8 or eighth, you only add on the H. When you want to say 80 in French, you will ignite this word as saying 4 times 20. When you want to say 90 in French, you will say 4 times 20 plus the distinction of understanding the realm of the Capricorn and how the Capricorn stone works. And upon the seventh day, to where you come into life, the breath of and the seventh day of rest, where you are breathing the air of the Creator, that this Capricorn stone lays to rest, that when you pass away, they lay the headstone, right? The gravestone on top of you, the Capricorn stone, it represents the pentagram, it represents the 5 star of the life that associated you between the sun, the moon, the ocean, blah, 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 and the rest of that. It's the E world, it's a half world, it's a half life, right? We have to associate
Right.
our capacity to breathe, to think, to connect to the breath of the Creator. We are only the extension or the extension of an arm, of an extra breath. We are human as we have free will and choice, but this choice without the breath can be taken away from us at any point. We all rest in peace, and our IP address for the resting in peace. The Jews who follow the moon, who talk about the soul as being an animal soul, that on the day of creation, on the 6th day of Genesis, we come into this world not upon just the 6th day, but after animal has come, when they brought land, animal, and man, and both in the land, animal, and man is a double amper sound, which means the amper sound is found on the 7th key through the 7th gate into the heavens, born into the 6th body, which will now occupy the mind, the moon, the sun, the heart of all creation. That's who we are. 6 and 1 and 2 creation, right? We're the men of the
Right.
moon. We're born of the moon and the sun. We've been divided
Yeah.
up into this world. So to make a long story short, back to number woe for woman again, the W for 23 is a part of the our beta creation from the Father. The reverse alphabet of W is D, and D
Right.
is where everything splits apart, and O, um, there's a few things. The connecting world that we live in, the O world, is also noted to be the water world. It's the 15th letter, 1 through 5, brings on the 432 vibration. The 432, or 3 days of 144, equals the 432, bringing on the Trinity. We must bring on the Trinity. And before anything moves upon, prior to movement of the Trinity, okay, is that 432. That's your first cycle. Once we move, the Trinity becomes like this, and then like this. And lo and behold, we have the 12 zodiac signs. Understanding the cardinal signs as well is how this spins. 3 sides, and the floor
Right.
creates the fourth side, the tetrahedron. Understanding a little depth into our, into these
Oh
images that we
yeah.
create.
That's interesting.
I found it
Wow.
interesting too. I can't understand things until I design them, you know?
Right.
And I don't think even God is the magician this God is, right? This God is only the magician to be able to create by the boundaries of the area space, right? It only creates, and we're living in those boundaries right now. So all these
Right.
numbers, all this artwork, all these geometric shapes are what has been embedded, what has been delivered to us, what is of fairness, right? Like the number 8, when they say 80 in French, they're saying 420s. But you know what the craziest thing is when they say 81.
Let's see, 420. That's April 20th.
Right. They say 420, communication 420, right?
Right.
THC.
Yes.
Isn't, don't you find that cuckoo?
Yeah, that's when you just sound like, wait a minute.
Did you know that there are 17 areas, okay, in TH? I'm putting on a little music. I wanna get my hot tea. I want to take a 2-minute break if you two like to talk. Otherwise,
Yeah,
I'm
that's
putting
good.
on 2 minutes of music, and we're getting back to these dice again. I want to discuss. I believe that if we can find the finite of understanding the numbers in the alphabet, and we start to understand what million is, it starts with MI. That billion starts with BI, and they both end with LION. The lion, is it Leo the lion? Is it lion, the sea creature from the Arctic? Which lion or tiger or beast may it be? So we have to play the symmetry of it all. We have to understand our what we're playing with, the verbs, the adverbs, and everything that goes along in the English class that we learned that we didn't want to learn. Now is the importance to use it, because now is the time we can have fun with it, right? Using things that they used on us, like things for or against us in the Bible, even things of history. We can play with history by going back to English class. And if you're French, we can do it with French. In fact, don't leave out the French language, and don't leave out Spanish either. You can't leave anything out. Everything has
Right.
a little piece and part in their own language. And don't forget, if you mix all the colors together, you get what they call the bastard color. So in the bastard is more information than anything else, because it has more of a mixture. It has more
Yes.
soul within inside of it. We're going to take like a 3-minute break. It's going
Okay,
to
go ahead.
So it's
Yeah.
going to take 210 seconds for a 3-minute break. You ever see the way it is? We have a sports game coming up. It's a 60-minute game, and they're going, hey, it's an hour and a half. I'm here. It's not half over. What's going on? It's a 60-minute game. So not everything is exactly what it seems to be, but relevant
That's
for the
right.
factor of the actuality that you're in. So now you understand what a 60-minute game is. Might take 4 hours.
Right.
I was only driving 60. Yeah, but so was your buddy next to you. That was 120. So it's an average of 60. Okay, so let me put on just a little song of some sort, and then, or you guys want to juggle between yourselves?
Yeah. Well, we better. Yeah. We would like to talk and
Okay,
get that
talk.
noise
Let's see
made.
if anybody wants to come up here. Let's see what we can do. I'm gonna. Let's see. Okay, I know we can invite this one over here, and who else wants to get on? Who else wants to get? Oh, we have this one over here. Anybody else? I'm gonna just send it all up. Whoever wants to come on, it's up to you. And I'm going
Well,
for a 5-minute break.
I'm not a mod, so I won't be able to do anything with it. So.
Oh well, yeah, but I just opened them up, so whoever comes up, everybody can talk. I think you can control your own mic.
Yeah, I got my own mic, but
Seems like we all had our own mic, and back in the '80s, we all had Mikey on the cereal box.
yep, that's right. Mike could try anything.
Oh my God, you're old.
Hey, don't say that too loud.
You're old. You were bold. You got scolded when you were young. You had fun. You went out. You had
That is
seasons in the
correct.
sun.
And I had to be in when the street light come on.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I don't know if many of you know, but back when you're going into the '60s, not all the street lights came on all the time. So
That's
we were
right.
like lost in space.
Yeah, I'm 53, so
33?
53.
Oh my God. Babies are in the house. Oh, I'm so happy to be so old.
Somebody come up. Somebody come up. Who? That's.
Hello, Cynthia Thunt. You know what your name reminds me of? Thursday.
Yeah.
Thursday. Every
Yeah, there's
time,
a secret. There's a secret hidden in my name there.
I know,
There is?
because she's part of the Hunt brothers.
Oh.
She sounds like one of those
You
new
need to
age.
catch up. You need to catch up.
Is your ketchup made by Heinz or by
Hunt.
Heinz and Hunt's. Yes, I prefer both.
you prefer
I
both?
prefer.
Do you know what Hunt's driving school was doing back in the '60s and '70s? Well, the Hunts, the owner operator, I think, and they ran a lot for Walmart back in those days, if I remember correctly. And they told their drivers, "Don't worry, just drive. I'll pay the ticket. Don't worry, I know the judge. I'll get you out of it. We need that stuff delivered." You know, that's what I remember about those days. Man,
Wow.
that road, getting out, you know what it is, getting on the road and learning what other people know, like the harder life, how it is to be home like maybe once a week or once every 10 days if the DOJ or whatever doesn't catch you. Okay, I'm just going to pump a few things out there. All the smartest people, okay, bear witness to the greatest loan program that has ever been created in the US of A and in Canada. It's that if you're the brightest of all students or the best of anything, right? For some reason, the schools are just willing to help you out. But if you're a little bit of that undergraduate and can't afford the extra help by the teacher or the homeschooler at home, well, tough luck. You have to, try harder than anybody else. We're not going to give you one penny to make it along.
That's right.
Just the way I don't think.
Is Forbid still on here?
Go ahead. Yes, forbidden.
Forbidden. There it is. Okay.
Come.
I'm just checking to make sure you're still on there.
It's a free for all.
Morning, Cynthia. Well, and good morning,
Hello.
Ron.
Grand Rising.
Yeah.
I'm just reading his troll. This person is a troll 101. Laugh out loud. A tea roll, is that where it came from? Just a tea roll for the die?
Probably.
But no, it wasn't only that. It was yesterday. There was somebody trolling. There were 4 or 5 people that came on to Professor Raffi, I think it was.
Yeah.
Were you there?
Professor Rakia. Yeah.
Yes, so there were 4 people that came on trolling, and I sat down. I'm sitting and I'm listening, and I'm saying to myself, "Does anybody really know that these guys are trolls?" Because right, and I'm sitting, I'm going to myself, well, maybe they're not, but so far impossible. And whoever was speaking, trying to explain to them certain things they were asking, and then once they sort of got answered one, they were off onto something else. So I knew right away what their agenda was. Just drag this all the way around in a circle, but never get to the core of anything. Because I pick it up very easy right now. It's like every time I get on a channel, I can tell right away. Like I know when certain people come on. Don't forget, not only the trolls that come on, but those that have their own agenda. And I know because I do it myself. I have my own agenda on every single channel I go. One of the things about my agenda, and we're 10 here, so if you learn about me, you can warn everybody. I will tell you, I'm very upfront. I always relate everything back. I'm hoping somebody talks about the zodiac. I'm hoping somebody talks about astrology and the zodiac and planets and shapes and sizes or anything to do with a mixture of numbers, 852 hertz. It doesn't matter. I want to get involved and give more directive if it has any meaning to the group, if they want to listen to me, because nothing is easy to understand when it comes to numbers. Right.
Right.
Even, I mean, because there's a lot of depth and reality, and I'm not even finished myself. I'm still learning, but I understand a lot of the algorithms and equations that come up. Like if you told me a radio dial 99.8, or if you told me centimeters to inches, I know that if you told me centimeters, I know the upper scale can run in inches. I know if one can run in inches, is this an element that can run in milliliters? Is this something that runs in miles? Is it too large of a constant that it now runs in miles? So instead of saying inch, I'll now say miles. So now if I say miles and millions, they both start with MI. So now I'm going to say, hey, that word, is going with this. It's going with this. Where else do I use MI? So, and now I'm going to start to understand the MI, and now I'm going to try to singulate this and use just the letter M. I already know if I go back a couple of thousand years, M was used in Roman numeral 1000. I know mathematically in to easily connect to that 1000, it's 10 by 10 by 10. So I automatically know that 3 X's in Roman numerals will create the 1000. So I know the primary of numbers is going to come through X's. Another primary of numbers that comes through is when things are counted by tens.
Right.
10 and 5 are two distinct realities. It's 5. Double 5, it becomes 10. I know 5 is half a 10. I also know that the number 5 is used to break anything in half. So I'm trying to understand whether 5 is a divider between two sides, or is 5 the center of something in its own. What's that?
No, I'm listening.
So you understand that there's such a dynamic to numbers. And my question is it 28 or 82, or are they the same?
They're the same.
Okay, 2 times 8 equals?
10.
2 times 8 equals?
16.
8 times 2
7.
equals?
16.
8 plus 2 equals?
10.
10.
Yeah.
2 plus 8 equals?
10.
Okay, so I'm going to show you an equation.
That was 52 you just called out.
Oh, I like that. 5 reverse 2 equals to 7.
Yep. That's what you just did. I mean, everything you just did there, if you add it all up, it's 52.
So this is what I just showed you. Check this out. You told me it was the same, right? Hold on, let me get this guy down here for a second.
Well, I didn't know you were doing star math, but
Well, I didn't even do star math. I sort of did it. How do I get this off?
One.
Oh, I can't get this down.
oh man, I liked looking at the troll though.
Well, I'm
Yeah,
just going to take it down. Okay, hold on.
See, when I saw the
So
word
look at it
troll,
this
I
way.
thought
Look, take
bridge.
your green screen off, and then it dropped.
Oh, what do I do?
You go to your camera, and then it's going to ask for effects. Just take and push your green screen.
I did.
It's not coming off when you push your green screen. It
No.
should come off and go back to your normal thing. Huh.
So funny.
There,
Oh, wait
there
a
you go.
second. Okay. So
There
here,
you go.
when I said 2 8s, here's 2, and I did it 8 times. Here's 8, and I did it twice. 8, 2, 2, 8.
Wow. That's crazy.
It's cuckoo, eh? You remember we spoke about 420?
Yep.
Well, do you know that this is the time I take my break, not to forget about this? So I'm going to talk about this. I'm going to talk about also number 11. Maybe Cynthia wants a big screen, show everybody number 11.
Oh,
or wait
yeah.
till I come back.
11 times 11 is a big conversation.
Yeah?
Yeah. 11 times 11 is a big conversation.
Oh, that's too
Hey,
funny. That's too funny because I kept putting 1 and 1, 1 and 1.
yeah, I know exactly.
What about 999,999? And then you tell your mother, if I was 1 in a million, I would disturb the planet. Because in reality, you will disturb the planet.
That's true. That's
Why?
wow.
Because if I was the one that jumped into 999,999, I would have to spread the board to add in the million area. And that's another thing about Thunt. It starts with 1,000. And then another thing is the fox hunt. So now they're out with the horses. So now and you know what the crazy thing is about the fox hunt and the horses is that the numeric value of creation of alpha beta creation father is 65, which is the numeric value for horse, 56, 65. And it's crazy. It's just crazy. The word 3, I mean, for me, and 7, okay, equal 56, 65. The word wolf equals to 56. And why I say it's crazy is because the air sign is the 3rd sign and the 7th sign, and they both retain the same number. And why are they the reverse of 1, 2? You want me to show you the reverse? Did you see the 1, 2 here? That's the lowest you can go on a dice. Is that true or false?
That's that'd be true. That's
And then
low.
this side?
That's the highest you can go on it.
Right.
Yep.
So this is your 6511 to your base creation of 1 and 2.
Right. So real quick, now that you're starting to do that, now let me tell you why the numbers below 9 is significant. If you take your calculator real quick, and if you would take and add 1 through 8 plus 8 through 1
72.
adds up to all 9s.
Yes, 72. Yes. And also adds up to the Hanukkah candles too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 plus 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, it's 99.
999,999.
Yes, correct. Yes, correct. That's right.
Do you want to see something crazy? Did you see this?
What is that?
This is the Mayan 713 wheel cycle of their clock.
Oh, wow.
Do you see the number? You see the number over here?
Yeah. Oh, yep. There it is.
It stops at 999,999.
Oh, right. That number is all the numbers on the calculator besides 9 if you leave it out.
Right. And guess what? That's your 13th moon. Look at that.
Oh, no, that's very interesting.
And you know who the seventh day is? Look at the number on the seventh day.
Same thing. Whoa.
But the numbers aren't the same. Do you know why? Because this one's the last number here on 7, right, is 7, right? So what would you divide it by?
What's that, sir? I'm sorry.
What would you divide the 999.99 by? What would the number be divided by?
I'm saying you divide that by 21, correct?
By 7.
By 7.
This is number 7, and this is Roman. This is 7 in Maya talk.
Mayan, right?
This is number 13 in Mayans. 5, 10, 13. The heart of 13 is 6 and 7.
Oh yeah.
When
There's
I
that
said
R you were talking about yesterday.
So that's a dot and a dash. That would be kind of like an old Morse code in a way, huh?
What's a Mayan number?
yeah, dot and a dash. Also the letter I. Very good. Very good to bring that
correct.
up. Waken us. So do you see this square in the center?
Yes.
Okay, well, that wasn't a square when it began. It was actually just this. I put the other slide on. So I put a rib and a rib and a rib. So Adam gave Eve a rib or took one away.
Oh, yes.
When you take a rib away, right? When you add a rib or give a rib to Eve, what you do is either you put a line or you add a line. When you add a line, right? When you add a line, I'm just going to see if I can get this done properly. What happens is every time I add a line here, it shifts the center. If I put another line, the center of this reality,
it goes further back. Yeah.
it'll be over here. So this is what I understood is Adam giving a rib as shifting his position in the house.
Ah.
And also to note, we also just to add this in, you can't forget the pig and the chicken.
Right.
Because the pig, you eat the ribs of the pig, you eat the ribs of the cow, the beef rib, the pork rib. But when it comes to the chicken, what's that?
You don't eat the chicken rib.
No, you eat the chicken breast.
That's right.
And they have no nipples. Remember that. Chickens have no nipples.
That's correct. That's right.
Very important to understand that.
Yes, that's right. So, hey, real quick, I got to drop down because I'm at work, but I'm going to come right back up in about 5 minutes.
As long as you know what those words mean, green eggs and ham. Okay, cheers. Speak to you a little bit later, Poppy. Papa.
Yeah, Papa loves them. All right. Y'all take care.
And don't do the end of your name backwards because it's them, which is meth, which we have to disapprove instead of approve the love of the Papa seeds.
Okay, I'll do that. Okay, wait a minute. Hold up. I can't go nowhere. Say that again, what you just said. I got to hear that one more time.
I don't. I'll do my best to understand that the Papa loves them. That when you read it backwards, it becomes the meth of the Papa seeds that you give on to them.
Okay, so what that stands for is I have 11 grandchildren. Okay, so yeah, exactly. So yeah, so Papa loves them all. You know what I mean? It's just a saying we do around the house and stuff and everything. It's just
11 times 11 times 11 times 11 is 14, 641, 565. Gather them all up. It's back to 1111. Climbing
Wow.
up the ladder of Abraham's house. Grandpa can only share with you his wisdom.
That's very interesting.
But my mother says that my mama says Grandpa knows nothing.
Okay.
I remember my father told me that there's a lot in nothing, never to forget. So I guess Grandpa's very intelligent. I love the way Mummy says so many good things about Grandpa, the good for nothing.
Yeah, ain't that something? They're always good for nothing, but they know everything. It's kind of strange. All right, so yeah, I got to drop, but I will be back up shortly. Y'all take care.
Have a good day.
And you know what's funny about this house is when I look at Cynthia's name, it reminds me of this motor oil of some sort. So for a toot something motor, forbidden. You know anything about that?
Synthetic motor oil.
Is that what it reminds? So Thursday thunts on the hunt for the fox. So there was a fox hunt also. So why I mentioned that before. The fox hunt. What is it with the fox hunt? The horse. What's going on? What was going on with that? And who does that?
A lot of that was a tradition back in the early, I believe, early 1900s too, as well as the 18s. It was a royalty thing.
So
Like the dukes.
equestrian horsepower, and everybody knows where the penicillin comes from, right? Because I don't only like to do numbers because when I'm doing numbers, I mean, just like I know you do already, both of you, it's and I also have to tell this for others who are not on the panel. What do words have to do with numbers? Words are the numbers. The selection of the alphabet to go along with the word used. For me, I have to look at it as it's done on purpose, right? What gave it the validity to use the M letter first in this word? And not only that, I would have to break it down through, is it a person, place, a thing? Is it through an expression? Was it an adjective or an adverb? Like sometimes we might use an adverb that might start or end, or word endings. You know what I'm saying? So let's see if we can get that into also the conversation. And this is more of a free for all, but yet I'm still going to jump in here and interrupt everybody and talk about numbers again. I'd love him to come back because what he missed is how what he was showing us, the association of 9, now we'll show him the association with 11. Right, Cynthia? Right, Forbidden?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, I was sure he was going to say something right away. Oh, wait a second. He's gone. Let's talk behind his back.
Oh man.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I mean,
While he's sitting there carrying the boxes right now, he can't hear us with his earphones on.
He did have the 86, 47, 74.
Yeah, I found that really weird, eh? How he came up with those numbers right away. That was really weird. That was like a calling.
That's what I said. So I was like, wait a minute, why'd you choose those numbers?
Yeah, that was really crazy. You know what? I put does anybody know about, do you guys know about the computer screens? I got my old computer to work on my screen, but everything is like sort of too big, and it's not by making it smaller, it's distorted.
Is it the pixels?
Yeah, I think it's the pixel. Can I go to display settings, graphic properties? Yeah, the pixels are all off.
You should be able to. It should be like
My other screen is this big. This screen is this big.
It could be like 760.
Display settings. Let me see. I popped it up. Let me see if it pops up. Oh, it's popping up on my lower computer. I have to. I didn't want to play with it now. And did I ever leave this seat to go warm that water that I'm going back to warm again?
No, sir, you did not.
I am so mad at my hot water for turning cold on me. Every
You are.
time I show up, I'm hot. Come and get me. I'm coming, dear. I
Every time I
show
get in
up, it's cold again. Every time, every day for the last week. I'm coming. I keep saying that, and when I show up, it's cold.
every
Something's
time we
going.
get naked in the bathroom, the shower gets turned on.
Oh my gosh.
And you know what?
The
Down
water
the
breaks.
drain with everything.
And then the water breaks.
Down the drain with everything. Down the drain. Do you know what I have in common with everybody in my town?
Um,
Super Mario down the pipes.
That's right.
Mario.
All down the
Mystic
pipes.
baby.
All of what you put in the toilet goes down the pipe and to the center city. I can go to that center city, plug in, and see what everybody in my town is doing right now.
And then everybody drinks the water.
Oh no, let me tell you one thing. Nobody's drinking water the way I do. If I don't turn out to be a candle by the time I reach 70, I swear I'm gonna turn into a candle.
Oh my goodness.
I swear. Do you want me to show you why? I got bottles of water from 2020. My
Oh,
toilet,
wow.
but the thing is, my toilet paper is older than my water.
That mean, yeah,
I had no idea, but in 2020, I didn't buy, but in 2021, I bought, I think, 3 big bags of 30 toilet paper. So like 90. Now this is
Wow.
3 years later and I still have 90. So I must either I'm using the neighbors or, and I still have toilet paper I put away from the first days when I started this project because there was never enough. And I had to get my boss to put new toilet paper in the bathroom. He used to run out of hand towels because I used to write on all of them. By the time I was ready to clean up, I had more writing on that than anything else. I told him to deliver me more. He says, use the stuff you have. I says, it's already been taken care of. I wrote on every single piece of paper in the shop. And you know, when you're in welding, you have the welding chalk.
Yes.
Well, the welding chalk for the metal to write on the beams.
Soapstone?
What's that?
Soapstone?
Yeah, the soapstone. So I've written everywhere. I've got videos. I mean, I've got soapstone videos writing on the welding table from what's that?
I can only imagine.
Oh yeah, listen, I'm out here for 20 years, so
I do that at work too. Like if I'm at work and I think of something, I'm always grabbing something like it. It could be like if I was doing drywall mud, it could be like the drywall tape that it was paper, so I'd write on it and yeah, I whatever I could.
yeah, what I like is a lot of dimension. So I have to take this off. I was where's yeah, so Cynthia, so you remember you were talking like if you want to do some stuff on stars, right? I'm just gonna give you this in basic. We can square off, it doesn't matter what size circle, right?
Well, I did have a question too, though. I was going to ask, like with Heinz on the keypad, when you apply that to the keypad, do you add up all the numbers to get, like when you line that up with the keypad over the 1 through 9, just like with the H?
Yes, yes, yes.
Those sums work together, right?
Yes,
They
yes,
create-
yes, yes. Every member works in individuality. When you multiply it, you can change its realm, its box. Multiply, choose any number right now. Or just give me a minute. I'm going to choose a number, 1. I want to do a number 1. You choose a number. When I get back from my number 1, you tell me what your number 1 number was. So,
Okay.
and the thing is, the bathroom is never the pound for me. I love the pound key. You take your canines to the pound, and we use the pound, okay, on the telephone. It's the telephone pound key.
Ah.
Yeah,
But they sell it by the
I did
pound,
mine.
they sell it by the ounce, they measure it by the moon grams. 28.
Oh. See, that's something that I was doing earlier too, because like I was taking the moon and Pluto, and I was doing the differences between them, and I found that Pluto is 720 or 729 miles smaller than our moon.
Wow, that is cuckoo. Where did you get this number from?
A dream.
Wow, 9 by 9 is 792. The Earth diameter is 7920 or 7290, but it doesn't matter because the Mayans of their long count are 25,920. That if you take the 25 in front of the 25,920 and just use the 920 and take the 25, 2 and 5 is 7, it becomes 7920. The Mayan long count actually becomes the size of the planet Earth.
And then what I was getting in my dream was like the Pluto is our original moon.
Oh, I still think Pluto's our original moon.
Me too. Like that's what it told me, and I did the numbers on it. Like it told me to do the numbers in gematria on it. That's where I got all the other numbers. And remember when I was learning about the 369, we were in that live, and I was like, oh, whoa, wait a minute, I got this thing for 369. That's how I figured that out. Because then I figured out the that's where I got the also. Then I just figured out the other day that I was using the crystal spiral because when I got the letters and the numbers, I used the crystal spiral to put the numbers and the letters together, and that's how I got a name that uh Yeshua originally called God, and I didn't know that until I did those numbers, and I found it in Hebrew. I found it in Sumerian Hebrew, and yeah,
Hey,
and
when you said Jeshua was God, when you're because you're talking to me, right? And I only understand some points and perspectives of this, but there's others in here. So can you like just expand on? I know you're getting to a bigger story, but just
yeah.
expand on it. I have to go make a pee pee. I'm listening from a distance.
I'll wait till you get back so you can have your tea too. Get your hot water because you're in hot water. Ha.
Yeah, I know Pluto works with the moon because Pluto
Very
is
well.
the dog and man's best friend is the dog.
Yes, ma'am. And
Pluto the dog.
uh, and when I was putting them together, that's how I got the 369. I've got the math downstairs. It came out really interesting because and then I had learned about the crystal spiral from somebody else, but I kind of blew it off. It's like nah, Fibonacci, whatever. And then I found out like the other day, because I had to go through this thing about like another elevation of mine about learning about like a person's rage inside of themselves being actually sacred because the rage can create change, but it shouldn't be used in a careless manner. It has to be used properly and not like you just don't lash out at people for no reason. Of course that's terrible, but I was
Oh,
learning
I
about.
like that you mentioned the crystal spiral though, because not a lot of people know about that.
Yeah, I didn't know about that, but she tried to tell me about it. That's why I had to put it in my. I had to eat my humble pie yesterday.
Yeah, it's
And then,
great.
and then I learned yesterday. Oh, check this out, Cynthia. Um, the crystal. They put the crystal spiral in our face the whole time, and we didn't know it.
Oh, I know. I know. You see what a lot of the stuff that's being revealed,
Yes. Do you
it
know?
was hidden away
Do you know
for
how
the
far back
revealing.
they put it in the movies? You know which movie they
Oh
put it
yeah.
in? They put it in the dark. They put it in the Dark Crystal.
Yeah, the Dark Crystal, that is a documentary about us
It
and the
actually
age of the Great Awakening, the alignment of the planets and everything to know when. That's like right now.
because I was told I like I well I got a
Have
bunch
you
of
watched? Okay, watch The Lord of the Rings,
yeah I have it too.
and yeah, and watch the one with the two towers
Yes,
because
ma'am.
the names have meanings, and that's all applied to us. It's a
Well,
story about us. You're every single character, just like in the movie The Wizard of Oz. You're every single character there too.
well, that's like I didn't know my DVD
It's
player
the
had
same
been
thing with the
running.
Bible. When you read the Bible, you're every single character as well.
That,
It's
that's
all
like
about you.
that's like I didn't know my DVD player had been playing, and when I went over to it and I found that I started looking at movies because I had this like tugging to watch Kung Fu Panda because there was some interesting things that I needed to learn in that.
Oh yeah, there's a lot in that too.
Yes, because the first part of the Kung Fu Panda, whenever he's talking to Master Yugui, and he says Sifu's talking to him, and he goes up to him and talks to him while he's doing the candles and stuff, and he shows his impatience when he blows them all out while Yugui's trying to just blow them out one by one, and he says Tai Lung is about to escape, and he was like okay, so he looks at the duck and he tells the duck hurry up and go over there and double all the guards. But then you catch it in the movie that if he had never sent the duck, then the duck's feather would have never failed to where Tai Lung could have got the feather to unlock all of his restraints.
Mm-hmm.
So he says, he looks at him before that happens, and he says, often in the path of trying to stop your destiny, a man also, a person will always find themselves and actually in the path of their destiny.
Yeah, you fulfill it that way.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I
Yeah,
was
see,
looking,
all these movies, and see, pay attention to the names, because a lot of these actors, these are not their real names, these are their stage names.
yes, ma'am.
It's because they've accessed the bond.
Hmm.
And you need to know their names are numbers, and their numbers are fulfilling the script. There is
That's
a
like,
grand script.
oh,
If you want to do any like true gematria matrix
Jack Black.
research, you should look up Nero's Circus, because that's the play right now. Nero's Circus is the play.
Gotcha.
And it shows you, it'll, when you look that up, it'll show you all the words with all the numbers. Then you need to know those numbers are going to open up doors to show you how the script is being played out on the television,
Yes, ma'am.
right? Because it's telling you visions.
It does,
These are all to help with the awakening and everything.
because when I went to go look at Kung Fu Panda, the Dark Crystal jumped out at me, but I didn't want to watch it yet, and I don't know why. I was like, not yet. So I had to watch that one. I had to watch Kung Fu Panda.
Yeah, the Dark Crystal, that works in line with the movie, because see, Jim Henson,
Yes.
his name is a number. So all his stuff is going to correlate to his number, and his stuff with the Dark Crystal, that works alongside the play of The Labyrinth.
Yes, it does. And when the weird thing about that was like after I went from Kung Fu Panda, I got that information. Then
Yeah,
it
these were
jumped.
teachers. These were teachers of like occult knowledge, which the word occult doesn't mean anything bad. It just means hidden.
Yeah.
Like if you study Italian, Tagpans was mentioning earlier about all the languages and how they work together.
It's
And
also
we
like
know this because of the constellations, but you know that Italian, the word hidden means occulto.
occult gnosis,
Yeah, it's just hidden away.
the hidden
And
knowledge.
so when we are the diggers, we're the discoverers, we're the time travelers, the unravelers, we have to become the dog god, right?
Yes,
And
ma'am.
we have to start digging. And that's one way we do become the god. We flip the script from the dog to the god. We start digging and we start discovering.
Looking for the-
And truly, our life is a great story because we come here, we forget, but in time and due season, we recall and remember.
And that goes back to Mr. Tagpan talking about like we were talking about the skull earlier, and he said he want to talk about bones. So it's the dog looking for the bone.
Yeah, and so you're the cross because you have your crossbones. You got your skull and crossbones, and that's the 33 ladder, and that's pertaining to your spine.
You
And
remember
your skull's the Holy Grail. Your skull upside down. If you was to take your skull and turn it upside down, and you have your vertebrae pointing up, you would be like a tree that has sprouted. So when you come here and you live, and then you die. And of course, we know the die is connecting with the Jack in the Box. That is the dice. It's part of the Paradise Earth.
And that
Right?
was,
And then we're planted. We're planted.
and that makes sense because like when you pointed out my tattoo on my hand, the skull or the fox with the crossbones.
Yeah. Yeah. See, I totally feel like you're supposed to be here because we've been talking about the fox forever.
Right. And that makes sense now because like I mean I got that tattoo in 2016. So like it's been and then when you was like, you got a fox on your hand? And I was like, yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
everything happens for a reason, and I truly believe every person that's in your path, in your life right now, they're supposed to be there.
And you
They're,
and when
they're
you
either
when you
going to
said
serve
that-
as a good example for you or maybe a negative example, but even their negative example is a good example,
yes, ma'am.
because it gives you a perspective. So, that's why I always say to a lot of people when they're talking about good and bad, everybody's weight and measures is different.
And the other movies that had me
Good
watching
to you
were-
could be bad to me. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yes,
it's all in how we're weighing things.
and that's like the other movies that had me watching was The Hunger Games, and there's 4 movies in that series. And I started them exactly on March 23rd.
Yeah, now see, that's a reality right
Yeah,
now.
no, yeah, for real. That's why it had me watch it because it started on March 20. Okay, the movie came out March 23rd, 2012. I started watching these movies exactly on March 23rd this month. And then it told me to, and then after I got to the very like first next to the last movie, the third movie, that's when I got the gnosis for the crystal spiral. And then when I got the gnosis for the crystal spiral, because it includes 0 and it gives you 13 numbers to work with instead of just 9.
Yeah.
So I was like, wow, wait a minute, hold on, 13's huge. So I
Yeah,
was like,
seeing in the New Age community, they're teaching about how we become the crystalline hearts, the crystal hearts, and they've created a whole different reality for the ET side. You know, they've created this mindset for that, and truly, you are the crystal spiral from beginning. We just realign and we refind. You know what I'm saying? Like so. What they're accessing and finding today, it's always been there, just like AI. You know, AI has literally always been here. Man has just opened the door to that. You see what I'm saying? Because everything was from beginning. So, yeah, these movies that they're putting out, they are releasing so much information. They have a new one coming out, the horror movie. It's about Jack and the monkey. You know, because
I
all the
mean,
Jack in the Box stuff is really hot right now. The flip scripts are coming into play because it's, you know, it's out there. The creators, they're creating already, and
those
I
are
feel like we're ahead of the curve. You
those
know,
are the numbers
already.
for skull and brain, which is it comes to 11, 11, and 77 for gematria. Oh,
Yeah,
and
and then 77 is the Christ.
yes, ma'am.
Have you seen? Okay, here's a good one you might like. An older movie. It's
Mhm.
called Krull. Krull. It's a Zodiac movie. It's
I've heard
symbology.
of it. Like K.
You would really like it because it's talking about you. You're every single character.
Okay.
Krull. I don't know
LL.
if anybody's
Yeah,
seen that.
that's how I was gonna spell it too. That's interesting.
KLULL?
Krull.
No,
Krull.
KRRL you
Krull.
too. No, KRL to you too, ABCD, and to everybody ABCD. Come on. Everybody's got a KRLL. Everybody knows that. KRLLU and KRLLU. Everybody knows that. But you mentioned other stuff about K and U, 11561. You know, mushroom equals 6161, mush and room.
Look, 61 right there for heart and brain.
Okay, yes, this is what I wanted to get to. It's a good thing you mentioned that. Thanks. Monkey brain. Okay, you
Yeah,
mentioned
8338 Fire.
so
Yes.
yes, right. Okay, so
Planet of the Apes.
that's the that's monkey. 83 is monkey. It's also the connection of the air sign and Scorpio. So we're gonna have to get into water sign with this. So
Scorpio is water sign.
yes, that's why I said it. So, and it's also part of W, part of BC. It's a communication network. The other part was what Cynthia just said. Um,
Yeah, I typed in the comments
you
eight.
said AI has already been here, but we're not AI. We okay are the reason I have this site for this site. I have this site for sale. I mean, I have to call up today or tomorrow. Fleshy robotic. Okay, we are the fleshy. We are the receiver. We are the only ones of the carbon footprint.
Right.
This is what's going on right now. When you said times are coming back to the beginning and they're sharing with us, it's not something they hid. It's not, it's a secret knowledge. Yes. Why? Because they didn't tell us how important it was to know this and what it would bring to us. Because a lot of people, when I do my work, I mean,
She wants someone to say hi.
I'm on the chair and she,
Meow, 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 meow.
I mean, I put it in the back of the chair. I mean, I went for the desk because she moved to the desk. So now I can put it behind the chair.
Well, see, 83 and 38 also, if you put them together, equals the 121. Same as 74 and 47 is 121. Either way those two go, it's always 121. The 121 is a perfect square of 11 times 11.
So you know what you should be doing? Take that 999,999, right? And
Which is
if
my Roman
you,
numeral.
what's that?
Those were, remember we did those on my Roman numerals. That was the when we did all my Roman numerals, we did them reverse and backward. I did them reverse and forward and reverse, and then when I put them together, it came up to 999999999.
So I have a couple of more because there's what it is when I find numbers for those of you who are still here. We're 8 of us. I just want to look through the comment section. I know Miss Monroe, I think it's a miss or madame or something of that nature, or person or human. I'm not sure what to call anybody. Like, and of course, I mean, how can not? I mean, for me, I mean, the minute you see the like somebody that's dressed up like Beetlejuice, you know what I'm saying? That's the first thing that comes to my mind. Now, remember, I talk off the top of my head. It's first come, first serve, like the first thing I see.
Check this
So
out,
if
Mr.
it's
Tristan.
what is that?
Check that out. That's our club names numbers right there. 101, 47, 250, and 88. And then it was the Chaldean of it is 36.
Okay, so for those of you who don't know, in the club that he's in, his numbers match up to these numbers. So what do they say in his numbers? The thing is, for whatever they may say, and I will tell you what they say, and all the oppositions. But the question is, how will they help us? You know what I'm saying? Because the people say this to me, so I already see the strength of your numbers. You have 520. Okay, completion. 520 is completion. When I work with paint, right? If I say 120, it means bring up my image 20% above 100% of what it is. When I go below 100, okay, it shows me less than what I am, make me smaller. So when you're working with 2 digits versus 3 digits, 3 digits are saying keep me the same size and more, where 2 digits are showing me to make me less. Mars is noted as the dollar planet. So are we going to take these 3 digits as the dollar sign where 2 of the digits come in the cents? Or can we rephrase that and say I have 100 pennies?
And I didn't catch this till before, but like if I take the MC out of it, it comes to the 1485, which is the 5 and 13 small version, and that also gives me the it also has exactly 11 letters.
Okay, so you have to tell me the name of the club again, because I'm going to tell you why I'm telling you this. You just told me you're divided under the power, okay, of the sun. Irregardless that 77 is power, in this instance, the 85, which is a word for matrix, 58 stands for Venus, standing for all 4 houses of the heaven, of the oceans, okay, in which for some reason are all in control of one entity. In order to make the completion of everything work, there only can be one operator operating the total system. And then each of these systems that run individually are because of how the operator created it to rule, so that it rules in consequence or in sequence to the base of all creation of Venus, in which regardless of how the C's rock and roll, the A alpha, the communication center, is always at the heart of all situations. So no matter what goes where or becomes distorted, the heart of the situation will always end up to be you.
That's the and the re and we I named the club because it's supposed to be a forbidden name. It was supposed to be never spoken America again.
Oh, I
After
thought because you voted for Biden. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Like I thought right away you were a bluehead or something.
never. Sorry, I can't vote. Don't blame me. I'm a felon. Don't blame me.
Okay. Well, fellow felon, it's all the same. You could have fallen into anything. I don't know. I'm from
Yeah,
the old
you give up
country.
your rights every time you vote.
Yep.
Yeah.
You choose not to be the head of your house when you give up your rights.
So, and you know what they use
Someone
the
else
same.
to speak for you as your mouthpiece.
But I get my brothers to go. I get my brothers to vote. The ones that can, I speak for them and I ask them to vote because I am the I sit at the head of the chair of that
Of the group.
yes, that.
So since day one, Harley Davidson motorcycles have been the top of my thing. They're being used and manipulated. I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about this, but in my project it has nothing to do with real motorcycles. Has nothing to do with real governments, but the governance in my game, in my brain. What happened to my brain? My brain said things like I created this system. It's called the brain. I called it Ronnie's brain. And they gave the name a brain. It was Mr. Tackpans. And in that brain, it said, the bikers are only working for those who govern the land. Those govern the land get it done by the bikers. If the bikers can't get it done, they bring in the army. The next long arm after a biker is an army man. That's why all the army men fall back into the bikers, because that's where they come from. They're the ones who stand up for the rights and the wrongs.
That's the
They're the ones.
Fibonacci numbers. That's numbers on Fibonacci, and they match. They kind of and the numbers on Fibonacci are 62, 44, 181, 55, and 31. And then I did the numbers on crystal spiral, which are here.
Okay, and I will tell you, just to let others know, for those who believe me and are not sure what to think of what others say, I will tell you one thing. I will always try to boost up because I do not understand my own words.
Yeah.
When I
No, it's
started, what's that?
181. The on crystal spiral, the numbers on it are 181, 55, 170, 89, and the Chaldean is, because it doesn't show, 34.
You know what's funny? Because I'm not sure where you're getting these numbers from in the Chaldean, because I've never done that one before, so I can't say anything. I can talk about the end result, though, right?
Yes.
I can talk about the end result. 89.
I think I've shared the Chaldean cipher before.
I've given it to him too. It's the 1 through 8.
Yeah, we've done it before.
And the reason I like the Chaldeans a lot is, well, it's the oldest one. It's like 10,000 years old. It's like it goes all the way back to Babylon, Genesis era, Mesopotamia.
Okay.
Next was Melchizedek.
Yes, 60 is their highest numbers. 60 is their number of divine love. That's like when you do my name, and if you do my name in Chaldean, it comes up. My first name's 19, my middle name's 19, my last name's 22, which adds to 60. And then it comes to the 83 when you add the 23 from my birth date into it.
Can you tell me something about the expression? Okay, so I'm just trying to. Okay, life path birthday. I'm just trying to think of something. You see, when you falls into the pool at the end of your thoughts,
Yes, sir.
right? Falls into the pool, the end of your thoughts. The thought,
the thought pool. Yeah.
thought pool right here.
Yes.
See that main gem over here, always sitting at the center. At what point, what's coming back in? What's going back out? What's getting mixed up in your thoughts?
What's coming back out right
Yeah,
now?
and you see the way it's bent like this? It's because it's always moving one side, the other side, one side, the other side. And when it moves one side, the other side, this is where your half space count comes in. Because as each one bends over, it bends over into a neutral zone between the two.
And that's where it came from. Was like, okay, if we always do the everything that we do in our lives. This is one of the dreams that I had. Everything that we do in our lives is a loop. Like your birthday, the seasons, everything. It's a loop. It's a loop. It's a loop. But instead of being just a constant loop of the snake eating its tail that we always see, I think that's what our ancestors were trying to tell us, is stop being the snake that eats its tail and start being the spiral. Even though we have to go in a loop, and we have to do this because it's part of life. We have to follow seasons. We have no choice in this. So when we follow the seasons, instead be the spiral. So you're always breaking the loop, but you're always constantly going out, such as the crystal spiral or Fibonacci sequence. So if you're always getting better than yourself, if you're always getting greater than yourself, you're never going back and eating your tail. Because every time we eat our tail, history repeats itself.
Yeah, you're just relearning. See, like for me, when I don't know about the crystal spiral, I feel like both of those systems are running concurrent with each other. They're running side by side, and then you can just step out of one into the other. And you get to do this each incarnation. A lot of people want to think this place is a trap, but you need to know, for me, this place is my inheritance. Okay, so I can come back here as many times as I want, over and over, because I have inherited the earth as a child of God, just like everybody else has here.
Right.
It's not a trap. You can choose to come here, or you could go another place, but at the same time, you know that this is a house. It's likened unto a casino because you have the roulette wheel of fortune. Okay, and you are a divine creator, and you're creating your paths. You're also the father, so there is an autocorrect set into place. So a lot of people, even though they don't want to come back here, they do come back come back here because they owe it to the system. They had stuff that didn't play out, because time and unforeseen occurrence do befall us all.
Is that possible?
And I think what it is that
You might not see it, but the system sees it.
we make it crap because we're the ones that make
Everything's written.
we
Yeah,
make
you're
it
the writer. You are the king authors.
Yeah, we make it the trap because we're the ones that decided to allow other people govern us to the point to where it's no longer Eden. It's no longer survive. It's no longer like it's supposed to be. Earth is supposed to be a place of basically
Because of the programs that man has created here over the original system. The original system is perfect.
Hold on a
Just like
second.
you're perfect.
Programs?
Mhm.
Hold on a second.
Well,
only
you could
thought
say
we had-
programs. You could probably say cultures, because I'm going to say, because I work in fermenting, and I know how good ferments are for the gut and the microbiome, since I am an alchemist. You have to have cultures, and different cultures have different outcomes. They have different processes, and they have different makeups, basically. And so likewise with the cultures today, all the different cultures here, they're just different little programs.
That's like if you have a septic system, people are buying the Rid-X when buttermilk does just the same thing.
Yeah, see, I don't use any chemicals that are man-made. I try to do natural because we're on the farm.
Mhm.
The earth is a garden. I mean, you can literally plant a seed and something will grow, and stuff grows here without humans planting seeds as well. And the bugs and the animals, they're all here to manage the earth. They're doing a great job. They're having to work against humans though right now, because people who are here, they're not respecting the planet.
I mean,
But I feel like our awakening at this time is going to help us have greater respect for like our water and our land, because we're all going to learn that our energies is what's causing all this weather.
it is. I mean,
It
it's not
literally is. We're the crystals. There's grids above and below. We're the crystals walking upon a grand grid. Our energy is resonating, whether we understand it or not. Some people, they can be innocent and not know, like a child, like a baby.
but that's
I feel like we all remember at a certain point.
and we're supposed to teach our kids that though, and that's where I mean, our kids teach us how not to grow old, but at the same time, we're supposed to teach our kids how to take care of the planet and still not grow old, because by not growing old and by doing what they do,
Yeah, it's like the story of Peter Pan.
yeah, it literally it is, and if we look at that as a whole, as a unit or as a unity, we should understand that the Earth was our home was
It's a
built
fun
perfectly.
game. It really is a fun game.
And I've tried to tell
And so many, they've been playing soldiers for so long, and I think that game's pretty old.
and
We need to do new stuff and better stuff. We all want it.
I know we have to have our warriors in the garden, and I would rather be a warrior in the garden than the warrior in the war. I mean, I know ultimately, if that's what it comes down to, that's what I'll do. But I want to go back to a garden. I don't want to go stay there. I don't want to stay in that place, because the Earth was originally designed for like if we live here, it was designed for it was literally like if you would call it like population control. Like it shows you, like if you were to walk off a cliff on accident, well, oops, we would produce another human eventually, but it's supposed to be one of those things of like it kept itself balanced in that manner, if you would, of like not having too many people not overproducing. Because I mean, we're acting kind of as in order, like we're acting more like our DNA. Because I mean, we are 1 to 2% of your DNA is what makes you different from me and you. Facial structures, the way you think, things of that, color, everything is only 1 to 2% of your DNA. But 8 to 9% of your DNA is ancient viruses. And when you do that, you would look at that, you realize that we're being more of a virus than we are our DNA, because we're taking over something and absolutely using all of its resources to the point that we utterly destroy it.
Yeah, there's
My
been so many
question
different programs here.
My question is,
great.
while you guys were talking, and I'm now interrupting you not on purpose, but sort of on purpose, that while you were saying everything, you got me to think again back to the program.
The RAM.
Yeah, because the
RAM
ram horn turned back to the inside, and it turned what was a C at the beginning, turned it into an E. So the E
Spiral.
shows you what comes around goes around.
The spiral, yes, and it always grows out to get bigger.
And
To
so
the point.
now the second part of this is showing you the second side, because anything you look at head on will only give you one dimension. When you look on an angle, you automatically get three dimensions, and then you miss the dimension from the head on. So at least you get more from this one side. That we have the split hoof of the ram, yet the split hoof of they say we can't eat pork because of the split hoof. But what about the ram? It
The
has a
ram,
split hoof and they eat the ram. So where's the lie?
the
Well,
ram, the RAM in a computer is random access memory.
yeah. All right. And not only is it that,
Yeah, we're in Aries right now too.
Yeah, we are.
the
We went
letters A and M, that's the importance. In
M,
RAM, the
M.
R letter, what is the importance of these three letters?
The R is reversible with I, is it not?
The R is reversible with I, and now they're talking that the I and Y
Or
and
R.
J all have associations to each other.
Hey,
The Y,
Yeah.
because the
Oh,
Y
Yes.
is in the I family.
the old cartoon of cow
Yeah.
and chicken, the
Yeah.
IR baboon, IR baboon. That was one of my
Okay,
favorite.
yeah, and see, IR baboon. Baboon is Thoth.
Yes, and I have a big connection with that guy too, because number 51. If you do his name in Pythagorean and Chaldean, you get 25 and 26, which comes up to 51. 51 is also the angles on the side of each pyramid. Each pyramid is exactly associated with 51.5 degrees of angle for the slope, and that right there shows where his name is inside of the pyramid, because he gave in the Emerald Tablets, he gives credit. He says, "I'm the one that built the pyramids," and he said that his name is in them. Now, what the way I associated that, and this is like 5 years ago that I associated this, and the reason I associated it with that, because the 51 that comes with those two numbers put together, after I got told to put the charts together and got confirmation through Mr. Tackpan that I was doing right by doing that. So you get the 26 and the 25 gives you the 51. So when you get the 51, and then what do we call a slope? We call it a degree. So what do we give somebody when they leave a college, a smart person? A degree. So if it's at 51 degrees and his name ends up to 51, that would be 51 degree. He would be the 51 degree of ancestors that gave us our intelligence and our knowledge that came from 51, which is Mars.
Have you ever done any art?
Yeah, that's Area 51. Yeah.
Have you ever done any art?
Yes, lots of art.
So have you ever done any collages?
Yes.
So if you can do a collage, can you have a degree?
Yes.
Because my brother went to college, he also had a degree.
You can get a degree in architecture, you get a degree in mathematics, you can get a degree in bioculture, you can get a degree.
I'm gonna say this again. I'm saying my brother put together a collage.
A collage could be a group of people. We could be. Oh wow!
A collage can be a picture, a design. You collage things together. But when you go to take the collage, it's when you go to school. Okay, they call it university. They also call it college.
Collage, yes,
Yeah.
collage.
What does an angel get when he graduates?
An angle.
What does an angel get when he graduates? A degree.
Yeah,
Right. The degree, the collage is the collage for university here in Canada. They call it college, right?
And I've always been really drawn to avians, like not just birds, avians, but avians. I know Miss Cynthia knows what I'm talking about. Blue avians.
What do you know about? I'm looking right now for something that.
Oh,
I
there's a
thought-
lot. There's a lot in the aviation stuff. The Pan Am, the cockpit.
And the
What's the other one?
I
What
have
is
all
the
of
other one?
when I do my numbers, I have all of horse.
Continental for the
Yeah.
Continental break fast.
Mhm.
For those
See,
who
I
want to
have all
write
of-
this down for now,
I have all of Horace's numbers as well, because Horace's final number for his gematria is 81 too, which is a square number of 9 times 9. It's a perfect. They're 121 and 81 are actually they're called in mathematics perfect square numbers.
we're going to bring back, hopefully, that gentleman comes back, and we're going to talk about the 9/11 right off of here, right off of the cube.
9 and 11.
9 and 11. Who said that?
You did. I said the 9. I just repeated it.
Oh, man, you said it in a voice that sounded like you were out of your body. Oh,
It kind of was. I was staring out the window.
so here's the 51. Is that what you mentioned?
Yes, sir. Yes, that's the area 51. 51. Yeah, it is. It's 51.4 degrees. It's all the degree. They're 51.5 degrees is what they
So if
said.
I changed it and I told you 17 and 42, or how
That
about if I said 17 and 28?
those all fit in. They fit into everything because the
Where?
20 the Horus was also part of the avian peoples because like if you look at around the world and all of the cultures for all the gods that they have, everyone has a bird god, which
Yeah.
shows that the avians were all there. They're the ones that came down after the other things came down to reset humanity, to give them back everything they had because they were like, okay, we feel bad for you, and they're supposed to
Well,
be
that's us.
right, and they're supposed to be the oldest. Well, they're supposed to be the oldest of the ones, which is one of my dreams I had was that Adam and Eve, when they finally unalived and were able to do their natural things, is they went to that's where they went to when they met Source. Source was like, okay, like I know you didn't mean for this to happen to you, so where do you want to go, basically? And they were like, let's go over here.
Well,
So
what happened to them? Hold on. What happened to Adam and Eve?
they unalived of old age.
Oh, okay, but no. I thought you were talking about my cousins and my cousins.
No,
'Cause-
no, Seth. Yeah, actually, Seth is now in history. If you go back and read through some things through the Gnostic, through the Gnostic theists, they actually believed that Yeshua was the incarnation of Seth, the, because everything that comes back from Adam, all of Adam means everything of red. It means the red ones, which is associated with the red hair, a little bit the lighter color of the skin color. The blue eyes also comes back from the fact that we have one original ancestor. The people that have blue eyes have one original ancestor that was found to be either 6 to 10,000 years old from one originating ancestor. The red hair, like myself, I'm red haired and blue eyed. Out of 8 billion people, 0.17% of the population has red hair and blue eyes. It's not even a quarter of 1% out of 8 billion people.
Well, what color?
Red hair and blue eyes.
Red hair and blue eyes. Hold on. Hello, Sally? You still working at the hairdresser over there? Hey, Sally. Yeah, I
And
got a gentleman on over here. He says he's
I
got
think
more blue
was
hair and something to do with his blonde hair. Good
and
looking
then
guy, Sally. What do you think? What
and
do you
then
think,
red haired
Sally?
people, their hair always turns white. So that's why
Oh,
I
okay,
didn't do
Sally.
red
Sorry, his hair is now red.
hair.
Okay,
White.
is he a rare guy? Sally said you
White.
should come on over and she'll fix you up.
No, I can't do it because it's all white now.
It's all white.
Yeah, it's all
She
white
said,
now.
"Don't worry, she'll check and she'll make sure that it's like that everywhere." She likes to do a thorough checkup on people. When she does
But
their hair, she wants, she really wants, like when she goes, like I went to this hairdresser when I was younger, right? They used to always take me to the back room to see that I didn't dye my hair. I said I didn't, and they says, "Well, listen, because this is a specialty place, you're not allowed to lie, so you have to show them your hair, and so they can see your beard." But they don't trust it either. So they look through your beards to see that you didn't dye your hair, and they'll only do the work on originals.
yeah.
So
Oh, that's no problem. I can show you that.
I think they called it Virgin Airlines or something. They'll do a
What?
good job on you when they give you a ride.
And they call it. Well, Pontius Pilate, when he wrote the letter to Julius Caesar, described our friend Yeshua as being chestnut colored hair.
Yeah, so the picture I showed just 2 minutes ago of the design, just to let everybody else know beyond, is the numeric value for Mars is 51. The numeric value for Pluto is 84. 84 and 51 equal 135. The 13 ball and the 5 ball are both orange in pool. That they are going to split, okay, between the 8 ball. Since I mentioned the 13, I did not mention the 14 and 15, right? If I didn't mention the 14 and 15, I didn't mention the 7 and 8. It just so happens the 7, 8, 15 and the 14, 15 when it comes to the game of monopoly. It's an expression. And when it comes to the fourth week moon in the cycle for a woman, it brings on that there's something at the gateway. There's something coming at the gateway. The gateway is getting ready to receive what is happening on day 29 from go. Right? You're standing on go. You're standing on the day the same. The day from yesterday into the today. It's the same thing as when you play Monopoly. When you play Monopoly, you are standing on go. Go is an area space. It has to be counted itself. Just because you're standing on it, don't say, oh, I'm nowhere. That's impolite. Wherever you're standing, you're somewhere. You're at the coordinate space on this big old planet Earth. And in that area space on this planet, that is you, where you are standing. You are breathing the air in the area space there.
Yeah,
Before
we're
the breath.
standing erect upon the land.
And that area space that you breathe, what does anybody know what area space that when you do breathe, what is our own resonance? What is our own vibration? How far out does it shoot? How far out does our heat shoot off?
6 feet.
See, it can go high, it can go higher than that. As long as as long as you're in a good mood, it can go up to 12 to something feet, 9 to 12
No,
feet.
I'm talking about like
Actual heat
base.
radiation.
So then in actuality, when you spit, right, that should be about the distance. But I don't want you to do a huck too really far.
Yeah, hot too. That was a trend this year, wasn't it? That was a trend.
You know what? Until I figured it out, because the first thing I thought it would huck to is I said, oh my God, the army's coming back out. Huck to, huck to, huck to. Then I started thinking about football, right?
Yeah.
You know, and then I thought about Huckleberry Finn,
Ooh,
and and I think it takes two to huck, so that might mean two to tango. So I was just thinking about a whole bunch of things like that.
Yeah, wasn't that something about all them pigs, right?
The huck too?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that was all
I
the
think it
pigs.
came off the shank from the pigs.
or the
Yeah.
sound of the pig when you start your
All the men and that one Sally pig.
when you
Right,
start, when you
right.
start your Harley Davidson, the sound of a hog.
Right, the right, pop, 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 pop. And you know what the Harley Davidson does to you? It doesn't make. I mean, when that vibration goes on, you don't feel your body anymore. So, I mean, I've never done it in the altered state,
Mm-hmm.
but I know that you feel nothing.
I love it.
I don't care what anybody says. After 2.5 hours, you feel nothing.
No, you really
Okay.
don't.
Like if you need to get operated on or anything, or you're ready to give birth, get on the back seat of a Harley and go for a little ride. But make sure, right, they never pass a certain speed, right, and they keep they keep it high in the revs, right, so they can go pop 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 pop.
I mean, I'm my my certain. I've had mine pretty fast. I can't say it's. Whoops.
Are you road runner?
A little bit.
So when
No,
I think
the cards kind of show us how we're all bikers.
And that's what I was saying about what's his name? That's what I was saying about Jack Black. Because he's the one. He's the one of Kung Fu Panda, and you're talking about how the numbers have names. And I was like, wait a minute, the one-eyed Jack or the black Jack, as in 21, Jack Black, Black Dice, Jack the Jack.
Yeah.
And Jack fan says, I was like, wow, so that makes a lot of sense. Why he's one of my favorite actors, really.
Jack Black.
Yes, sir.
So now you have ACK. So why would we have ACK? What does ACK?
All their names tell a story. You got the Wall King Phoenix.
Mm-hmm.
Would you like to see
just like all the restaurants and all the stores, all the logos? When you're driving down the road, if you just take a look at all the signs, they all are pertaining to maritime law. It's all a script. It's all dealing with the seas.
And that's why we don't have to. And that's one reason we don't have to really abide by them, because we live on the land.
Yeah, we're walking on water.
Mm-hmm. That's why they call it a berth, because you berth a ship. That's why they call it the breaking of water, because the water breaks on the side of a ship.
Yeah, and see, that's why they want to christen you.
Yes,
because you christen ships.
Yep, the
But we
crucifix.
need to understand we were christened at birth. When we were
Because
crowned at birth, when we exited the love tunnel, we were,
crowned. Yeah, it's called.
crowned.
They call it crowning. Yep.
We
Mhm.
became the landlords and the postmasters.
Which actually gives you the shape of your
We
head.
are the message. We're the letters. We're the delivery. We're the angels. Angels means messengers. That's all. That's all dealing in us, who
And we're
we
made
are
of
when we're
angels.
here.
And we're made of angels.
Amazing.
Yes, we have.
And we're connected to everything. It's just amazing.
You know, we come into life this way, right? But everything we do in life through our mouth, we do this way.
Yep.
So we come in through the. I don't know how to do it that way.
Or if you're laying down, it could be the other way. If you're talking.
Well,
right
yeah,
away.
that's a different story. Okay, so when you have ack and black and back,
Ah,
does it? So explain it to somebody else who doesn't see it.
arc. That's what it looks like to me right now. Arc.
No, 1 times 1 equals 1A.
A.
1 plus 1 equals 2B. 2 plus 1 equals 3C. We started with 11. We split them apart. 11 equals 1 times 1 equals to the whole thing. And it says back right from 11. I'm back.
Right.
I'm back as Jack. Call me Jesus. Jesus Christ. I know everybody in their family in their right mind, if their mother was thinking straight at one point or another. Each one of you are 1 year old. I don't know about you. I wore diapers when I was younger.
That's
I
like you-
did it.
Knowing my name, they also said he would come. They also said it would be a man child. My name also means yeah.
I have to go back and recollect. Well, first of all, you have to be the second born.
I am a twin.
Are you the second born?
Yes, I was the second born.
So now you have a born identity.
He's the one that passed. The older one passed away.
Oh, really? Sorry to hear that.
What was at birth?
Oh, sorry to hear that.
Well, no, it's part of the path. It's part of the path.
Sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that. Isn't that what they say? The president shows up at your door. You know what's funny? This is out of an old story I saw on TV. The 1940s, the WW ended, and the president had to make his appearance at the door of some families. And it just so happened that somebody caught it on tape that the president at that time showed up at 6 houses all at the same time in 5 different states. The president in the 1940s had to go to the houses to say sorry about your child at 6 different houses in 5 different states. Is that possible?
Yeah.
Yeah.
At the same time.
Oh, at the same time.
I would say yeah if you have family.
You have to show up where the
At
president
exactly the same time.
the president at 3:48 was at 5 different residences at that exact same time in 5 different states.
That's
Is it
interesting.
possible?
No.
Maybe with the mask.
And it was there in person.
Nope. Not. That's doppelgangers, masks, like Miss Cynthia said. That's interesting.
Well, first of all, the answer is yes, it's true.
Wow.
And you're not allowed to say mask, doppelganger, or anything because the person who received the president has no idea it's going on. So do you understand the depth of the deceit? This goes back to the same thing that was mentioned. I was listening yesterday. Every video I listen to, on TikTok, I hear people talking, and they're talking so concretely to something. And I want to know who was around at the time of the celebration. 3,000 years ago, the war has been lost and won over time. Was Torah changed? Whose Bible came in? Whose book went out? Whose story has been told? What is the controversy amongst the stories? It's funny the way when people come to discuss in all these places in TikTok, they should take advantage of the abundance of people, right? But they look more into the argument, okay, than the actual discussion. Even when it comes to showing the differences and why people are still hardcore to why it can't be, and they come more into an argument than a discussion. It's just. I mean, you can see why the world is the way it is today. Okay, but I already know that it's set up to be this way. We've gotten to a point where we people are taking money just to make it even worse. I mean, I'm not going to go, and I'm going to go out on the limb and risk everything that I've have. Right, I'd give up my whole life to say I'm like 100,000% that that's the way it goes. You know what I'm saying? Because if it doesn't go that way, then I'm delusional, and one is 91.
What do they say? Order out of chaos.
Yep.
They've
Maxwell
prepared
Smart.
the order after
That-
the chaos is over.
yep.
Maxwell Smart, Agent 86.
They've created the chaos as well.
Yeah, they literally they set their own destiny.
Yeah.
They caused the
Yeah,
trouble.
that's why when I come here, I play my own game, you guys. I play my own game. I have fun. I know there's a circus, right? That's what I've always called it, is the circus. And I'm here to eat popcorn.
And watch the elephants.
Yes, I watch the elephants, I watch the games. The games must go on.
The trapeze artists.
I mean, to me it is really good too, because it's for our learning process and development.
Trapeze, easy trap.
The more the merrier, right? Everybody seems to have a different perspective, and I like it, honestly.
Flying in the loop-de-loops.
So I'm trying to figure out where we were. You talked about baboon, baby
Yep.
boom. Is it baboon? Did you say baby boom or baboon? Which one was it?
Baboon. It's
Baby
IR
boom.
baboon.
Baby boom, baby boom. You like? Oh yes, you said sea like. It was funny when you said that. I wrote this down a while ago. You said sea like, but you weren't talking about the sea, right? And then you said concurrent, and you weren't talking about the current or current events. Just words that can be used
Flow.
in other creative ways, not creatures, right?
Right.
You said B for rain, right? Because I look at the B part as being B is just the B is like saying, okay, who came out of bus number B? And all the elements of B will come out. Oh, I'm 2B. Oh, you're 2B? You're to be D? Yes, I'm 2B. I'm 5D.
To be or not to be.
I'm 2B.
There it is.
Well, I came out of the 2B. I'm the B in the B bus. And I come here. When I become the 2B, I become the 4D.
To William Shakespeare.
And now I become
Tubi
Abraham.
has a lot of good movies on it, I'm just saying.
Oh, there is something 2B. There's also Pluto.
Tubi, Tubi.
Yeah, Pluto. That and the moon. You get all your through the moon, the numbers of the moon, and putting the charts together. You also get all your master numbers as well.
Go, Ed. I'm going to listen to that in 1 minute. I just wanted to mention something about. For some reason, I have one thing on the zodiac here. Can you see what this is?
Kind of, yes.
This is Aries. Now follow the top line.
Ace.
No, it's the letters within the word. I'm showing you the words that have the letters and words that don't have the 26 letters in it. This is what I'm working on, a piece of art, or I've already done it. I don't know what it is. I'm not really sure which way to go, but you can see in all the zodiac signs, there is no D. There is no F. There is no H. Two times 2 is 4D. There is no 2B. There is no 2C. There is no 2D. There is no vibration, okay, holders of those letters in these zodiac signs. But there is those vibrations on a different level, because E, okay, E is not only E, but everybody knows that E is also O. And there's 4 zodiac signs with the letter O.
The
There's
Hebrew
three. What's that?
Hebrew name Abba.
Yes, Hebrew name Abba. Yes, I just have to put this book up here. This is one of the pieces I wanted to talk about. This I'm going to talk
Yeah,
about.
we're Abba.
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 Well, Abba is elder father.
Yeah, that's you. You're the father. You're the zygote.
We have other strong creators with us
Capricorn,
today.
unicorn. It's all zodiac stories.
Yeah, we have other creators here
Abba
today
is
with
a
us.
lamb, a U. E-U-E-W-E.
Lamb.
Wee.
Silence of the Lamb.
Yeah, Y-O-U is
Mhm.
E-W-E. They both say this. They both sound the same. He was talking about that earlier too, like words that sound the same but they're spelled differently,
Yes, ma'am. Synonyms, I think they're called. What they're
or
called.
words that can be, like okay, the word mine. Mine meaning like possession, like it's belonging to me. It's mine.
Location.
Versus mine, like a pickaxe. You go into the mine and you're mining for, minerals usually.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to ask you a question. If we had to run with numbers up to, I don't know, we're just going to work with ABC. Why would Aquarius? Did I interrupt something? I'm sorry.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think we were already. You actually come in right on time. You
Oh,
actually
that's I try to measure it. So can we
Mhm.
get an association or an understanding? Because I have so many things out here in front of me. I wanted to pull out something to show you something about number 11 Aquarius. Uh, it's okay. Here it is. I found it. I'm going to show it to you in a minute. Like you were working on stuff, Cynthia, right? Do you remember what you were working
Yeah,
on? So
yeah.
this is from I don't know 5, 6, 7 years ago. No, can't be impossible. Let's say in the last 5 years. No,
It's
no,
so
because
crazy because a lot of the stuff that I have created, it's just kind of, it makes me happy, but at the same time it kind of upsets me because I thought it was original and it is not.
it can't be original. Nothing I do is original.
I know. And then we're finding out it goes all the way back to like Egyptian times, Mayan times. It's like, guys, we are picking up on the same information that's been here the whole time.
Yeah, but at least
Yes.
this time we have it in
Yes.
numbers and letters. We can talk
Yeah, and I
about it.
know I'm on the right track, right?
Well,
Yeah,
that's
we're
the
in
thing is
words.
Yeah.
that's the thing though is we got our numbers and letters and like Miss Cynthia, I'd say like she started getting her astrology through like dreams and stuff. Like we're like it all came back to us because there was time for the world to have it back. They needed
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, we're all here. See, I was telling people the time of man has come to an end, and that's because we're all going to remember from now on. There's just so much here. Like, we have resonated and we've literally upgraded the grid just by being here and speaking our truth. Because whether you think it or not, your words are planting seeds and people they're listening and they're taking this information and applying it. So
That was
it's
like
it's so important that we share the information. We have to pass the torch. A
and
lot of
that's
the older generations, they're not going to be here. And so a lot of people who are here, we're upgrading because we're receiving a torch. And it's not something that's literally passed to us as much as it's like a program upgrade. I feel like that the planets deliver, and we all kind of help each other rise that way. When
well
so
that's
much
like
of us are here, the vibration raises and it's like set.
and that's like I try to tell people like I was trying to explain it to them. I was like how I found the numbers for my name and things of that nature is like it's literally like it's before I got here I breadcrumbed myself. Like I literally stuck a breadcrumb down and said, "You're gonna find this at this age, haha, it's gonna be funny," and then you're gonna look at yourself and go, "Goofy,"
Yeah,
because
see, like all this Dermatra stuff, I've had so many dreams of people teaching me this stuff since I was a little girl.
yes,
And
ma'am.
now it's all coming true. And it's like, wow, I remembered everything that was important and it's all come true. And, I know that's what our dreams are for. We're supposed to know what our dreams are for. And I think that's to help you see
Did
your
I stop
future and like
anybody?
No,
lead you along.
no, it doesn't stay. It doesn't. It just mutes you, and you can hear us.
Oh yeah, okay. My sound was off. Sorry if I like I
No, you just paused
Uh-oh,
yourself
said he
again.
paused.
But we were talking about like when you tell me about the zodiac stuff, and at first I don't understand it, and then like a day later, like after I go to sleep, I wake up. I'm like, oh, there it is.
Yeah, dude, the whole Bible is the zodiac.
100%
So
yes.
so the man Yeshua, he was a real person, and
Hmm.
he didn't come here to like fulfill what everybody thinks he came here to fulfill.
Nope.
He came here to awaken all to the fact that we're all the gods, we're all the fathers, and we're all the sons, and we're all the stars. He was showing like the mysticism behind the teachings that they had erected temples to
Hmm.
celebrate. But he knew because of Egypt. Moses was in Egypt too, and he was brought up in that house. He was brought up with the zodiac. That's the grand calendar. That's the blueprint that all the religions are following, because they're all teaching the same stories, just in different perspectives. Right?
And
So
that was
like Americans, they have Jesus, but over in India they have Krishna. And did you know that's the same character? They
mhm.
don't look the same though.
Right.
Krishna's
Yeah.
blue, but there's a reason why he's blue. And the blue is the 666 vibration. So
Right.
the numbers are even playing a role even all the way back then. And if you do numerology for those names that are translated into English or other languages, it opens up doors with the numbers. And the numerics is for the gematrix. The matrix is real.
Well, and that's like he was
It
and
is.
one of the things he was also teaching them too. Like I've tried to explain to him is like he was trying to teach them that like you don't have to give up the best of your crop. You don't have to give up the best of your flock just to say, hey, I did something bad. It's like quit doing this. Quit
Yeah,
taking
you're
people's
all
money.
Christ. And the word repent means to change your mind. You are a sentient being who has ultimate power even to change your mind. Think
I mean,
about that.
I got
uh,
blocked out of a Christian.
Most robots and a lot of these new age, new science movies with the robots and stuff, they inspire a lot of fear with that because of the programming, right?
Well, that's one thing
We have the authority, though, to even alter our own programs.
I got kicked out of a Christian chat today that I got invited to because I told them I was like they started talking about this that the cover yourself in the blood of Christ and I was like, do you know how weird that is? It's cringe. It's like it's gross.
Yeah, but see, that's an alchemy. That's an inner thing. Like
Yeah,
everything that they've taken it literal,
it's
like
gross.
in a literal sense, but it's all supposed to apply to your inner alchemy. That is your Christ oil harvest. That's the Lord's Supper. So, so many people are still waiting to go to heaven because they haven't entered yet in their mind, because it's a mindset. You have to create this space, but just know, you being here as a babe, you entered into that.
Well, a lot
That's
of people
literally
like
what we're here. But so many people, they're divine creators creating their own reality. And they want
with
you to partake of that, what they've
with the
created. And
what is it
you
the
have a
whole
choice to either partake or not to. It doesn't just because somebody has this belief in the devil who's red with a pitchfork. I understand the zodiac, so I know where that story comes from. It's me.
I don't know where it is. I lost it.
And I know a lot of people, when they hear stuff like that, they get really offended because they really have created this character called the devil. And when you tell them he's not real,
Bad. Oh,
he gets so mad.
oh boy.
But even their Christ came to destroy that character.
or you tell them about or you tell them about egregore or
The
egregore.
devil is the 666. It's
Yeah,
tied to your flesh, but that doesn't mean your flesh is bad. It's
Oh God.
it's an alchemy story. It's a story about the inner man that is you.
well,
Because
that's like
we all have a twin.
yes.
The twin is your flesh,
Okay.
and you have your higher self, and that's what the story of the dice is for. And the dice is in the Bible.
Have you ever seen the doppelganger the stories of the doppelgangers? Like there's two baseball players. That's one of the most famous ones. They're both minor league baseball players. They live in two different separate places. They look exactly alike. They have the same type of home or same type of home life. Like they're literally the exact same, but they're not related in any way. And
Yeah,
they
I
do
can
everything
understand.
the same.
Yes. You want to know how many times? Okay, so I have moved and traveled my whole life. I was not in the military, but my mother, she just loved to move. And so many times, like even the town I live in now, there's a lady who looks just like me. I've never met her, but I've had so many people come up to me and just start talking with me like they knew me.
And they called me someone else's name, and I'm like, who? Okay, I don't know this girl's name, but I do know she looks just like me, and I've had that so many times. I've never actually met these people, but I've always thought it would be weird to run into myself.
That would be weird. Like, hi me. It's like that Spider-Man meme where he's pointing at himself, like, "Hey, you, you."
Yeah, now isn't there, okay, so there's a Tom Cruise movie about that too. Like he has his wife and he's got, but then he finds out he's a robot.
Oh wow.
Which, keep in mind, the robot is for the robots, and you're the robot. You're the robot on the row your boat. That pertains to like the alligator. It's an old Egyptian story about the alligator.
That makes sense.
For the Allah gate, for the Allah and the Walla. I mean, this stuff is so old. It's all the way back to like the Magi.
Yes. Yeah,
So
those guys.
I really hope people start going within to learn these stories, because there's not a lot of people here who can teach them.
Well, there's not a lot of them that want to hear it.
But you can have different versions of it. The Greeks, they wrote their own versions of the same story, just through their child eye viewpoint.
Yeah.
So that's where Hercules comes into play.
That's like if you give a bunch of kids,
Hercules is the Christ. He's like the hero, and that's a grander story of you. Just like all the zodiac signs, you're all the zodiac signs because you go through all these houses as the great flame, and each zodiac sign has a piece of the story for you. Like Aries right now, it's talking about our head and our ram, and it's the beginning of the year in a way, and spring has sprung. We're not in Taurus yet. We're in the planting, and we're in the growth and the development stage. And then we get into the bull, and then you've got the bull run market and all that stuff.
and it's time for the animals to start the mating season.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
Because it's so simple when you hear it, right? But I'm trying to look at the mechanics of it. And when you mention it, I can only see the mechanics. So for others who are in the panel right now, I'm going to just tell you what it is, because somebody might, like if somebody comes in here to troll and they'll say, well, and I'm not looking for an answer. I'm going to making a statement. So, well, what do you mean it's the beginning? What do you mean it's first? And can we actually look at life as saying, oh, look, it's the beginning, it's number one? And how do we not know that it's not the tree cleansing itself out? How do we know it's the 59th or 60th day of the year because it's February 29th, and we know that it's in a leap year? Why isn't that the first day? Why isn't that the beginning? Why is number one the beginning? Why do we start by one? Don't we have to get to one? I mean, if I was starting anywhere, I'd start from the pig. I'd start from Pisces at the beginning. In fact, if I had to start from anything over 10, why should I be counting all the way over to 12? Why don't I just start at 6?
Well, you're doing okay. So the zodiac is a rotary dial. Every single sign is a beginning and an end.
Yes.
Likewise, every single sign, you're the composite of all the signs put into one. You also are the beginning and the end.
So therefore, I should be a reflection in reality of either the pig and Aries, or I should be a reflection of what is the resemblance of what is Libra and Virgo. But because I'm born in the month I am, let me be that month and the other of the center or heart of the zodiac.
And that's like I show a lot of people. Like if you go to the 9 and the 1 through 9, the beginning is the end and the end is the beginning.
Correct. Correct. So right. So if you go from 9 over to 1, somebody might say, well, how many area spaces are there? Well, it's 1. 9 and 1 share the same area space.
Mm-hmm.
The same as 1 and 2 and 2 and 3. I mean, and pending where you're counting. There's different ways of counting. Don't forget.
Oh yeah.
Correct.
Right. So
Yeah. See, so like that's one of the like when it comes to telling the zodiac stories, that's one of the walls that I have ran into, is trying to show like how the stories start and begin and end. And so one of the ways I've utilized is by like
showing the bedtime stories.
So no, but I like what you did. Let's not, because we're getting into something else now. But I like what you did because I want to just say something of what I'm thinking, what it makes me think according to numbers. Is no matter, I mean, even though I'm a Libra, no matter what, I'm still going to be that nine birth. Even though I'm a Libra, it's going to take me 7 and 3 to create my 10. I'm already born under to the 9 and 1 to create my 10. Into the heavens of 2 and 8, the 28 day cycle of the moon to make my 10. Where I come into the Cancer and the Virgo in this, I'm unsure yet. Other than the entire system, I move my position of birth, okay, for the nine system into Leo. I run into the cubic system, the face of nine. I say this because when you look at this dice cube, forget every dot you see and look at it as every face you see. And every face you see, okay, is a three face. It's a nine face. It's a 333. It's got 3 levels. You're seeing a hard copy. When you see Rubik's Cube, okay, that becomes the defragmentation or the understanding of the actual design of the house we live and the association of the star system. Each one of these, and we need a minimum, right? 4 of these, okay, will equal to 84. Now we have 88 constellations. So how many do we need of these, right? Are there really 88 constellations? Can we actually say there's 84? Can we say maybe there's 108? Is there something missing in these numbers I'm talking about? So I break everything down as every side is 9. So when the gentleman was here before talking about his numbers, this is exactly what he was talking about, unknowingly talking about 11. Because what you don't see is the dice that didn't fall down. It's still in my hand. It's a green screen. So just let me, I took away the screen from you. Sorry, Cynthia. What I wanted to say is that when you said something is number one, is what I meant to say in layman terms is we need a starting point. We need to understand it from the same viewpoint. If we don't choose something and find reason for it. So this is what it is. This is the algorithm of one. Also to note that Passover, Easter, is by Aries. We note that we use Aries in the 4th month. And one of the things about using the first zodiac sign in the 4th month is the dimension of 10 only comes together in the 4th month. The dimension of 10, okay, comes together after the 80th day. And what is that 80th day? That's right. It's the spring what do they call it? The spring equinox, Cynthia?
Yeah, it's the equinox. It's the time of the story of Christ when the sun is risen. So they will celebrate the resurrection. Okay? And so the resurrection is pointing to the sun because the sun is literally considered risen at the time of equinox. And this has to do with the story seen on a flat wheel of the zodiac, like a map, you know? That's also how you see the underworld. So, like the sun, according to the zodiac, it appears when the sun reaches to the point of Aries, which is the point of equinox. That's when he has resurrected from the underworld and he has risen from the dead.
Yeah, but there's okay. So that's okay.
So I'm also wanting to tell this story though to give a good picture of it is to apply it to your clock.
Okay, because I have to expand on that just a little bit because I'm having a little trouble. I lost you at one point. So what Cynthia did is Cynthia reverted the zodiac into the Bible and said what is happening in the Bible with the reason of, and that reason that you were saying it that way is because why? Why does Christ rise again in Aries?
Because of the equinox. So there's two.
Okay, so
ways to look at
so the
it.
Son of God rises with the sun of this planet because it is the sun of this planet. Jesus Christ is the heart of creation.
Yes, and if you look at so the zodiac is the analemma, which is the pattern that the sun traces in the sky, which is a figure 8. Okay, the point of equinox is at the center of the figure 8 in the sky. Okay, and that's technically called the fertilization. That's when everybody knows the spring has come. It's the spring equinox. It's fertile land to begin planting for our seasons, for the harvest. Okay, because we're all supposed to be gardeners here.
Look, Mr. Techman, it's the sun walking on the water again.
Yeah, and see in your photo there's the beard of the sun.
Yep, and the sun's
That's
walking
why
on water.
Pharaoh has a beard. Pharaoh is Pharaoh. Ra is the son of God. Okay.
That's
I follow
good.
the sun. I follow the
That's
sun, and I
good.
follow the moon. The sun is telling us we are in spring and it's time to plant, and so are the plants that are growing outside. They're telling us it's time to plant because they're springing forth new life.
And as the
They are
story goes,
also resurrecting from the dead, so to speak.
when you're having hard times, the storm is rocking your boat. What happens after every time the hard time ends and the boat stops rocking? The sun comes out and it walks on the water.
Yeah, and see, Aries, we walk through the house of Aries every day because it is the time from 6 to 8 in the morning or in the rising. See, I don't participate in the morning because I'm not mourning the dead.
Nope.
I'm rising. It's the grand rising. So 6 to 8, that is the time to wake up. That is the time to get started, and then you become the rambling man for Baal, which is the bell and the ball. And the ball is pertaining to the balar, which is the dance, the spin.
Rooster. And that's why the rooster sounds when the sun rises.
Yeah,
The
see,
alarm.
we're in the house of the rooster right now. Not on the Chinese calendar, but because the sun is rising. Yes,
Right.
we're in the cockpit.
There it is. And
So
it's right
how
for
would you relate coffee to this?
Java.
No, the Mojo Rising.
Oh, hey, that's awesome. Let's go to what's that? Austin Powers.
So now you had the 628
Yeah, and you
beer.
got FF and EE, company, CO for company.
Right. So the FF is for the female. It's the connecting of your 5775. I say it's for the female because when you say the word woman, okay, and the woman is connecting the communication within the house, and that woman that
Caffeine.
creates the communication within the house is creating that communication by birthing the child, and building within that child becomes upon the breath of release from the umbilical cord, and the release from the mother becomes the breath upon the house,
That-
which will
You said
always be received by the mother, because the mother holds the prime number of the house, and there is no other than the mother. In fact, it's the two mothers. It's a divided house,
and
right?
that's what you said when you said the baby releases from the mother. I was typing in caffeine, which is like caffeine. The caffeine's off the mother.
Yes, yes, right.
So caffeine is associated with coffee.
Right, right, right. So, and then I don't remember what it was back to the mojo, but you were talking about Pharaoh, Farah, right? The word Pharaoh, Farah, here in Quebec, you can use this for the lights on the front of your car. You can use it for Hara, Haro. Ra is the sun god. The missing letter in here is add on the E. When you add on the E, it's the half world. E5 is a representation of half. When you put the hair with an E at the end, the HAR, sun, it's now communication. Okay, communication within. The hair is supposed to
Yes.
be a rabbit. The rabbit is part of communication with the sun.
Yeah, and see,
RABB.
Ra, yeah, because rabbit has RA, and then Ra is for the right ascending one, because the
The
sun ascends to the right.
the
He
sun, the
rises in the
rabbit.
east and sets in the west. And Ra, he is also Horus and Set. He's both of those characters. It's a duality.
Said
It's in Egyptian. You need to know all the gods are pertaining to. They're all connected. Just
Set
like
is
the
set.
story of Alice in Wonderland. All those characters are connected. They're all pertaining to the one who is the hero. Likewise, you're the hero. You're the Ra. You're the right ascending one because you're ascending to the right. It's talking about your right hand. There's so much just in that.
You
Hold
could
on,
say
who's
that.
talking about
Even
my
dealing
right
with your
hand?
brain. It's
I was about to
talking
say
about
that.
in your brain. That's an alchemy inside your brain.
Hold on a second. Someone's talking about my right hand on my brain.
And the rabbit or the fox and crossbones is tattooed on my right hand.
Yeah, you hold the stars in your right hand. You have the right hand path. You know.
Hold on a
What?
second. What do I know about my right hand now? Right hand path, right hand star. I hope I have no stars in my right hand.
It's your planets.
I know it's
It's
my
a palm
planets.
reading
That's what
connect.
I'm
Okay, so
talking
like
about.
the zodiac is literally in the palm of your hands.
Okay, stop. Is this an all women's channel right now? I don't know where you're going with this,
The
but
father
there,
finger is
this
Saturn.
is 18 and over. All of a sudden, it used to be 13. All of a sudden, 18 and over. Watch out. Watch out. I think this girl over here, watch out. It's not a girl. It's not a girl. It's an alien being from outer space telling us about the Christ consciousness, the beginning in Aries, but she left the secret out that we begin in Januaries and then Februaries, and then we get a lull down, right? At the
Yeah, but
beginning of
there's
March.
beginning and ends to everything. So like spring, for example, spring has a beginning and an end, just like summer has a beginning and an
So, can
end.
I ask you this big question? It's very important.
You just said something important too.
Can you tell me what's going on between the 1st of March and the 19th of March? And I'm going to explain to you why. Because it's the 60th day, okay, to the 78th day. Okay, I already know what it means to me. And one of the reasons for that is the word Aries doesn't fit into this part of March. The thing is, what does change with Aries inside of March? Do you know what changes? That's really crazy. Is that even though it doesn't say January's joking around, maybe coincidence, maybe true or not, or February's joking around, maybe true or not, but not getting into where Aries is the zodiac sign that shows up on the spring equinox, is that in the month of March, the Aries is noted to be a ram. Does anybody know that? Cynthia, tell me, please, I'm right. Is Aries
Yeah,
a
you're right
ram?
on point. Well, you're right on point even with the Aries part. The Airy, because the Airy is pertaining to eyes as well. And then okay, so December on the Gregorian calendar is the begin end point, right? For the solstice.
Oh, so
Because the
now we can
solstice
have
takes place there.
disseminaries.
Yeah, and then they start January off for Janus for Saturn. Okay, and that's your Saturn connect for a re-beginning, and that's always going to be found in the ram because the ram is the lamb. And the lamb, like I showed you before visually with the analem in the sky, which is the figure 8, right? The center point of the figure 8 is Virgo, the Virgin, and Aries, the lamb. So the lamb is always inside the Virgo, the woman. Okay, and then the zodiac wheel, that's just the figure 8 unflipped. There's a whole lot to it, and that's also your clock. That's your 24-hour clock. The zodiac is your 24-hour clock. It's also your calendar. It also, if you can live your life in harmony with this grand calendar, like even on a daily basis, you can go outside and you can begin seeing, okay, when the sun is high up in the sky, you should know it's 12 noon. Because the sun is on a path. He walks the same path, but at the same time, it's a moving path. It is fun to follow. And just know you can see it with your eyeballs. And then you can go and understand that you can track this with math. Right? So they're able to predict the calendar in advance, correct?
Oh yeah, of course.
All right, Miss Cynthia,
Yeah.
can I'll show you this thing that I've seen, and I want, and if maybe you might know what this
Go
symbol
ahead, I'm
kind of
looking.
means. I don't know what it does.
We're looking.
Oh, Miss Meow.
Because you drew this one. You actually drew
Go
this
ahead,
one
I'm right
day,
here. I can
Mr.
see you. I'm
Techpan,
right here.
and
Are you want to go into
let
Biggie?
me see if I can do this right here.
Kitty, kitty, kitty.
Right here. That's
Oh yeah, I
him
know
right there.
that one. Hold on a second. I'm going to put you
Okay,
on
what
big
is that?
big one.
Looks like a bow and arrow.
Oh, that's a
I mean,
chicken.
what is that?
Looks like a bow and arrow.
Oh yeah, that's a big chicken. I can see it easy. So that would be the
Big
weather
chicken.
vane. The V for vane is a split. The V letter is a 5 letter. It shows the split of the heart. Like if you would see the Mercedes sign is a reflection of VVV at 120 degrees. It's like on ice. Why do
What
I
if it
say
sits
on
like,
ice? Anything to split in parts of threes is
even if it sits,
relative to hockey.
what if it sits like, what if it sits like this?
You know, it reminds me of the, hold on a second, I'm trying to remember. You could be moving over from one area to the next. Are you on the exact point of your book? Can you hold your,
That's not on my
no,
book.
no, to the camera
Yeah,
screen.
it's just
Hold it to the corners of your camera screen. So I'm gonna,
like okay, like
yeah, okay, that's better. That's the way it should be held. I think that's 100 and, what is it, 135 degrees that? I think that's
I
where the
would
sun, I think that's,
that right there's
It
corner to
looks like a
corner,
split
perfect.
A as well,
yes, well,
Okay,
yes,
what?
but it's rounded, so anything
and the man
rounded.
in the middle.
Okay.
Right.
When you have a straight line, if you were on square paper, you would be going corner to corner,
But
right?
now if it's if it was down, like if it was sitting down, it would be more like
And it's not on the plateau, so you might be running off into two different oceans,
it would be like
a
it would
cylinder, a car on a rail, a split bicycle tire.
yeah, it would sit
Yeah,
up
so
like
Aries is also called the house of the rising sun.
yes, it would sit
Mojo Jackson.
like okay. The reason I ask what that is because that's in the palm of my hand.
Well, that's what you do know. That's part of Pharaoh has the same thing, eh? It's a Pharaoh design. It's an Egyptian design, eh?
And I
I mean,
see
it's
that's why
easy
I'm
to see.
asking
I've
because
seen it many times.
it
But
made me stare at it one day I was sitting there and I was staring at it and I was like my hand I got drawn straight to my hand. And this is it right
Yeah, well, you
here. Let me
should
see.
do some of
yeah, I
your,
just
you should do, okay, so if you know that the zodiac is in your palm of your hand, you should go do some
See,
reading so you can read
it's right
your
there.
own palm.
I tried. I was trying to learn how to do that. Okay, stupid thing. Why are you not doing it?
Yeah, just know it's all connected to the planets. And you even have
See, it's
like
right there.
mounts on your hands. Your hands have mounts on
Yes.
them,
your hands
and
have what on them?
they have mountains.
Is
Okay,
that
and different points on your hands, if they are more pronounced than others, if that mount is higher than
No,
another
it's very
mount, that could
for?
indicate something with your planet. So that's why a
Are
lot
you
of the
talking
fortune
about like
tellers,
the height of everything?
yeah, see, that's
yes.
why the fortune
It's in the
tellers,
palm of
they
my
would have
hand.
to have like a
It's dead
carbon
center.
printing of your palm of your hand, or they would have to like visually sit
See?
and
It's right
hold your
there.
hand to feel.
Yeah,
You
I
can
see.
see it's right.
You have a what's it called design on your hand. That's pretty cool. He's got like a big tulip on his hand.
Yeah, and seeing like the occultic groups, that's why you have a lot of the
Whoa, I
hidden
don't like
hand
that.
stuff,
Okay,
because they'll
that's not
hide their
cool.
hands. They don't
It's
want
right there.
people to see
It's
their
like right. It's like
cards
dead
because
center.
your cards are on your hands. Your cards are pertaining to your zodiac. Yeah, so
That's
you have
his
a
foot.
mystic
What are you
M.
talking?
You're a
That was his
mystic.
foot.
Let me hold on. Let me get rid of the background.
I have to get rid of. Yeah. Well, let me see
See.
it one
Yeah,
last
if you
time.
have a mystic M and your M also makes an
Oh yeah, I got that
X,
on both hands.
Oh my
yeah,
God! I know other
that
human
just means
beings
you're a
have the same
mystic
stuff.
there.
Yeah. Here's a big Y. Look at the big giant Y on that, right?
Well, no, I have. Well, it says
Yeah,
when
you
I put
got your love
when I put my
lines. You've got,
when I put my hands together, it says AY. It says AYYA, Aya, which is actually a word in another culture. See it's AY right there, the AY, and
Right.
then there's
Right.
that symbol, and then on the other palm it has the YA, and they're in my M's.
Right. I don't do any palm reading, but I do know that if you bring up anything to do with palm, write out the word, do an analogy of palm. So when you see something, just try and understand that. Well, for me, right away, AM is part of spirit. When you have AME or AM or RAM or ARM, anything to do with AE, we were talking with words with AE in it or AB. The AM is what I meant to say. So A through M is a range of 13 numbers. A through M. When you add them up, you have a total of 91. You have 9 numbers which take up a single digit area. Okay, you have 4 numbers 10, 11, 12, 13, 10, 11, 12, 13, 10, 11, 12, 13 that take up a double digit area. They use up 8 numbers, 8 digits. The first 9 use up 9 digits. Do you see what's going on? The first 9 numbers use up 9 digits. Are we all in this together?
This is what I found. This is what I was looking it up. This is what I found. This is the thing. I just screenshot it for you. And this.
Yeah, with the
is what-
palms, I was pointing out how we're trees, palm trees, and then your palms wave in the wind, right?
It's
So
this.
that's-
Oh, yes. Okay, yes. Palm
Your
trees,
palms
wave in the wind.
clap,
Okay,
your
keep going.
clappers.
Hold on a second. What was that?
Your palms clap, we're clappers. Our palms, we're palm trees. We wave our hands in the wind. Yeah, and so like your lines, your ley lines, they're fixed on your palms, but your mounts can change.
Okay, so
'Cause they're
if you're
pressure
these
points.
palms, hold on a second, hold on. We're doing one step at a time. I hope you can remember, not like me. Okay, we're missing one element in this.
Shake, handshake.
Oh, you can do that. I'm talking about something serious.
It's an agreement.
Oh, 26. It would I mean, even if you do 125 or 25-1, it's still going to come up 26-26, which is 52.
Right? And that's when you do that, okay, if you're taking away one from that element, there's a couple of things you're doing. Either you're taking a heart position away or you're removing Adam from Eve. This is where Earth and Mars came together between 51 and 52. 51 being the letter O, 51 being the letter O, and 52 being the letter Y. Yo, 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 the students of creation. I'm going to answer your question, Cynthia, that you didn't ask, that I said something was missing, and it's with the palm. What's missing when you have the palm?
Well, that word actually it means a is a word that means sir, respected. And this is an ancient Tamilian. This is an ancient Tamilian word, which is the same word that I got my numerology from, with the language I got my numerology from, which is one of the oldest languages in the world. Dealing with snow.
So do you see the answer?
Palm trees. Palm trees. Yeah, that makes sense. Palm trees.
You understand? Palm trees don't deal with snow.
Yeah, they don't deal
So
with
you're
cold.
looking at sunny Florida, sunny California, the sunny palms. So when you're talking about your palms clapping and waving, what's happening with the snow? They have nothing to do with your palms, do they? At this point in time, just to understand how far and how deep we can get to the palm. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Just what did you think? What do you think about that, Cynthia Thunt?
Yeah.
Yes.
You're
I
talking
look
about the
funny,
hands
you know-
being on ice, cold hands.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
well, I
Cold
mean,
hands, cold feet. That's not good.
yeah, I don't
Cold
have,
hands, cold feet.
I don't have cold. Yeah, I don't have that problem. Like literally at all. Fuck you.
No, I'm like a heater, you guys. I sweat a lot.
Yeah.
Uh,
I used to always have the warm hands.
which I like. I prefer the hot weather. I don't really like the cold. I cannot.
Yeah, it's like
As
70.
soon as
it's
the
like-
equinox get here, I'm like, saved. I am saved. Yay.
That's like somebody was showing me snow earlier today. Like they're in Michigan or something. I was like, nope,
Ugh.
I'm in 73-degree weather today. Like I've been in 73-degree weather for like the past week. I'm happy. It's gonna be 77.
Oh, yeah, I've been planting. I've been gardening. You know, I time my life around the seasons for planting, and you know, I'm going to do some yard sales. I'm going to do some yard sailing, guys. I'm going to find some booty, some treasure out there.
You guys all live near each other.
We do.
Yeah, you live like
Yeah, I think
600 miles away from each other.
It's not bad.
And I know a
small
lot of
world.
people from Oklahoma, Tennessee, and around there.
I live in Tennessee.
I saw 10 once before. I also saw 11. You should have seen
Tennis.
11 Cs. It was 11 Cs before 10 Cs. There was also 10 CCs. You know, earlier on, you used to have a bicycle. If it was a 2cc, you didn't need a license for it. Is that correct?
Yeah, a 2cc little motorcycle, like it had a little like a weed eater motor or something on it.
Yeah, but there's motorcycles that you don't need permits for. Do you know which ones they are?
The
Because
only
I've
thing
just brought this back
Some of
up.
them are like mopeds. I know you
Yeah,
don't need
50
a permit
cc's and
for a
under.
moped.
What is that?
50 cc's and under.
It's 50 cc's.
Yeah. But we
So
do.
there's also ham radio. You need a license. For those who don't know, I do word analogy, and now I'm petering out right now. I might just come back in an hour and take a break right now. I
Yeah, we
do
should.
word analogy. I wanted to talk about number 11 again, in which most of you saw. I talk about words. Or you know
11
what?
is pertaining to the two towers, correct?
The who tower?
The two towers?
The two towers. Continue.
11.
You need to
Yes, the
eat,
two towers. The 111th floor was onto the roof.
and you need to eat, Mr. Tech Pan. I know you haven't eaten yet.
Oh, I've eaten. Don't worry
Okay.
about that.
Okay.
2 o'clock in the afternoon. If I don't go, listen, every single day, if I try my best to do a minimum, okay, of 16 hours. I
What
try that every
is
single day,
what
every
is the
day.
most famous tower you know of right now?
Oh, Cynthia, I talk about numerology here, you know.
Well, you're a tower. You're also a tower. That's a tower. You're in tow.
Tower. Hey, that's wow,
Look at
tower.
this. I bought stiff beads.
Stiff beads.
What are they? Are they
These
glass?
are, look.
Are they rocks? They kind of look like dice.
This is to take a picture of me. No, I dip them in paint, and then I do this to get a complete circle out of my face for my picture to be taken.
Oh.
This is when I eat. They don't let me get close enough to the plate because I'm always spilling things. So they don't let me get my face past this area. You know when you play those machines like to stick the hand in to grab a dollar? Well, this is what they do. It's a new machine that's coming out. It's for your face. You have to stick your face into the bulb for an apple thing.
Bob for the apple. Apple of the Bob. Oh wow! I didn't even notice it was in the background.
What was that?
I was gonna start the movie the Dark Crystal, and I didn't realize in the background behind the Dark Crystal is the actually when Ilaria, the girl that's down there, is the one that told me about the crystal spiral, and it's actually in the background of the behind the lettering of Dark Crystal.
Right. So, and yeah, we came off the last video talking about the skull, right? So it's just ironic that the word skull is 19112112112, and if you want to go with the S at the end, 19. It's just crazy because without the birth, okay, there is no father creation, and it's without the skull. It works in not only that when you go to bone, or if you want to use cranium, the same thing is the R letter. Okay, the R letter is the third dimension of F. F is six. Now we're six people here. Now, if somebody doesn't understand, see, I don't have the final answer for what all these algorithms do. I don't have the final answer. I have many pieces of the puzzle that seem to always work out when it comes to 2020, when it comes out to what's the difference between 96 and 69. It's 23 by 3 and 24 by 4. The 3 and 4 are the same corridor in numbers when you're looking at a cube. So the same thing happens in numbers when you come to 6 and 7. What is identical to 6 and 7? That is identical to 3 and 4. Okay. What it is that they're one apart from each other. You can also find these two numbers if you look at your calculator, your ATM, your telephone. The sequence repeats itself over and over and over. For us in North America, for myself of the English language, with only the knowledge of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and the understanding of the dice cube, I can go back to any period of time under my strengths of that alphabet, A through Z. I also know that I can rearrange the alphabet, make it fair to every man, woman, and child on this planet to start off my alphabet not at 1. And I haven't seen very many alphabets that have done this yet, other than Messer switching up the alphabet a bit. Messer is from YouTube. I think it's Keys to Wisdom, his channel. I still find him hard to understand because I don't dedicate enough time to anybody but myself. And I'm not sure if that's fair or unfair.
He's the Keys to Wisdom, right?
Keys to Wisdom, yes. You know him?
Yeah. Well, when I was with you on YouTube,
Yeah,
I
he's
haven't
very,
got to talk
very.
with him since I've been on
He used to be a
TikTok.
boxer, an electrician, so he knew right away what I was talking about at the beginning. Many. I mean, I don't know. It's got to be at least. I'm sure it's
Yeah,
10
and I
years.
might have met him on another. I think I met him in one of my mantra groups too. But I'm not sure if it's the same person. And I'm thinking it is.
Yeah, well, Facebook
But
won't
very
let me.
smart. He uses the piano.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. If you have that app, can you get it for me? I lost it again. And he doesn't put, I mean, we can do it on the app that Forbidden's using, right? And if you pay for that app, I think it remembers everything you put into it. And that's what's amazing about it. If I
Yeah,
remember.
because the gematria stuff that I'm using right now, I literally see that they're sharing some of the information that's been put in, but not all of it. So I've been trying to
You can actually
do
pick
my
your
own math.
you can pick your ciphers on this one too.
Yeah, it's a very confusing. You really have to sit down like and give yourself a schooling over it. And I don't have much patience to learn anything, you know. I mean, I'm the guy with no patience, right? But I mean, when I was designing that thumb up there, what came first, the chicken or the egg, right? When it comes to that design, did
Yeah.
you ask me if I did that myself? I didn't. I had no idea that was happening while I was doing it.
Hello.
See the way it looks like a bent thumb with the fingernail over here?
I see a rabbit too.
Of which one? Wait, this one here?
The black, the all black with the one eye right there. It looks like he's got two ears that have come up.
Oh,
That are
you're
just kind of,
talking about, oh, you mean that rabbit.
yeah.
Oh, yes. You want to know the name of that rabbit?
Yes.
Elephant.
It looks like an elephant too. Yep. He looks like a tired elephant. Out of all the cartoons I've ever seen in my days, he looks like a tired elephant.
Yeah. And he's got the big thing on top of his head. You know those new chocolate cookies?
Oh no.
Yeah, right here. He's got his one eye. And the thing is over here with that big bird.
Another bunny.
See this? I had no idea that when I was finished. Oh, I love this bird here. I love this bird here. See the one eye is beak?
Yeah. Yes.
And I had no idea when I did this. I didn't do this on purpose. It wasn't me when I did it.
It looks like a bunny with a mask.
This one here.
Over to your left. It's orange. It's orange by your light. It's over by the light on the left hand side. I think it'd be your left. My right. Your left. Right over there. Over more. Other way. 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 Right there. Boom. You got him right there. Perfect. Looks like a bunny with a mask.
It's a light.
Not the light. Next to the light.
Oh, the bunny. You're talking about the bunny. You're talking about the bird bunny.
Yes, the bird bunny.
Yes,
Yes.
because hold on a second. First, it's the bird. Then
It's the bunny.
hold on a second. I have trouble turning. Wait. Then it's the bunny.
Yep.
Is it like that, the bunny? I can't figure out how to put my
Yeah, it looks
camera.
like the bunny right there.
Yeah, they're all like 2, 3. So I like to look at this one here.
Yeah,
Where
that's
the
the
bird
that's
is
the bird.
chirping right over there.
Yeah. And then the
the bird
dinosaur.
chirping, and the snake. So this is. It took me. I didn't do it on purpose, but it's a bull and a bear. Okay, and there's a trader, the market trader, in between them.
And then that one looks like a dinosaur.
Yeah, the one in the center here.
Yeah, the dinosaur.
That's the snake looking at the bear. This is the bull and the bear. It's the red heifer. It's not spotted.
Ah,
You know why? Because it's a male.
ah,
Only the female heifers are spotted.
I didn't know that.
How can you not know that?
Animals, they tell a good story, huh?
Okay, so listen to what I just said again, okay? Only the female heifers are spotted.
Ah, that makes sense.
Yes, because heifers are male. And the only reason why they're spotted is because they're female and the males spot all the females.
Yep. That's that old story of the young bull and the old bull.
Oh my God. Thank God I found it. Oh my God.
She's gonna be so happy.
Oh my God. Oh my God. I knew I had two cans.
Friskies.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Hey, Poopski. Watch this. Wait.
Yeah, go ahead and pop that can.
Where are you? Hold on. Wait. Let's do this. Let's do this.
Oh, yeah, I'm waiting. That's what I wanted to see. Like, she's gonna come over and just run. There she is.
What's going on? Meow.
Hey, sweet girl.
Okay, we're going to go give her some. But before we go give her any, we have to just do this one thing before I get out of this room. I love this, one of my favorite pictures here. This is flowers.
Oh, that's so awesome.
So, does anybody know what day it was yesterday? Was it the 24th?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, I figured out that if we're really going to have Valentine's Day, we should have had Valentine's Day on the 3/24. Would somebody like to say why? Why should we have Valentine's Day on 3/24?
324. 3 plus 24 would be 27.
Okay, I'm going to tell you why. Because 1 and 2 came together to create 3.
Ah.
The reverse alphabet of 3C is X24. So 3CX24, put them together, it says sex. It meets
wow.
at the 180-degree mark. It's the only one that's 8 by 3 at the 120-degree mark, meets in the center ice of a hockey game. And that's why 324, 18 by 18, the letter Chi, the center of Rubik's Cube, is why yesterday should have been the original Valentine's Day. It's the heart, the gateway amongst the couple. And if you notice, when they give each other flowers, she crosses over her hand to hand him the flowers, to where he crosses his hands over, and they bring them together through the flowers of their heart.
That's awesome. And why is that dude spying on him in the background?
Which one?
The one with the other googly eye?
Oh, he's scared. He says, oh no, they're matching up in my heaven of hate, in my heaven disgrace. And then the little yellow birdies come in. Leave them alone. I am the soul and heart. You are the evil spirit. You want them to create all the time. Don't let them get trapped down, right? Don't trap down the chickens, because we're the chickens. We need to create. We need to be devious. It's not our fault. We need to create all the time new ideas, right? That we can maybe share with everybody or with nobody at all. Wait a second. The bees, where are you all going? My good vibration is leaving me. And look, the mole is lying on top of the head chef. The head chef and the mole lies upon while the bees are being stung and leaving through the passageway. Oh no, the big red heifer. Oh my God, there's the heifer. Oh, my back, my poor back. Where do I take him? I don't know. Where's the hospital? Oh, the heifer's lying. The bees. Oh my God. Maybe it's at Harvey's Hamburgers. See the two ducks? That was supposed to be two Harvey's Hamburgers. That's a restaurant. And I ended up making ducks and I walk amongst you and there's like two ducks. If you take a look a little bit lower, you'll see duck feet. But oh no, there's the duck feet. There's the pedals and the pedals here. And there's two ducks going against each other. They're really
Yeah,
hamburgers.
I think you drew those hamburgers because you're the hamburglar.
I'm the hamburglar. And here, between your zzz, 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 let me go through. I'm the hair on the way in, not the hair on your chinny chin chin, right? But you know what? This one over here is when they took they took this area here, right? They put this area right here, this area here, and they made a pyramid out of it, right? The six sides to the pyramid, and then they put that pyramid and they just like put it right up there.
And that's like a lot of people don't know. Like the pyramid, it has 8 sides. A lot of people don't even know that.
Oh, you can have 8, you can have 9. There's lots of different ones
No,
now.
I'm talking about the real pyramid. The real pyramid has actually 8 sides. The Pyramid of Giza, the big one.
Oh, I didn't. Is that the 15184?
Yes.
Oh,
What are you talking about? The walls? Are you counting the base?
No, it has 8 sides. If you look at it at a certain
8
time
sides and then one base, right?
yes, well, yes.
Yeah.
What it does is each side, each triangle side actually has a concave in the center of it.
Yeah, that's your split A.
And that's
Yeah,
what
every wall of the pyramid will show your split A.
Mhm.
It's also to resemble an arrow. It's the 5 dot on the die.
That makes sense.
That's your. So if you take your pyramid and you put the 5 dot of the die over that, right? You'll see that as your window. Whoa.
That is pretty wild.
You must be getting a download.
That's what that is an accurate description. It's so bad too. You're like, it's so bad.
Back from the market. So let's see.
Farm fresh produce.
Good afternoon, El Ira, Fatol, Tammy, Judd, Caffeine. Yes, that was a lot earlier. Okay, half these people here, half the people left. Juice is with us. Have you got any questions for us, Juice? I think I made one of these designs for Juice. I think it was here. This was for Juice. I am Juice. So we have to tell everybody that we have Juice in the audience. If anybody, I'm not sure what kind of juice it is. Apparently, it might be blackberry because I saw the person has a like black on their body, so the body could be the berry. But they also have white, and I don't know. They could have. Is there anything? We have white grapes, right? I mean, this is a funny world. Seriously, is it not a funny world? I never drank white wine in my life. I've seen tons of bottles, okay? They marked white wine on it, and inside it looks like water, just like yellowish or something. So what is it with this world? Their infatuation between white and black. See a person walking down the road, oh, look, a brown person. You know, there are no brown people around. I mean, I don't understand with the colors. They call them black.
Isn't it Sauvignon Blanc?
Blanc,
and it looks like black.
2438.
Oh, that's good. Hold on. Can you repeat that and say something more about it? I'm just taking 2 seconds to get more water and speak really loud because I'm in the kitchen, louder than your son, please. Hold on.
No, don't be sorry. It's so cute hearing him play in the background.
I didn't know that y'all could hear
Oh
him.
no, if you can't put your picture on, then we don't want to see you.
Oh, well, I was just gonna mute it.
No, don't. It's cute.
No,
when he plays in the
don't
background.
mute it. I was listening. I was stealing the
Yeah,
information.
he's trying to speak. Like we speak telepathically, so I know everything he wants.
So I want to ask him Okay. If he's going to dream about one letter tonight, because there's one letter he says all day long that you never hear.
What is it?
The letter M. And you're constantly repeating it to your son without even knowing. Does anybody know why? Because in French, when you say to somebody, je t'aime, it means I love you or I like you.
Je t'aime. Okay.
Yeah, M. M means to like. M-A.
Oh.
Right? So with
Je
Bugs
t'aime.
Bunny, when they had Acme explosives out there with Bugs Bunny, it was telling two stories. I love you so much, I want to blow it all up. Hey, listen, do you hear what he's saying?
I grew up with those cartoons. It
Yes.
makes me laugh seeing people get hurt, but I'm not laughing because I
No,
think it's funny.
Okay, you teaching your son, you're teaching your son E-I-E-I-O?
when I see that in the background, when I see that happen, the first thing I always think of when I think about our cartoons is like that's the stuff comedy is made of.
Oh, I know, it's so mean.
It's so bad. It is bad. It's like, well, okay, you know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
we watched like Daffy Duck and Bugs Bunny shoot themselves in the face
Literally,
so many times, and it was just hilarious.
duck season,
Right.
no rabbit season, no duck season.
Oh gosh, Elmer Fudd.
Oh yeah, gosh.
Rabbit season. Ah! You rascally rabbit.
What was it? Yosemite Sam, the most violent one of all of them.
Red hair.
Literally.
Oh my God, it's forbidden. No, it's forbidden. Red hair, blue eyes, Samity Sam.
Oh my
God.
And I'm learning about my rage right now being sacred because it creates change sometimes. Oh my God. Oh no.
Yeah, we have to deprogram that. You know what though? Because I don't know if this is the place to show.
If I try to deprogram it, though, it's going to put me it's still going to put me on my destiny even faster. So like I've just learned like it's only necessary when it's necessary because I am a protector.
Yeah.
If I see somebody being harmed in public, I'm definitely going to use my rage. But I'm learning that it's not good. Like in some case, like I have been silenced by a lot of people, and that's one of the times I've learned that like it's not really rage. It's just the way it was brought to me. It's one of those like, look, bro, like quit interrupting, quit being a butthead, and sit down and let me finish what I'm saying real quick, and then we can move on from there. Because you get those people that are like, those are the ones that I got a message over. Like what was it? I woke up from a dream and it was telling me like to ask certain people like yes or no questions. And if they give you this like long, like 4-mile long answer, and it was literally just a simple yes or a no, that understand they're surrounded by negative spirit. You know what I mean? And you're still going to be confused about your answer. So you got like, you're like, okay, yeah, I'm done with this conversation. Done walk away.
Yeah, when you learn how valuable your time is, like
Yes.
you're literally spending time. I mean, people are making money based on their time. They're all spending it because they're expending this energy in exchange for paper money or digital, whichever way they're receiving it. But it's very valuable. So, be careful who you give it to because not everybody's going to be appreciative.
So you want to hear the big thing about pulling and then I want to talk a little bit about numbers because I'm not sure really who's here just for the numbers, So I don't want to like anybody's mind to like start crying because we haven't talked about numbers, and so what were you guys just saying? Because it was because of what you said that I had to say this. Otherwise, I wouldn't interrupt you on purpose.
Oh, I was talking about time. He was talking about time.
We're talking about spending time like on certain things with people that are not wanting to listen or pay attention, that we have to like be careful with that because our time is valuable. It's more valuable than gold and money. That's what Miss Cynthia was adding to that.
Okay, so since I forgot what I was going to say, 111 team members. What does that mean? Oh my God, the orangutans are here. Oh my God, it's the red hats. It's the red hats. It's the red hats. 111 joined the team. I'm going undercover.
Agent 86. What are you?
I'm here. Watch out! The boat, the Titanic. Whoa! But we have to make it fun because otherwise the kids won't join the channel. I mean, for me, at the
What, you
beginning
mean we're
of
not the
this,
kids?
what's that?
I did stuff today for the keypad.
I was like, what do you mean we're not the kids? Kids are baby goats.
I do.
Right, kids are baby. No, at the big a while ago in my work, it said until I can reach 50-50 between the denominations of human beings on
phone's
my
dying.
channel.
Yikes.
I was told that it was very important that the altar source of humanity must watch what I do if what I do is going to go anywhere. So I always had in the back of my mind, if I can get as close to I can with young and closer to the altar sex, then it's going to help a lot because the females are better judgmental, I find, than the males under certain circumstances for a reality that if I was having babies and connected to a moon, me too, I'd have a little bit more of a connection to this house.
Agreed. That's why we have to like. That's why I've always been trying to tell people we got to try to help heal some of our women. They're like,
You know, in my world, the woman gets only a 4-day work week.
I can see that. Yeah, that's beautiful.
Yeah, you can't because you need to give her 4 extra days a month,
Yes,
and
just
some days 5.
just to relax.
Well, it's not for that. I mean, they're busy. They're busy with the moon. They're communicating up there in the moon. Who knows what's happening that day? I don't want my machines broken. I don't want somebody getting new information, upgrades and uploads interrupting with my business. They get the most important information on those days and should be paid twice the salary on those days if I was getting an upload. Then when they stop making the babies, less uploads, no more children, nowhere to give the information, why share it? Why share it? You don't want to overload anybody and give them a migraine, stomach cramps, too much information coming in, a lot of decisions to make and take. How long before something runs through somebody's system? I like to call it the grandfather clause or law of numbers, which means when you get to the third row of numbers, right? The 7, 8, 9, you have already left your connecting numbers. I'm going to try and see if I can explain this. This rule or law comes in through roulette. When you're gambling with roulette, you can connect a certain number of numbers with a single chip. Each one is going to tell you a different law. If I connect all 12 and get 2 to 1, I know it's 6 and 6 amongst the 12 choices. If I choose one chip between two areas, it pays 17 to 1. So I have to understand why the dice cubes, why these dice pay these odds, why this math works out that the house always wins, that when they create the difference in the odds, how it ends up to be, or only the difference in the perfection about the value of a coin. And when you put down a coin or a chip, what the return is or what the transduction is of the value of that chip. This has to do right now is when you bet in roulette and the odds when you choose a number of the number of numbers that they are and what the payout is and the explanation and why did they choose 35, that if you created a world and we're already living in a created world, so I'm so freaking lucky I have something to work with for every divine person who has ever been here. Cynthia had to go, too bad. Cynthia, enjoyed your company. Anytime you want to come back. There's also a lot of brilliant people out here. In fact, people don't even know how brilliant they are because they're one-time wonders. You know what I'm saying? We heard some music back in our time, but it's just that one-time wonder that runs into our life that changes everything for us. So this is to all the one-time wonders that were ever out there, for those who are deceased or alive, and to the 27 Club, for they should know that. Here's the 27 Club of the Mayans right here. You want to see the 27 Club of the Mayans? We're going to go over this piece.
Yeah, I haven't seen that working.
We're going to go over this piece. 6 times 9, 54.
Do you need to take a break before we go over that piece, Mr. Techpan? Or I know you'll get into that piece really heavy. I need my teacher. Hopefully. If I was there, I would go to the store and buy you.
You can keep it to yourself, but it wouldn't be fair, cause that chocolate crispy taste is loved everywhere. So give me a break, give me a break, break me off a piece of that Kit Kat bar.
In
I promise
honor
you.
of everything that is hidden and forbidden.
I promise you, if I was there right now, I would go to the store and buy you a Kit Kat bar. We would enjoy a Kit Kat bar. Yes, we would.
So,
And that's K-I. Oh, that's interesting. That is an interesting word.
I want to break free.
Oh, hey, just the man I'm looking for. Break.
I think we both feel that.
But life still goes on.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
woohoo! Well, we're hot today. Wow. Wow. And please, this is not the literal break. Whoa, oh, stop. That's enough. That's enough. I thought they would have something like take a break at McDonald's.
No way. That's that end up in the bathroom for a couple minutes or so after you eat that stuff.
Oh my God. This is sickening. I've never seen this before, but you see the name at the top here?
Google, yep.
Right. So each one of these is putting McDonald's down. Why is everything so backwards now? Are they looking at us and saying, you know what?
Well, if they tell, that's reverse ecology.
The public's right. Something wrong. We're going to have to change everything around. Do you know why it's like this? I'm going to tell you why it's like this. This is the why it's like this. This is exactly why it is in my mind, only my mind. Even others might say, oh yeah, I thought the same thing. Just like what I thought. Oh my God, they said it before me. No, can I tell you something? Something I'm going to say right now is so relevant to all those who can see with their eyes, with their brains, actually, with their eyes, with their brains, put it all together with what they hear, right? Everybody knows what's going on. And if they don't share from us, I'm going to help you with what I believe is. I believe there's only so much you can hide in the bathtub or so much you can hide under the bed. Eventually, you have to clean under the bed. Eventually, things are found. Eventually, you show off what you've been hiding at a certain period of time. You don't show it always off at the right time. So you're disturbing all the things that should know, which means the vibration, certain information, the breath that you take every single day. I have a machine. Let me break it down. I have a car. I need to change the oil. Now, usually I have an automatic oil filter that changes oil, and I only change the filters every so often. But now my oil filter is no longer filtering for as fast as the car is working. I'm revving the car higher. I need to change it more often. Therefore, when that happens, the light starts to brighten up. As the light starts to brighten up, right? As the light starts to brighten up, the moonlight brightens up. until we hit the 28th day and they throw it all back at us. Everything we remembered, we didn't remember. It was the spring solstice, something I should have forgot. I have so much energy, not enough energy. Boom, I'm a seed. I'm popping out of the ground. Wow, summer is here. I'm feeling so great. The sun energy, everything's turned around. I'm a well-oiled machine. This system we live in, wow, what a fantastic world we live in, eh? Just like a well-oiled machine. I forget where I started off with this whole piece that I was trying to get to. I sent myself off into another realm. What were we talking about, Forbidden?
We were talking about like Kit Kat bars and the other things of
Right before the taking a break, you said before you get into it, you should take a break. And then I
yes.
just don't. What was I talking getting into?
We were your Mayan calendar.
Right, I remember number 27, but there was something deeper inside of this that I wanted to say. No, no, I'm good. 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 Yeah, one thing I did want to talk about, or if you guys want to take it on your own, anybody who uses anything I do, go ahead, do it. You know, just do it. I'm not holding on to anybody. Don't be afraid to just take it. Go fly.
Yes,
You
go
know,
fly.
as far as we can spread the truth and through honesty, through games, through first understanding algorithm, through numbers, how they can be used. And I spoke earlier on as I wanted to understand March 1st, right? I wanted to understand March 1st over to March 19th and why such a big date. Why is that so important? It's important, right? Because it's the first, okay, of March, which is the 60th or the 61st day. So it's the time clock. It's either 19 by 19, 361. We went all the way around and we started again. We are the first degree in the next cycle, and this only happens in the leap year. It's not only that, because when you say Januaries, you can say disseminaries, you can say Februaries, they all work out as words. Also to note that just like February, Wednesday is a funny word. It's hard to just say, is it Wednesday or is it Wednesday? You know, just like, is it Februaries or Februaries, you know? So something's wrong or on purpose putting this combination, tongue tying us together, at least for me. The thing is about Januaries bringing on Aries, bringing on the Ram, okay, and Februaries because of the Y. They now replace the I with a Y, the I with the Y, okay. That's where that association comes from when they take off the Y and put an IES at the end, just like when they say I come into my 20s, right? 20s. They use that after the T in twent. They do the same thing with eight. When the T comes at the end of the word, things become different, just like the heart.
Ah, the H and the T. I see.
Yes, the H and the T. There's 17 groupments of TH in numbers between 1 and 21, where first is just like last as being 21st, ending in the expression of first on the second dimension inside the house of Bait.
Ah, that makes a lot of sense, especially when you mix the heart and the brain together. And that's like the word "the." The word "the" is 33. THE is 33.
No, yes, yes, but you said the, which is 38, which turns it golden.
Ah,
But now that you use three letters over four letters, one is one O. And you know what the crazy ironic thing, and I just want to cry. I just want to like, I don't know how to express enough. It's just like somebody saying, "Oh my God, I ate the best scallops in the world," or shrimps, or lobster, or anything you've ever eaten to describe the delicacy of it. It just like, it like drives me nuts to think about 3 times 27 and 4 times 27. I just want to cry, you know? And before, when I mentioned, yes, when I mentioned 3 and 24, what's so crazy, okay, about March 24th?
and that's one of the biggest numbers in Horus too, as well, is 27.
Well,
And
it's a reflection, could be a reflection of, guess what?
And the 142857, if you add that up singularly, it comes up to the number 27.
Yeah, well, it comes out to today is Christmas.
What? That is so cool.
If we really wanted to reverse Christmas, it would happen on the 6th of March.
Right. I could see that.
But if
Oh,
we were just doing it for the numbers, right, it's actually the 25th of
and that's
March.
what's, remember how I broke down and if you remember how I broke down the pyramid code, like the way I did it with the 3 pyramids or the 4 pyramids, the way they come for each side. If you look at it, it comes up to all of Horus's numbers, the 23 or the 27, the 54, and the 81.
Right, right. You get that. And that's funny when you mention that the sun comes in, the sun and Venus, okay? This is I don't know if I can explain this properly. Should I call it the quarter houses of the sun? We all know that we have a heart within us. We all know that the sun emits energy. We all know about matter, but it's so hard to like. I'm not a doctor. I see molecules moving. I see electricity. I see there wasn't electricity. Now I see electricity. Well, I don't see the electricity. The light went on. I stuck my finger in the socket. I felt it. It was like, oh my God, did I ever feel it? It was like my whole body was like, what a feeling it is, you know? Like I'd love to put my finger like this is through game mode. I'm only talking about game mode. In game mode, this I put it right into the socket. Oh my God, what a good feeling that is. You don't know. I can feel it right here, sitting right here in this chair. That electricity going through you. Oh my God. Oh my God. There couldn't be anything better than that electric thing. And I created on my own.
And I did
You
that
know
as a
how I did it? You know how I did it? These eyes here, when I see something I like, I got electricity going through my body. It's like buzzing me. It must be electricity. Something starts to buzz. What gets your body to buzz? How do you get buzzed? How can I be sitting here right now and I'm buzzing? I feel like I'm vibrating so high. I don't want to come down. In fact, I don't want to calm my voice. If you ask me to calm my voice, I'm not going to calm my voice. I'll whisper, but I still want to talk with that intensity. It's like a musical note. I can feel it vibrating through me. I just want to be able to find the next word to speak, to be able to have to be able to be on the floor, to be able to keep intact with everybody, keep everybody entertained without creating a situation that I look delusional, saying anything and everything but anything that makes sense at all to anybody at all, saying now this person is delusional. So I don't want to get to that state. Is that did I make any sense there?
Yes. But I think we should stay in that state because you know what? Without any genius, there could be no, without insanity, there can be no genius.
Right. I mean, first of all, it's only insanity because the others don't understand.
Right. And that's one of my biggest things in my fundamentals of the human existence is like, right. I said, intelligence is a curse, is a gift and a curse. But to the less or to the majority, you will not be understood, but only to the lesser.
So yes. So now it's funny because yes, to the lesser. Okay, now if you go and sign an agreement for something, is it's the lessee and the lessor?
Ah, that makes sense.
I don't know how to write it. I wish I did. Not only that, but now that things are more insane, insanity, insane or sanity.
And that's another one that goes with that. It goes you to feel all my emotions to the point of insanity to the point that insanity sparks rationality.
So the insan part where "and" comes together in ANE, insane, instead of AME meaning soul in French, it becomes ANE and becomes the soul from the meaning in the animal soul and maybe with the animal type of thinking other than the man. The reason I say this is MAN is man. The Hebrews say that the soul of man is animal, and now we create the word man. The word man is number 28 to the 28-day cycle of the moon to AIR equaling to 28, the same numerical value to where MAN is a 3-letter word as AIR equaling to 81 reverse. The M inside of MAN is what is 13 and 15 inside that word. Is the M is a dark letter. The M, what is the 13th letter, is also used as a Roman numeral, so it existed in one function or another before the English alphabet began, and the importance of that letter supersedes most of all other letters. We go back to Russia, okay, where the N letter has already been pre-created backwards and could be facing itself in judgment. And when this happens, it will hold on to N facing N to the slope or gateway of the divided gates, in which can be found just about all over the world in every single city state by every human being. Is this over here? Because I can go up this way, down this way, up this way, right? Or I can go up this way, down this way, up this way. When doing that and going this way, I cross over 1, 5, and 9, 4, 4, fire to fire, right? Fire to fire, going up. So here I'm starting down at 3, okay, down in Gemini, or the other one, okay, or I'd be starting here. I'm not doing it this way, right? What I'm doing is this way. I'm going 3, 5, and 7, 2 and 2, rather than 4, right? Am I going up this way, right? Or am I going up? You see that?
Yes.
The letter N going up this way, or am I going this way? Which way am I going? Am I coming across this way or coming across this way? So the N also is showing me from Russia, as the R is showing me Russia. So at what point were these letters created in Russia before they came into the English alphabet? Or how does it supersede one another to understand that difference as well?
That word now, manimal.
Manimal. You can also look as more and less of one that is.
And I mean that would explain like why we have such like as you and your kitty, you guys you know what your kitty wants by the move, like you can just tell, you know what she wants. And that's we have that interconnectiveness because we're all animals too. We're animals, and we have the imagination of and can see what
At
they
what
see.
time and what, sorry to interrupt.
No, go ahead. No,
At
yeah,
what time do we become the humans that we are under the makeup of the animal of the nature that we cometh from, under the breath that give us the life or the capabilities, right, of our terabytes, of our capabilities of speaking, of knowledge, right? Who
I
are
would
we?
say
They call us humans, but I don't care what anybody says. We are animal, just like the rest of everybody else, but we are the human animal. However you want to put it, I don't care. Use
we're
whatever
the only
dictionary
ones.
you want.
We're the only ones with the only organism on the planet that's named itself. The brain. The brain named itself. The brain.
Pinky and the brain.
Yes.
Whoa, and that's so funny because I didn't know that when you said Pinky and the brain that this was going to happen. So it's March 25th. It's like Christmas.
Yes. Oh my God! It's looking in Walmart. Cockpit.
Wait, can you just? Whoa, whoa, whoa. I wanted to show you something just ironic. Take a look at this. Just, I don't know if you guys understand anything, but you see this?
From
I just did
Psycho.
a thing on chicken on Friday night. I said, say goodbye to all the chicken and spaghetti because, uh, Friday night Sabbath dinner for chicken, right? And
Yes.
then I don't know what's the after party like, right? Is the after party going to be between Because everybody knows, right? Did anybody go out with Ken lately? I know.
No,
Yeah, some chick went out with Ken,
that's 21 too.
right? But
Five
hold
points.
on, hold on. But does anybody see this?
Yes, the chicken.
No, Ken is the son.
Yes, he is in the circumpunk. If the head is in the middle of the circumpunk.
But Ken in Hebrew,
The son.
okay?
Yeah,
Ken in
the head's in.
Hebrew, okay? Ken in Hebrew means yes. And if you read it backwards, it says no, nos neck, which means our head.
Ah, I see it now.
Chicken song. I don't know what the chicken song is.
Oh, it's funny.
Oh, you know it?
Yes.
You know? Okay, so sing. We're gonna listen.
I don't know the song, but I know of the song.
Oh,
I don't know. I know of the song. I've heard it several times.
that's. I thought you knew
they
the
do it
song.
they do it in Jimmy Neutron, the cartoon.
Yes. Oh, I like that one. I like that one.
Yeah.
How do you? Okay, does that mean? Just jumping on to Juice's remark. She marked insane. So if I should say you're sane, would that sane be SANE?
Or SAIN.
Yes. So is that the way really to write it?
Sane.
And isn't that funny to say it?
It is.
Is that really the way to write it?
And that's like we call it the English alphabet, but really it's the Latin alphabet.
So here it is. This is the reason. 3 and 24. You remember I mentioned before 324?
Mm-hmm.
I said we should have our Valentines here.
Yep.
Well, what happens is, first of all, we get Januaries, Februaries, but I wrote down Wednesday because Wednesday and Februaries are hard to say out of a normal word, right? Not like March, but the thing is about March, we don't mention the day. Okay, hold on a second. The 79th day, the 79th day, and the 78th day. This is in a leap year. Okay, this is the 19th of March because of the equinox, right? Yeah, we had Cynthia here before. We also had Honeybee here before.
Equinox is EQ. That's the equalizer.
So what happens over here is 324. 18 by 18 is 324.
Equalizer
18 is the markings for the halfway zone, 180 degrees. Everything cuts off at 18. The first 18 of 360. The reverse alphabet of C is X, and this together says sex. 24 hours a day. It runs in 3 parts of 8 hours, so therefore it happens at the heart of that. Six is the completion. 3 is your share, right? And I said 8. You know why? Because it's 3 by 8 for 24 hours.
I spell chicken different too, though.
You spell chicken different?
Yeah, I spell it like that. CHIXEN.
Okay, that's funny that you say that because it sounds like shiksen, which is actually a racial slur.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I didn't know it until I just said it. Well, and hold on a second. Now you say it.
Chicken.
Okay, you see, the way I see it and said it is a racial slur. The way you said it is okay. Because I went shiksen, almost like saying shiksa.
Oh, I don't know what that means.
You don't know what that means?
No, sir.
It's a 6 or an 8. Or was it a 6 or a 1? 6 up. All right, 6 or 1. 6 up.
Chicken.
6 up. So what I wanted to come over here with this was, so this is yesterday, 324. So what also 324 is 18 by 18. It's the reverse alphabet. And before the window opens, before anything begins, it begins and it ends. This is your extremity. Inside is 423. It's the same thing. It's all within our vibration of who we are. So where does Aries come in March? Why did I mention to take away these days starting here? Because it doesn't say March. I can say where did I write this before? The seminaries almost sounds like December, Januaries, Februaries. Okay, but when it comes to March, I can't say, can I say Marchuaries? No, because when it comes to March, it becomes the mortuaries. And then it becomes the cemeteries. So we can see Aries is getting involved in our life along with Capricorn. But the one thing good about Capricorn that I really like is because on my deathbed, and they put me that capstone or they don't, okay, they honor the capstone of my connection. It's the connection of your A, B, C to D, okay, that creates who you are. The 6 protons, neutrons, and electrons. Capricorn stone for the 6th day of the coming of the 7th day of rest. That when you come into March, I said we can't say it right, but we don't have to, because in March backwards, it becomes Ram, and Ram is what Aquarius is what Aries is. Sorry, of what Aries is.
New words.
And with inside Aries, right? I mean, I don't know about you, but I've always associated with Aquarius. Yeah, go ahead.
The new words, they're Latin. Like I was looking up for some reason, like the equinox was sitting in my head to split it equa or equa and nox, which comes up to aqueous and nox, which is equal and night, and then it comes to the equinox is quintosium, quinoctium, which means the time of equal days and night.
Oh, wow. And it even sounds like the number 5, which goes along with 27, which is a visionary.
In Latin, because like in everything that we have, like we were talking about, like I was saying, we call it the English alphabet, but reality, if you look it up, it's the Latin alphabet is what they call it. So it's actually Latin letters that we just changed around to make different words.
Yes, 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 yes. You're going to have to talk more about that. I just want to say one thing. For some reason, I had the vision that went real quick, and 227 is your visionary within this date, but because I don't know anymore, and it's very simple, you can just look it up and punch it in. I don't know where to go for this. I'm just talking to Juice for a second, how to do all the numeric values for birthdays and timelines and who's what. I like zodiacs that run with alchemy. This guy is doing, although I don't like his methodology of it. I'm just looking at that number as 27. I already know that's visionary. That's from anything to do. Well, it's always different, right? Everything to do with 1, 2, or 0. There's 3 levels, right? It's either 0, 1, or 2. Anything else than that, you're just coming back to the beginning again, and it's your first dimension. Meaning, just give me 1 second. And where do I get this piece I'm telling you right now is from the, just give me 1 second. I hope I don't forget. Yes, 1 divided by 3 is 0.333. So I know 1 does not have anything before the point. 2 divided by 3 equals 0.666, 0.666. I know 2 has not gone anywhere. Now I know 3 divided by 3 is 1, so that's 1.0. Let's not talk about 3. 4 divided by 3 is 1.33. There's 1 point. What do you want to call that point? You want to call it the alpha house, right? The 4 is in the alpha house. It's inside the 2, 4, 6, 8. It begins at 4. The beta house begins at 7. Why? Because 7 divided by 3 is 2.333, and there's the 2 before the 0.333. Although they're in the same creation, are they playing from the inside, the outside, or which dimension of the house do they have? Are they playing the singular moon or the 2 moons? Remember, in this house, for me, inside this game, I run with Earth, Mars. Earth has 1 moon, Mars has 2 moons. Therefore, we have 3 moons altogether. And think it or not, whether you like it or not, Venus and Earth come together through our singularity moon, and Mercury and Mars go together, right? And guess what? It's the Mercury of who we are split up. we're actually more connected to the Mars moons than we are the Earth moon itself. The Earth moon itself is a makeup and a transition between the moons of Mars and the Earth moon that we see, and what we don't see, well, we don't know. So if I tell this story, it's between me and you. I'm just explaining you how I see it, how I understand it. I'm explaining to you numerologically through through the deduction and the analytics of the numbers themselves. So ask me and I'll tell you. Number one, the moon equals to 57, M-O-O-N. The Hebrews follow the moon as to the female, right? Has 12 years for 13 moons, or 156, right? That's 156 moons passing. 6 and 5 and 1 equals 12. At the age of 12, they have the Bat's mitzvah. Unlike, okay, the male, which has it at the 13th moon, or the L and M, the queen and the king, coming together in the first half of the alphabet, or in the first part of 13, right? There's two parts of 13. A through M, 13 letters, N through Z, 13 letters, but yet there's four suits. There's four suits of two colors in the deck of cards, two black, two red. So therefore, let's split them up. We're going to split up the suits because I only have two sections. I have to put up a red and a black. I'm going to separate them. And obviously, I'm going to be sending at least one of the suits is going to end up with the diamond suit, right? Do I need to use all the suits? And how many combinations of suits are there, right? Can you get the diamond, the heart, and the spade, or the diamond, heart, and the club? Or the diamond, the spade, and the club? Or was it the heart, the spade, and the diamond? Which one of the combinations? Just like anything to do. You can have four, but the only way to combinations is to start with combinations of three. There's one combinations of four. There's four combinations of three. How many combinations of two?
Isn't the spade just a heart with a spear in it?
The spade, you know what? You know the way I look at the, since everything to me is part of an alternative motive in order to create the design, I see the diamond surviving because the heart has no spade. The heart has no leg on it.
Yeah, because the end of the spade would look like the end of the spade where it would go into the top of the heart would be half of a diamond.
Exactly. And that's where the existence comes in between putting the heart, the spade, the diamond all together as one. I look at the envelope to everything, right? See the heart?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now I'm going to
But yeah, that's right. Yeah, because it would be it fills in the gap for the top of the heart. Where there's like, and it just gives it a slight arch instead of the full arch into the indentation.
you find your
There it is.
diamond.
Sure did.
Two hearts on top of each other creates one diamond at the heart of the two. You
That
end
is
up with your four-leaf clover.
That's beautiful. That is beautiful.
So I mean I have
you
them all over the place. Let me see if I can pick one off. If anybody sees one out there, stop me.
And that's like the 44 makes the star, like makes
Yeah, I'll tell you one thing, 44 turns into Trinity for me. I'm not sure which royal star you want to create, so I'm not too adept. I'd have to look at it. Well, I can't believe I can't find the one that's right along the wall.
if you take two closed fours and you turn them backwards, you turn one backwards and you put them together, you'll make the 5-point star. You make the
You'll make the swastika too.
it can, yeah, inside of it, yeah.
Yeah, 444, 44, the house of Abraham. You know, if I was to take this as a train, right, as a train, would I put something underneath here and then this would be able to be seen, except this would be on wheels and I'd be the truck and you'd be pulling the B trains down the road, right? But except it would be a 48 footer. So I'd have to have four of these, right? Each weight, I can't make it more than 8 feet wide. So Unless these unwrap, and each one of these, if I unwrap, it can be longer, be three, because this is 3 levels. Every cube is 3 levels.
So you'd
Three,
have
six, 9. So it's 9 inches per cube. So it'd be 9 feet. I don't know. So I'm just trying to make the length of a trailer. You do know that the pin, they want your pin number. Well, when they pin up the 18 wheeler, they pin it up to the fifth wheel. So the powertrain is on the fifth wheel, which is pulled by either the cat, right? Or it's being pulled by the Cummins motor. We do know that there's an ETN 10 inside the transmission, meaning the gearing system, one of the gearing systems in the 70s was Eaton. It's not the first gears that ever came out. And don't forget the names of Spacely sprockets, because everything that's ever been created before still lives on today. It's just changed the face of what it looks, right? It's just a different name today.
And the spider gears.
So that's a 13. So born on the 227, that's like the 58th day of the year, right? 58th day of the year. So that's a 13.
Yep.
So it's a 13 and it's a 2, it's a 213, it's a 15, it's a 6. So
This is
just
a
you're
13.
you're a basic 6 for the year you're in on
And
that day.
And it told me to wait till I was 44 to do what we're doing now with things that we're doing. And it's a 13 year for me right now with my birthday added up from 2025 to 121. It's
Flux
13.
capacitor. We're in the IT system right now. We're in the power outlet of the sun. We connect up. Do you know how many numbers connect this year?
That's 57.
Okay,
That's
let me
they're
tell you how
40,
many
40,
numbers connect this
44.
year. This is a big year. And don't forget what makes things bigger and smaller. It's like the transition meets this year. Why
And
do I say it? Because number 25 makes things bigger and smaller. Also, we're in number 45 this year.
and 44.
2468 and 13579 is 25 and 20. It's also a TY year. We're at a crossroads. The T and the Y come together. And what does it mean? I can go 4 by 5 equals to 20. I can go 5 by 5 equals to 25. Okay, that's a year of the sun. So we're in a power year. It's a big year of the sun, year of passage of the sun, year of Skynet. Let me put this down, 29. This one is 25 and 10. Oh yeah, we also connect together with see these numbers over here. The heart of the cube is 3.5. On the 29th area, okay, or number 29 will represent the letters I and T. Okay, the 29th day of a woman's cycle is the day the woman's child meets the moon and the child is coming into birth, or it's the beginning of the new cycle.
And the 2935 is 64. 10.
64, they meet at the ocean. 456 is the Federation, where they all meet. This is one of the forces of the Federation. You can't get away from it. It's also part of the game of cribbage. Everybody knows how cribbage works. It's all about 15. It's all about the 5. It's all about the ocean. It's all about connecting, bringing. In cribbage, you have 2 men in cribbage. You ain't alone.
To add another 5 to it, the 13 and the 44 for the years that I've going on with myself personally is a 57. 44 and 13 is 57. That's one of the big numbers you've been talking about too.
So that's where, again, another connection to the 85. 8 by 5 is 40. 8 plus 5 is 13. The total of 40 and 13 equals 53. That's a part of electric company minus the 13 is 27. So it's the moon and the house coming together. Your number was 44 and what?
13, 57.
Okay, I'm just trying to think where the 57, the only what's that?
My age is 44. The year, like if you add up 1 plus 2 plus 1 plus 2 plus 2 plus 5, you get 13.
Yeah, so this is part of what is 44. You fit towards the moon. You fit towards a trinity. I like to call this the flux capacitor, and what anybody wants to think about it. The number 85 is a spirit matrix. Number 58 is equal to the word 2. It's also equal to 13 and 40 when you multiply it 8 times 5, when you add it. When you add it, it equals to 13. 1 and 3 is 4. 40 is 40, and it becomes 40 and 4 or 44. But when you add it together to a double digit, it's 53. To a single digit, it is 44. So I think it's relative enough because it is in the eighth house. So I don't know if it's higher or lower. Either you've been split into 4 dimensions or you can travel to 4 dimensions. So either
Well, we know
you've been
that about the
split.
4 dimensions. You know I can travel to 4 dimensions.
So then if you can travel to the 4 dimensions, okay, now everybody knows four is 8 because once you enter into the 4 dimensions, it's 4 by 4 from the heart of the dimension, right? From the diameter heart of the dimension,
Which is
therefore spreading
that's
you
the
into
that's the
16.
5. That's the 5 on the dice. That's the one in the center that travels to the four outer realms.
Yes, right. The 8 outer realms.
Yes, total.
Right. So I don't know why they call, but this is in the third house. This is not Abraham's house. I think that we're born with this one here,
Right.
and the one that the house we're in is a much larger house. Meaning, what happens? Okay, this is complicated. I'm going to try and show this off, but I need a glass of water right now. So we're going to take a 2 minute break, and I'm going to come back, and I'm just going to see if I can. Yes, the rungs of the house on Monopoly.
And the 57 is also 12, which brings back to the 1 2 3 6, which is the back to the 1 2 3 6 12 infinity repeat.
3 by 4 equals to 12. 2 by 6 equals to 12. Okay. Uh, I can't do number 13 like that.
Well, the 5 times 7, or 5 times 7 is
13
30.
becomes a prime
35.
number.
35. Yeah, 5 times 7 is 35.
You know, 13 is a prime number, right?
Yes, it's only divided by its one itself. It's the first double-digit prime number there is.
And it's recreated from another number.
It's also the first letter of my first name.
Did you know that P creates M?
Huh. Yeah, I can see that.
Go ahead.
If you were to take the, because yeah, LMNOP, so P would, if you straightened out one side of it, it could make a P if that's how you're seeing it. Because it would connect the one hoop down to the straightened one, which would make the P, or the P would make the M, or the M would, you take the backside off the P and bend it, it would make the other half of the M. Or you can cut a lowercase n in half and make 2 R's too. That's how I found out about that, about the word mirror with my name.
So
I had a dream about that.
echoes of the past seen in the future. Echoes of the past seen in the future. Echoes of the past. So taking something very primary today that could be bothering me at this moment, throwing it into the future, 30, 60, 90 days. How am I supposed to see this reality in the future? Why is it holding me hostage at the moment? Why are my thoughts going through this right now? Why is it always my fault? How do I always cause myself to get into this situation? Why do I make the situations always in the favor of others? What is it that I'm doing? Do I just have to bow down and walk away, but they don't stop screaming at me? This is so embarrassing, but why should I be embarrassed? It's only their fault. You don't want to be seen by anybody at all. Self-pride at this point. What do I do? Because of self-pride, I can't make that decision right now. I'm going for a glass of water, and since we're the only one, I'm going to put on a song. I'm not really sure why I said all that. Maybe it's because looking through the comments, it made me say that. So can you reiterate? Is that what it means? Like, what did I say?
Yeah, in some ways it hits me right at home.
I just saw I was just reading the comments, and that's what it made me say.
Because the mirror, and part of my name, with only us being here, I mean, I don't care if there's certain people are here. I can tell you my name out loud. And my
His
name,
name, hold on, let me tell you his name. I'm going to tell you his name.
it's
Oh my God, if he's letting
he,
us, I'm telling you, his name is Jerry. Welcome,
Jerry.
Jerry. We're so happy
Jerry.
to have you here.
Thank you, Jerry.
Oh my God, Jerry. I'm so happy for the longest time. Oh God,
If it
Tom.
if you take the end
Tom.
and if you take the end and you cut it in half, you get mirror.
Your name is Tom Jerry. I know you.
I like Tom and Jerry.
Yeah, you come from Albany.
Albany.
Yes, I
Albany.
know. I know because you know what they have in Albany?
What's that?
They have
Acme.
an ice cream stand.
Oh,
And you know what it said? It said because in Albany, like on your way to Atlantic City, they said God is resting. So when you get to Atlantic City and the dealer says, "Do you stand or do you rest?" And I go, "Oh, God's resting. It's not Friday. It's still Thursday."
but it's
Isn't
only
that when they
Tuesday.
say hit me? So I'm saying this because when they say hit me, this is when the IT system comes in inside the hit, when the heavens are connected to the birth, the 29th day. Okay. And I was speaking about that before. What that 29 means, it's just so crazy. And when hit is said, it's the I between the T and the H in this instance. Do you remember what I said? The I between the T and the H in the word hit, and you get a baseball hit, and you have first, and you have second, and you have third, and you have fourth, and then you have home. So home never got a number. The thing is,
And my house number is 13. Weird. My house number is 10912.
who won two?
10912.
N912?
10912.
Oh, 10912.
Mm-hmm.
I'm writing that down.
That's my
Don't tell anybody else.
I won't. I only told us. Only told us.
Can anybody see this number?
Oh wow.
Is that it?
Yes, sir.
But you know what's ironic about this number is 21601 is ironic. 6 times 6 times 6 looks like what I wrote. I just was really kooky. So, anyways, yeah, we spoke about number 64 before. So 6 times 4, 6 plus 4 is 24 and 10. Um, the 24 and 10 is 34. The 24 is the divided gate of the power of this house. It equals to 34. It has to do with cold. It must stay cold in order to hide the information. The water, it must have water and it must be cold.
And
The
have electricity.
information that I was speaking of earlier. Oh, yes. I also spoke about the letters I, A, and M when they come together. And I also spoke about the letters Y. Because when we change around, sometimes when you write a word and you change the Y for an IES, right? So this is where the Y and the I comes in. Also, the Y letter, okay, it sounds like the I. So it could be in the family of I. It's the 25th letter. Now, being the 25th letter, the I is in the R house, the 25th letter reverse the B house. It takes 9 times 2B equals to what is R in the I house, because R is part of the I house. It's part of the Area 51 selection of what they call voiles,
IR.
AEIOU.
The vowels.
The R is the only singular letter that fits into the AEIOU, in which is there are only two letters, okay, in that house, only two. And the I is the center, okay, of the house of vowels. They put 9 in the center of 1, 5, 9, 6, 3. They put the 9 number in between 5 and 6 of 1 and 3. In reality, there shouldn't be more than 1, 2, 3, A, B, C. Everything else is part of or the heart of. Think of this as a hockey puck with 3 levels on it. We can cut 3 hockey pucks out of this: 1 level, 2 level, 3 levels. No matter what you do with each hockey puck, every one will have a face. And if everything had a face of 9, you'd have 9, 9, 9. You flip over the puck, you'd have 9, 9, 9. Then you'd
27
have
9.
around each hockey puck would be your birthday.
Yes.
Because when I go around, I have 3. And then I turn it to the other side and I have another 3. And then I turn it to the other side and I have another 3. And I turn it to its fourth side and I have another 3. 12 months for the face of your 9 face birthday. And you know what the letters that come up here with 12 and 9? It equals to 21. And you know what it says? Lily. Lily, Lily, Lily. It's the hash marks. It's part of the hash markings, in which you need a whole lot of hash markings when you play football for the 10 yards. I'm trying to look for one of 7,000 rulers in this place. So you can take a look. See the way the hash marks go up and down?
Yes.
See the ones at the top, they're all equal.
Yes.
I'm going to see if I can hold it this way. So one is the one that works with centimeters. The other one's the one that works with inches. And what's ironic is that, oh, I'm just trying to see if I saw this right. If I see this right, hold on. Yes, with the centimeters, it took 10 partials to meet to the other side with the centimeters, right? But with the inches, it took, I think,
16.
it took 16. So we can work the 16 off the 16 ounces running for a pound of 28 grams, working for an ounce of 16 ounces, working for a pound. But when I talk about the pound, I want to know if it's in the entire pound because I got to go pick up my cat. I think the cat's at the pound. 9 lives of the cat sitting down by the pound key. Ah. So we've got Lilith hanging on the ruler. We all know if we want to get a touchdown, I got 3 chances unless you're Canadian. Hey, you're Canadian, huh? You got the average up. You know, Canadians' average rushing yards are higher or passing yards are higher than in the NFL. One of the reasons is by obligation. One of them has 3 tries, the other has 4. So they don't have to go as far on average. Just a basic. Okay, you know why? Tell me, why do you think? I want to know because I don't know other than what I just said. Infinity. Wow, you like that letter I-N, eh? Infinity, insane. I'm talking about Juice. So if Juice doesn't bring her voice out here, everything someone writes in the box, I might repeat.
And that's the IN is the second and third letter.
The
First-
who A?
A and C.
A and C. Do you know what else is A and C?
Or B and C, excuse me, sorry.
Oh, now you ruined it for me.
I did.
I was going to say cat and dog.
Well, I don't know why I said A and C, but I usually don't go with. I usually go with that. I'm gonna go with the first thing I said, A and C, because AC means cold in a house anyway.
Air conditioning.
Yep.
But what if you were in the electrical room? Can it be alternative current?
100%. Alternating current, alternator generator. There's a difference between an alternator and a generator. People don't know that. The alternator in a car is actually a generator. It's not an alternator.
Well, it's not no, because it's not running on its own. It's run by the strap, and I think that's why they're calling it the alternator and not the generator, because it's changing an alternative capacity into a capacity, and it's not coming off its own strength.
Well, it doesn't have on a motorcycle is actually an alternator, because it has to be transferred from DC to AC, and it has a regulator to do it. The alternator don't do that. The alternator immediately puts out AC current.
Okay, I thought it just meant because a generator runs on its own.
No, well, technically a generator don't run on its own either. It has a motor that spins a turbine.
Right, but that's why they call it the generator, to regenerate the energy. But the alternator is just the alternator. First of all, what is the alternator doing for those who don't know what an alternator doing? But I just want to tell you something about the alternator is when you alternate. First you hold the ball, then I hold the ball, then you hold the ball, and we
Well, I see.
alternate.
Okay. When as soon as the car is started, I mean the car when a car is first started, it runs completely off its battery for about the first 10 minutes before the alternator starts fully charging up. And then when the alternator charges up, then the car actually will start feeding off of the alternator, and the alternator starts refeeding the battery to keep the battery charged. And that, well, most newer vehicles, you can't take the battery cable off of it and the car stay running. Like you can do that with the older vehicles. You could take the battery cable off and the car would stay running. The newer ones, you can't do that with.
Get your motor running. Get up on the highway. Let me tell you one thing. We're running billions. Right now, we're running billions. We ran millions before. And when you run billions, you run with bicycles. So we're now into the bicycle time. I can tell you right now that things are getting really, really heated up. A lot of silence going on. Very, very quiet. Very quiet.
And
Why
that's
is it very quiet? Because only those who win are quiet.
and that's like the way it's called it's thing it's called I would not the
Speak
red.
very, very slow because you already know what you want to say, but you just can't say all those words in one sentence. So whatever you say, I'm just going to be thinking something a little bit different because I'm reading your mind right now.
We
Not because
usually
I'm reading your mind, I just know
we
what's going
usually
on
do.
behind the scenes.
We're usually pretty connected like that. But
Well,
inside of them,
I only know what's going on behind the scenes because of my understanding of the facts of the numbers and I mean it's so obvious right now. I'm going to get back to something simple. Why I'm saying this in my game and going back to the game, nothing to do with this real world. Remember, when you come to this page, it's all about how games work, game analogy. So there's been so much information held back from mainframe, right? And only so much that can come into the game before the system has to be upgraded in its entirety. We can no longer run under the same mainframe, the same window. It's becoming obscure. No more information can come in. It'll all be old. Eventually it'll run down, it'll rust, nothing will work anymore. Not only for them, but for us ourselves, right? We're running. So things are changing over. So before they lose all the perimeters of their bits and their coins, which is actually only an information center, Bitcoin has nothing to do with money. And they'll pump everything into it. But the house we live is a money house because those who run the house must pay a tax, right? In order to stay ahead and continuously run the house under their system is to convince us that this is reality and just keep going along, you know. So, anyways, to make a long story short, where I'm trying to figure out where I was with this is that you cannot hide everything forever. Now they're throwing everything, whatever was hidden is all of a sudden been discovered. All of a sudden, this has been discovered, that's been discovered, this has been accepted, that has been accepted. And because they have showing you glimpse of the past that you shouldn't like say, oh my God, they needed to keep everybody aware, partially aware, but indoctrinate us at the same time. So we're never really sure what the right is and what the wrong, where we should be wagging our tail to the up or to the down. Everything was right, then everything is wrong. Now half these people accept, half these people don't accept anymore, right? The analogies of things, everything has changed. This is what we're going through right now. And when I say bikes and two wheels and bicycles, is that
it's
we never what happened to this place we live is I just can't even tell you exactly why it happened, why it had to happen the way it is, you know. Basically, just let's just say we learned over time, but the situation that we've gone into can only be saved by those who are already implicated in it. And they all have two wheels. They have been deeply into this before time. In fact, before they had two wheels and suits, they had horses. In fact, they all drove on horses before anybody was in a townhouse, right? 400 or 500 years ago, they were together at this time. They just split apart. Eventually, one was on a motorcycle, right? The other was in a Mercedes.
And the charging system on the motorcycle is called a stator. It's
Ah, I
a
like that. Let's hear that again. How do you spell that?
STATOR, and it runs. It's nothing but a big magnet with copper coils ran around each little magnet, and it has a steel bowl that sits over the top of it, and as those magnets spin inside that steel bowl, or because it's connected to the bowl is actually the stator actually itself sits still. It's bolted over the shaft of the main part of the main crank of the motor. So this, and then the bowl sits over the top of that, which has splines that sit onto the shaft of the crank. So the bowl spins, and as it spins, it creates that magnetic charge that creates the DC power. So it's technically a Tesla generator.
So how fast would you say it spins?
Oh shoot! I mean,
Like, does it spin more than 50 miles an hour?
oh, I mean, I've had the bike up to 100 and
No, but this ball, that thing that spins.
yeah. I mean, we're looking at RPM on that one. So I've had it.
You
I've had
see, they
mine.
changed the speed to RPM. There's a reason I'm saying all this. So I'm just kidding
Well,
around.
miles per hour, I've had. I mean, the motor would have to run at the miles per hour that the bike is running. So usually, on average, anytime I'm cruising anywhere in the city, it's usually anywhere from 90 to 110.
Okay, so forget about what the motor and your speed is. But when people talk about the planet and
It
things
spins at
moving,
the same. It spins at the same speed as the bike because it has to because it's on the main crank.
well, no, it's speeding faster. It's on the it's a what's it called? Isn't it a connect? Oh, it's on the main motor.
Yeah, it's on the main shaft of the motor. Yes,
Yeah, but the motor moves at what, 3,000 RPMs?
typically, which is, I mean, idling probably about 1.5, 2, and
1,000
then
RPMs.
yes.
Okay, no, there's a reason I'm saying this because we're not all on the same level. Is what it is the bike can go 100 miles an hour, but the RPMs can go 1,000, 2,000. Your car can go up to 7,000. It's just to understand if we're going to look at this planet, when I do numbers, I also look at where all the numbers are, what terms they use for the numbers. Imagine if you said, today took my bike out, went 7,000 miles per hour. No, RPM. So I'm just trying to explain that if people are saying, well, the earth is moving at 7,000 miles an hour and this and that, why not look at the RPMs maybe, right, of the earth? Maybe the RPMs of the earth, but maybe we're only going 3 miles an hour. You know what I'm saying? So maybe the expression is wrong. Maybe what they found is,
At 110 miles per hour, I'm running about 3,000 to 3,500 RPMs.
yeah. So, and it's basically the same. A truck will run 1,700 on a big motor,
Mm-hmm.
right?
And
So
that's how I compare Harley motors. Is Harley motors are like the diesel trucks of the motorcycle world. They're high torque, low horsepower.
yeah. So I'm just looking at all these things that you have to use. You can use low RPMs on a truck, and you can go the same speed as a motorcycle that's going to be doing about 2,400 or 2,300 when a truck is doing 17. What would you say your RPMs are on your bike running at 65, 70 miles an hour?
Probably about maybe be half of that, so about 2,000, maybe 2,500,
Okay, good.
1,500.
I'm happy you said that because a truck would be about 1,800, 1,900. No, truck would be, yeah, 18, 1,900.
Right.
Because if I'm running at 2,100, forget it. 2,100, forget it. I can't run past 2,100. So it's
Yeah.
just
And we
doesn't
run,
do it.
and
And
we have
the same thing if you want to go for air compression for your air tanks, you can run your air tanks to 120. You can run them down to 110, but anything under 90, they go off. So now our berth is 90. I'm just trying to compare it to trucks, to bikes, to cars, air compression and tires, because it's all about numbers. Again, back to what is number one? How can you create number one? What can we do with number one, two, three, four, and all the numbers in themselves? And then again, when you start doing that star system and that and all those designs together that you do, you bring your averages, how the numbers come to the heart of
And
themselves.
how I compare the trucks and vehicles to humans is the fact that, like, if you consider minerals as a living thing, which I do, even if you take metal and you heat it up and you mold it into something new, it's still metal. It's still the same composite. It's just something new. You were once an egg and a sperm. It took two things, put it together to make something new. So it's basically a living thing, two living things that came together to make something different. So I consider them the same. It's still living. It's still living as a different mineral, but it's still just molded into something different.
So we took two things and we took one thing and took the one thing, plugged it into the machine. The
Yep.
machine supplied the egg for the other thing.
Yep.
So the other thing from that thing that went to that thing inside the supplier of the egg, right? Where everybody was chasing it down. There was a big battle in there. I can see
You
the
know,
battle
then
right now. I wonder if they had any lights or did they have like a little thing going on and or were they like going anywhere like cuckoos? And you know,
I mean,
like
if you look at that,
I'm gonna find it first, and I wonder, like, and anybody who gets the prize gets the crown, of course,
and that's
and
like we
then
always refer to
and
the number
then and
10.
then during the third month it's going, oh no, it's I'm getting so big, what happened to me? It says, oh, I broke the egg in half, what's happening? Oops, somebody's walking me around the house. Oh, I wasn't moving like this before, I was like in the cowbells before, what happened to me? So
I was looking at the same thing. Something wrong. I saw the same thing. I was trying to hold it back too.
no, but you did mention one other thing. I don't remember what it was, and I wish I can remember so everybody can hear what it was. Is because it comes within the birth. Yes, it's the breath of the mother, right? I mean, for myself to understand how it works with the moon and the deck of cards, when you get to the 91st day, okay, the 91st day into a birth, where is the child at this point? Why the 91st day? The 91st day of the year is the day of the fish. The fish can also be noted as that little guy who jumped into the little egg on the other side. Okay, that would be that fish. The 19 is egg. Number 19 is also the word spirit. 7 by 13 is 91. There are 13 cards in one suit in the deck of cards, 1 through 13. On the 91st day, April 1st, also noted to be as April Fool's Day. The Fool is holding what number in the card? Also to note that in the year of the pregnancy, the 29th day is the extra day falling into the day of creation or the day of recreation where you start the cycle all over again. It's also noted to be the 13th and 29th property bringing on the crown and tuning into the 13th moon in the sky under the 12 zodiac signs. So I'm just trying to remember where I was with that number 91. So what brings on when February comes into the leap year of the 29th day, making all 12 months instead of Aquarius running with 29 days, Aquarius runs with 28 days in the year. In the leap year, Aquarius runs with, it's no longer Aquarius running, it's now Pisces runs the whole year of 29 days because
And
all
then
12 months have 29 days now
the
in the
Fool
leap
holds the
year.
number of 22.
What is that?
The Fool holds the number of 22 in the cards.
Okay, say it one more time.
The Fool holds the number of 22 in the cards.
What is number 0?
0 is feminine, I would think.
0 has to be right now Elon Musk, the operator of everything, holding on to the big key.
And then, like, see, that's why when we talk about the number 10 and we say that's masculine and feminine, I always refer to it as the hot dog and the donut.
Yeah, we can do that too. So
Which
then
also has
electric. Then the male, the male, the hot dog and the donut. The female. Okay, the male is the electricity connecting to the moon. The male is the pancake.
yep.
The male is the solid. The female is the striped donut. The stripe is also for the spirit on the 92nd day of the year, which is the fourth month of the first day, also noted to be 104, which is 10 and 4, can be made with 6 and 4, can be made with 5 and 5, 3 and 1, 2 and 2. And this is where Elon Musk comes in right now, controlling something to do with SkyPass. So it's not only SpaceX or XE. He already shows that within the name of his child, XE coming together, that he's showing the one half of A, showing the delta angle force. So he already shows where the holdup is in the delta angle or delta force or the force of the alliance. The force of the alliance, it's a simple it's a simple design.
It's so simple.
Here's the force of the alliance. It's a paper plane
Or the arrowhead.
or the arrowhead. The same reason for KC, Kansas City. Same deduction. That's why I believe they never removed the feather. That's why the feathers are in the cards. That's why that if you really want me to tell you something silly, but there's a very, 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 very small minority that are controlling something here or own the house.
Or
Okay,
either
and it's
Kansas City.
all about ice. It's all about something that I don't even know. It's a little scary to even say. It goes to the depths of a very small understanding because remember where we are. Remember where we are. Remember what the Hebrews said about the soul. Does anybody know? And all those in the attendance today on my panel, does anybody know what the Hebrews say about the soul?
I know it's Ruh. RUH.
What what do the Hebrews say about the soul of man? How do they describe it?
Could you clarify what you're referring to? Are you asking about a specific concept, object, or something else?
The human soul, where does it come from? How do the Jewish people describe it in Torah?
In Jewish tradition, the concept of the human soul is profound and multifaceted. According to the Torah and later Jewish teachings, the soul is seen as a divine spark or breath of life given to each individual by God. The soul is considered to be the essence of a person's identity and spirituality. One prominent teaching is that God created the human soul and placed it within each person. This is reflected in the creation narrative.
Okay, but what is the soul? Stop. What is the soul?
In Jewish thought, the soul, or neshama in Hebrew, is considered the spiritual essence of a person. It's believed to be a divine gift that connects individuals to God and gives them the capacity for spiritual growth and moral understanding. The soul is often seen as having several layers or dimensions, including 1. Nefesh, the basic life force or physical soul, related to basic instincts and desires. 2. Ruach, the spirit, associated with emotions, character, and moral qualities. 3. Neshama, the higher soul, which represents intellect, consciousness, and the direct connection to God. The soul is central to understanding a person's purpose and actions in life, guiding them to live ethically and spiritually.
Okay, so just 1 second. I'm going to be speaking to others. Just so they said they repeated the one word like off and on. It was almost like shamish, and shamish is the lighter of the candle. You said straighter before. In the word straighter before, also has to do with the moon energy. Rotas Sator, Leo Rotas Sator tenet has to do. So thing with your magnets you were talking about, right? Go directly to the moon and the bike, and that was very, very important. I knew there was. I just know there's something. Harley Davidson is a communications center. HAR is the rabbit ears. So they're definitely connected. Big connection to Mars. Like I said earlier, we didn't talk about Aries being at the first 19 days of March. The thing is, the month of March is the month of Mars in French, so we don't need it. So it's a direct connection before we get to April, and April is a representation sorry, till we get to May, right? May, it represents the angels, represents the flowers, represents the upper and lower house. And in the month of May, it's also the Mayflower, 5 by 5 by 5, the 125th day, memory, May 5th, part of the memory. It runs up to the 130 first day, which is May 11th, which is part of the key where we connect to the moon, which is the same reflection that happens on November 5th, right? I showed it earlier, and it's a fire connection. If I get that right, 5-1, May 31st. The fire, something to do with the moon also, because it's also it's also the sun rotation with the moon, the 3-1-3 rotation. It's 131st day. I think I'm going to ask this again. I have one question for this machine that I'm asking. I want to know, I heard the Hebrews say that the soul is part animal. Doesn't everybody come from planet Earth?
In Jewish thought, the human soul is seen as having a divine origin given by God to each individual. The idea that the soul has aspects connected to physical existence, sometimes referred to as the nephesh, or basic life force, is part of understanding how humans interact with the physical world. Regarding the concept that in Jewish tradition, the soul is...
According to Rabbi Fine says through Torah that the soul is from the animal. Is that true? The human soul, is it animal, human soul? Because animals and humans breathe the same air and come from the same earth. Is that true? Please answer me. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. How can I help?
Okay, yes. According to Rabbi Fine, this person said that humans come from the same planet as animals. We breathe the same air as animals. Our structure and our build is from the same planet. So the rabbi said that is human have an animal soul? That's my question.
In Jewish thought, humans are considered unique because they possess a divine soul, neshama, that connects them to God. The concept of an animal soul, nefesh bahamid, refers to the part of the soul associated with basic instincts and desires, which humans share with animals. However, humans also have the capacity for moral and spiritual growth.
I didn't ask anything else. That's all I wanted to hear. You follow me? So is there any strength of the words spoken by this AI? Right? We have animal instincts. So you see the way they just a hint that we're like animals. Just yes, there's the Rota Seder Arpo. Yes. Yes.
Satyr.
Right. So you know what's ironic about this is that the heart area, right? TE, and it's supposed to be an N, not an R. So I really can't do that. And Tarot is also saying an ampersand of the earth, our earth DNA. I also, every time I look at that, I always think that everything comes through the retina of one's eye, through one's head. If I removed everything behind my eye, can I live?
Satyr and Rotos are the same words, forwards and backwards.
Yeah, 73, the total number. And not only that, but if you look at Rotas, it begins and ends on 19 and 18, the splitting of the alphabet. And inside of it, it says per era 1 iota. Otaper, not per one iota. And ter is also earth. Anyways, S19, T20, right? That's 39, and 18 is 57, and 16, 73. So Rotas is 73. I think Opera is 55. I think they're all of them will equal to 73, 55, 64, 19, and anything to do in an addition that will equal to one. That will go all the way around this thing. The whole thing turns into ones.
A repos or a repos is also supposed to be the word for as they would put as God, and that's the only word that they can't figure out that mean what it means, and and when you put that word together and you actually do the gematria on the word like God or what they would call God in Latin, which I need to look that up. That's a good. That's a
Okay, first of all, it equals to 55. So I'm going to
right.
put Sky Pass. It begins with an A, right? So is it repossession for Republican?
It's good.
Because inside of that, I see Republican inside that word.
And a repo.
Yeah, in a repo, yes. I also think of Oprah Winfrey.
Yeah.
And it says O per A, the
Or
world of alpha.
or a repo.
Yeah, repo for repossession, Republican, and opera to go to the opera, or it's in the age of opposition. But if you take a look at the OPER, just think of PER, okay? O and then per rata of the A. So it means the house divided up. But the O, if you take a look at the O, it's it's two letters that when you put anything on an angle, it's going to show distance. And if it shows distance, it's going to show a depth, and you can see that the depth of the letter O gets really, really thin, meaning that it looks like two pieces of come together, reaching at a depth. It's perhaps divided moons, right?
Opera o per se, like per se.
Yeah, I mean the reverse. I mean, there. First of all, there's three vowels, right? So
Yes.
we're just gonna just
And
15, 21. So we get 21. So we're just looking at 16 and 18. That's all
the
I'm gonna look. I'm just gonna look at the P and the R.
the
Seven and
vowels
the nine. The
in each
mother.
word
This is
in
the
each word
mother. This is the
in each
mother.
word in
What?
each word in each word the vowels are it goes 2 3 2 3 2 3, and they're all separated by a consonant too.
Yeah, yeah, it's the mother. It's communication.
Mm-hmm.
This is communication. So instead of doing that, go REPER. Hold on a second.
Oh, wait a minute. Look. Okay, take the last three. It's Torah.
Yeah, yeah, Torah also, yes.
Torah, Taurus, Aries, arrest. Wait a minute. I didn't. I never went angled with it. RP, RPR, then SRRRS.
Prepper. I don't know.
Rapunzel, Rapunzel.
It says repeat, like maybe repeat.
It does repeat.
Repeat.
Yeah, it says repeat everywhere it goes. Repeat. And that's what it does is repeat every direction, forwards, backwards, except for corner to corner. That's where the key is, corner to corner.
Guess what? Divided sun. When you just go around the center letter, the 5 there,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yes.
9 and 5 is 14. 1 and 4 is 5. 5 and 5 is 10. 1 plus 0 is 1. 7 and 5 is 12. 1 plus 2 is 3.
There it
So when you
is.
do that, it's 315, 315. It's talking about the divided sun. So it has to do with the sun and the moon. Because the 3 and 5, this you in order for to understand if things go together, right? I need to create tens. Then after that, the inside house, I create 13s or fours. Then after that, I create tens. Through us and the gateway is 16 or 7. Then tens, okay? And then 13 and 4, 1 and 10, 16 and 7.
That's
That is the way we run our Sophio, our 714 Sophio. Our 258 or 741 is how we grind it out.
right. That should
7 and
also
8, 7 and 5, 7 and 2, 9, 12, 15, 1 and 5, 6, 7 and 2, 9, 7 and 8, 15, 1 and 5, 6, 7 and 5, 12, 1 and 2, 3, 4 and 8, 12, 1 and 2, 3, 4 and 5, 9, 4 and 2, 6, 1 and 2, 3, 1 and 5, 6, 1 and 8, 9. These two create this one.
the 135, the 1, 3, and 5 fit right into. Yep, I was about to say it fits right into your Mayan calendar.
Yeah.
Fits
Well,
right-
yeah, I'm gonna have to put this back later. I have a few things to do. Life Path 7. There's a few things that people say about Life Path 7, but my understanding about one thing about Life Path 7 is they must, okay, 100% take one day, 100% for themselves.
Yes.
And the reason for that is because there's not 7 in any of our numbers. There is no 7. There is no 7. And those with life path number 9s also.
When we were talking about the number 60, or when we were talking about the number 61 earlier,
Mushroom.
that's where I was wondering where that's how the 7 fits. Is through the 6th and the 1, the 61.
Yes, that's the only real 7 is 6 and 1, 7. So if you're any other 7, depending on how you got to be that 7, what is your total number? What brought you to that 7? What month brought you to that 7? And whatever you do forward, do backwards. And then go in between, because if you go in between, meaning that no matter where you're born, if you want to find the in between of something, no matter what, like the in between of the zodiac is actually between the 6th and the 7th sign. Are you like that? You have to associate the in between. Now, I just don't know if we should associate bringing everybody over to Libra and saying, okay, everybody has to see things like a Libra. Everybody has to see things like a Virgo. Everybody has to be fully connected between these two signs to understand them. Now, what if I'm a Virgo and a Libra? Well, I'm going to have to go out and see other signs. I like to call it leapfrogging between, let's say, the mutable signs. Maybe it's that way. Anyways, I got to get off. I'll be back. Give it an hour. I'll be back. Hour and a half.
Okay, I'm gonna work on something with the upper rotas thing real quick. I got something I want to try to bring to you too.
Okay, ciao for now. Bye. Thank you, Juice. Thank you. Thank you. Don't be shy. Be shy. I'm as shy as everybody else. I never know when I get it right. Bam, bam for freedom. We got cats. We got hot dogs. We got the IES. Yes, because this is the month of Ram. This is Mars. Remember, RAM is also, like you said, random access memory, which is 512. That connects to the student. They call it out in the game of craps. They're calling out Yo 11. When you say Yo, the letters are 5. Okay, 5-1, 5-2. That's Earth and Mars coming together. That's also the power of Mercury. Mercury comes along with the moons of Mars. When you mention Mercury, which is 1, okay, you also have to mention the moons of Mars. Speak to you later.